Bong Jae-hyuk walks home through the usual trashy alleyway. Some guy just spat on someone's foot, and the whole place is a chaotic, filthy mess. He doesn't even look back, just keeps walking past the piles of garbage. This district is loud and disgusting every single day, but it's the only place he can afford. He finally makes it to his front door, a tiny 180-square-foot rooftop studio tucked away from the noise. It's not much, but it's home. Jae-hyuk sighs as he grabs a pack of ramen. It's dinner for one, yet again, after another long day of grinding. Meet Bong Jae-hyuk, a 25-year-old living at the absolute bottom of society. He's technically unemployed, but spends his life juggling 3 different part-time jobs just to keep his head above water. He pours the noodles into a pot of boiling water. All that hard work, and he still can't save a dime because of the crushing debt he's carrying. He sits down to eat, fully accepting his mediocre life. He's got no special skills, just a body he can push to the limit for a paycheck. Suddenly, a blue light flashes in front of him. A system window pops up with a message that changes everything. Bong Jae-hyuk has awakened. The guy is so stunned he freezes mid-bite, ramen noodles still hanging out of his mouth. He can't believe what he's seeing. He coughs and spits the hot ramen everywhere, eyes nearly popping out of his head. The sudden system message scared him half to death. He wipes his mouth, staring at the glowing screen in total disbelief. Why would someone like him, a total nobody, get an awakening? Most people would see a player awakening as a golden ticket, a literal blessing from the heavens. It's a chance to hit the jackpot and flip your entire life around in an instant. It's better than winning the lottery. But there's a catch. You have to actually survive. Entering the tower is basically a death sentence for most people. One wrong move, and you're getting ripped apart by a monster that doesn't care about your dreams of being rich. You could freeze to death in a blizzard or get cooked alive in a desert floor. The tower is full of extreme ways to die. Then there's the poisoning, which looks like a pretty agonizing way to go out. Jae-hyuk's imagination is already running wild with the possibilities. Or maybe you just get flattened by a trap you didn't see coming. It's a brutal world that eats people for breakfast. Jae-hyuk has basically become a pro at studying all the ways someone can die a dog's death in there. He's a self-proclaimed safety expert. He's spent his whole life avoiding trouble, even if it means pretending to be on a call to avoid eye contact with thugs. Injustice isn't his problem. He won't even walk under a construction site if he can help it. For 25 years, he's lived as a total nobody, and he's perfectly fine with that. He sets his chopsticks down on the table, wondering if he's just drifted off into a fever dream from total exhaustion. It has to be a dream, right? He tentatively reaches out into the air, calling for the window again. Status window. The blue screen flickers back into existence, showing his name and level. His unique trait is listed as Summon. He touches the glowing screen, and it actually responds to his fingers. This isn't a dream, he really is a summoner now. Usually, players get combat traits like swordsmanship or archery to help them fight off the monsters. Some get the power to grow into giants or land heavy swings with massive clubs. Everyone else gets the cool fighting stuff. Summoners are different. They deal with spirits and mythical phantom beasts. They let others do the fighting for them. They can even command massive golems or terrifying demonic creatures to do their bidding. It's a high-tier ability. Jae-hyuk starts to get a little excited, wondering what kind of powerful beings he'll be able to call forth now that he's awakened. He jumps up and strikes a dramatic pose, shouting for his summon skill to activate with some flair. He's really feeling it. Then he realizes how ridiculous he looks and leans over his desk, whispering random summon instead. He's blushing with embarrassment. He holds the pose for a second, but nothing happens. He just stands there looking like a confused idiot in his empty room. He scratches the back of his head, feeling a bit relieved. Of course it didn't work. Skills aren't supposed to manifest in the real world. Everyone knows that a player's abilities are only valid inside the Black Tower. That's the first rule of being awakened. Once you step back into the outside world, you're no different from an ordinary civilian. You can't even cast a basic spell. He walks back to his chair, muttering about how anyone with an internet connection should have known that. He feels like a total tool. There's just no way a skill would actually fire off while he's sitting in his tiny studio apartment eating ramen. But then another window pops up with an unexpected confirmation. Initiating random summon. Things are about to get weird. Jahyuk's eyes widen as they catch a faint purple glow reflecting in the screen. He can't look away. A massive pillar of light suddenly erupts right in the middle of his room, nearly blowing him back. The sheer power is overwhelming. Out of the blinding light, a man in a long coat appears. This is John Cossack, a legendary assassin who's just been summoned into the real world. Jahyuk stares in absolute disbelief, his mouth hanging open. He can't wrap his head around the fact that a skill actually worked outside of the tower. Not only did it work, but he somehow summoned a living, breathing human being. John Cossack gives a cheerful salute, confirming he is indeed human. Jahyuk is sweating bullets as he processes this impossible situation. He was expecting a spirit or maybe a golem, but instead, he's got an assassin standing in his tiny kitchen. John Cossack starts sniffing the air like a bloodhound, his nose twitching. Something in the room has caught his attention. His eyes light up as he spots the pot on the table. He's practically vibrating with excitement, asking if he can have just one bite of the ramen. Jahyuk awkwardly gives him the okay, watching the man dive in. He's starting to think he didn't summon a hero, just a weirdly polite moocher. John Cossack doesn't waste a second, slurping the noodles with enough force to make a noise that fills the entire room. He starts huffing and puffing, his face turning red as he struggles with the heat. He's convinced the company must have released some kind of extreme spicy flavor. Jahyuk just stares at him, completely deadpan. It's mild udon ramen, the least spicy thing on the shelf, and this legendary summon is acting like his mouth is on fire. Jahyuk turns his attention back to the system window, trying to find some logical explanation. A human summon is something he's never heard of in any of the player forums. The status window breaks down the summonable range for his trait. It goes from rare all the way up to Legend's special super rare, and it allows for seamless communication. Seeing the colorful shields for each grade makes it feel like he's playing some kind of mobile gacha game. He's looking at the silhouettes of characters he could potentially pull. A new notification pops up, mentioning something called the 3 mandates. Jahyuk leans in, curious about what kind of rules govern his new partner. The rules are simple but absolute. Protect the master above all, obey every command, and safety always comes before obedience. While John Cossack finishes off the ramen soup, Jahyuk wonders who exactly this guy is. If he's a human summon, he must have a history. He opens the catalog and sees the stats for his new summon. John Cossack is an SR-grade assassin with a strict 6-hour manifestation limit. The description labels him as a complete lunatic and a massive headache for the cruel assassin guild. Despite the attitude, his mission success rate is a staggering 99%. Suddenly, Jahyuk clutches his head as a flood of random information starts pouring into his mind. It's like he's downloading the man's entire life story all at once. His vision blurs as the first memory takes hold. He's seeing the world through the assassin's eyes, and it's anything but peaceful. A distorted scream echoes through his memories as his mind plunges into a chaotic vortex of energy, surrounded by frantic and violent colors. Jahyuk's mind tumbles through the air before plunging straight onto the cold stone floor of a fortress. What lies before his eyes isn't just a memory, but a recorded footage of a brutal massacre. John Cossack moves like a blur of shadows, cutting down anyone in his path. Jahyuk watches from a distance, paralyzed by the sheer speed of the violence. Blood splatters across the vision as the assassin continues his work. Every strike is calculated and lethal, leaving no room for mercy. He stands in the center of a courtyard, surrounded by enemies, yet he looks like he's having the time of his life. This is the lunatic the status window mentioned. Jahyuk witnesses the true brutality of Cossack's past. He wasn't just a killer, he was a monster who took pride in the artistry of his work. A red ribbon flutters in the darkness, a strange and out-of-place splash of color amidst the carnage. Jahyuk's blood runs cold as he sees what the ribbons are for. Cossack is whistling a happy tune while gift-wrapping severed heads like their Christmas presents. The assassin looks back with a bone-chilling smile, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. He is genuinely proud of his handiwork, as if he had just finished a fun little craft project. The memories shift to a quiet mansion under the full moon. This was the site of his final failure, the one mission that didn't go to plan. He had broken into a bedroom, his shadow looming over a target sleeping peacefully under the covers. Cossack lunged forward with his blade drawn, ready to end another life in an instant. But his target wasn't just anyone. It was the Empire's strongest sword master, and he was wide awake. The memory ends with a clash of steel and a final, desperate struggle. Jahyok gasps as he's pulled back to reality, his heart hammering against his ribs. John Cossack is standing right behind him, leaning in close with a curious expression. He asks Jahyok what he's thinking about to be so spaced out, but his presence now is nothing short of terrifying. Jahyok scrambles backward, nearly tripping over his own feet as he puts some distance between them. He's realizing he just let a psychopathic serial killer into his home. He tries to steady his breathing, reminding himself of the rules. The system said the summon must show absolute obedience to the summoner's commands. He takes a long, shaky breath and tries to act like he's in control. If the rules are real, he needs to test them right now. He points a finger at the kitchen and tells Cossack to clear away the ramen pot. To his surprise, the man is already moving, wiping down the table with lightning speed. Jahyok watches in awe as the legendary killer works like a professional butler. There isn't a single complaint or a hint of the madness he saw in the memories. He really is doing everything he's told. Jahyok starts to relax just a tiny bit, though he's still keeping his guard up. He calls out to the assassin again, testing the limits of this absolute obedience. He wonders if the guy will actually listen to anything, no matter how absurd. John Cossack looks up with a bright, cheerful smile, confirming he obeys his summoner's words unconditionally. He keeps scrubbing the table like it's his life's mission. Jahyok looks at the assassin with a bead of sweat on his face. He gives a ridiculous command, asking the legendary killer to bark for him like a dog. John Cossack closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, his face remaining cold and expressionless the moment Jahyok's command is issued. He slowly sets the rag down on the table, every single movement making Jahyok's heart tighten in his chest. At this point, he's starting to deeply regret pushing his luck with such an excessive test. In an unbelievable turn of events, the assassin begins spinning in circles on the floor, letting out enthusiastic barks. Jahyok is horrified by the sight, realizing the absolute obedience rule is far more literal and terrifying than he had ever imagined. He gives a thumbs up to himself, though his expression is deadpan. He's confirmed that his trait is incredibly powerful, even if it leads to some very awkward situations. The domestic peace is shattered by a series of heavy thuds against the front door. Jahyok and John Cossack both freeze, their attention snapped toward the source of the noise. A muffled, aggressive voice yells from outside, demanding that Bang Jahyok open the door immediately. The banging continues, vibrating through the thin walls of the apartment. Panic sets in as Jahyok remembers what day it is. He realizes he totally forgot about the interest payment due to the loan sharks. He urgently whispers for John Cossack to get up and get ready. The light from the hallway seeps under the door, highlighting the arrival of the unwelcome visitors. A dark memory flashes through his mind of a transaction from his past. He had borrowed 10 million won out of sheer desperation, handing over his future for a stack of cash. The reason for his debt was a series of family tragedies. His father had suffered a fractured hip from a fall, and his brother's college tuition was due at the same time. Despite paying back millions in interest, the original debt remains untouched, weighing him down. Back in the present, he bites his lip in frustration at his past choices. He knows it was a stupid move, but he felt there was no other path to save his family. The yelling continues outside as the collectors demand to see his face. Jahyok looks at the assassin, his mind racing for a way to handle the situation without a bloodbath. John Cossack draws a gleaming dagger, his eyes glowing with a murderous red light. He offers to simply sever the leader's head and bring it to Jahyok, but Jahyok quickly shuts the idea down. He frantically shoves the assassin toward the bathroom, ordering him to hide and stay silent. John Cossack looks confused but complies, even asking if he's allowed to breathe. As soon as the door is unlocked, a massive hand adorned with gold rings grabs Jahyok by the back of the neck. The force is enough to make him wince as he's hauled back into his room. A man with a bleached buzz cut and a brutal vertical scar over his forehead looms over him. He wears a thick gold chain and flashes a mouthful of rotten, yellowish teeth. This is the Smile Cash boss, unnamed, the brutal loan shark who holds Jahyuk's life in his hands. Jahyuk quickly fumbles with his phone to complete the bank transfer. The notification chime rings out, confirming the interest payment has been sent. The boss leans in close, his face twisted into a cruel grin. He mockingly suggests that Jahyuk should just sell a kidney if the payments get too tough, claiming life is easier with only one. The two collectors laugh heartily at the boss's gruesome joke. They start talking about Jahyuk's younger brother, implying he might be worth a good price on the black market as well. Jahyuk looks down, his face shadowed with a mixture of fear and simmering rage. He clenches his teeth, listening to them talk about his family like their inventory. The boss notices the change in his demeanor and taunts him further. He asks if Jahyuk is actually considering taking a swing at him, daring the wimp to try something. Jahyuk forces a nervous laugh and rubs the back of his head, retreating into his usual cowardly persona. He insists there's no way he'd ever do something so foolish. With a final, violent slam of the door, the loan sharks exit the apartment. They leave behind a warning to watch himself unless he wants to disappear without anyone knowing. The bathroom door creaks open, and John Cossack walks out, perfectly calm. He reports that he stayed hidden and quiet exactly as he was commanded to do. Jahyuk leans against the wall, feeling completely drained by the ordeal. He looks at a mental image of the tower and its monsters, wondering if climbing is the only way to escape this debt. He slumps to the floor, dismissing the thought almost immediately. He knows a coward like him wouldn't last a second against the horrors that dwell within the tower's walls. John Cossack remains standing nearby, asking what the next move should be. Jahyuk looks at him, wondering if he should just dismiss the summon and head straight to bed. The assassin suddenly perks up and raises his hand like an eager student. He asks if he can watch some TV, surprising Jahyuk with such a mundane request. Jahyuk gives him the okay, still baffled by how a legendary assassin knows what a television is. John Cossack is genuinely excited, thanking him profusely for the chance to see a drama. The room remains dark as the flickering light of the TV illuminates the two of them. Jahyuk lies on his bed while John Cossack sits on the floor, engrossed in the show. A small smile plays on John Cossack's lips as he watches the screen. Despite the man being a summoned killer, Jahyuk finds that having someone else's presence nearby feels surprisingly comforting. Jahyuk's eyes slowly drift shut as the sounds of the drama fade into the background. He's finally letting his guard down after an exhausting day of surprises. As Jahyuk sleeps, the blue glow of the manifestation starts to pulse behind John Cossack. The assassin remains still, his back to his sleeping master as the time limit approaches. The room is filled with a soft, sparkling light as the summon begins to dissipate. The physical form of the assassin starts to break down into particles of energy. The silence is broken by the shrill beeping of a morning alarm. A hand reaches out to snooze the phone, which displays the time as 8:00 a.m. Jahyuk groans and sits up, looking toward the living room area. He calls out for Mr. Cossack, wondering if the summon release happened while he was out cold. A blue system window hangs in the air, confirming that John Cossack has indeed been released. Jahyuk realizes he must have been seeing system messages even in his dreams. He stretches and yawns, trying to put the events of the previous night behind him. He decides it's time to stop worrying about awakenings and just get ready for another day at work. While Jahyuk brushes his teeth in the kitchen, the news report on the TV catches his attention. The anchor is talking about a gruesome murder that took place early that morning in Seoul. His eyes widen in shock as the news mentions the location of the crime. The murder happened at the offices of the illegal loan shark firm known as Smile Cash. The pink toothbrush clatters to the floor as the news anchor delivers a chilling update. All 3 members of the debt collection team were found at their office, their bodies discovered without their heads. Jahyuk stands motionless, his hands trembling as the reporter mentions an even more bizarre detail. The severed heads weren't just abandoned, they were found meticulously wrapped in bright red ribbons. A vivid vision of John Cossack fills his mind, showing the assassin happily whistling while he works. He sees the killer crouched over the blonde head of the Smile Cash boss, expertly tying a decorative bow around the neck. The memory of John Cossack's friendly smile and polite salute now fills Jahyuk with pure dread. He realizes that the absolute obedience he tested earlier was carried out in the most horrific way possible. Jahyuk clutches his head and lets out a silent scream of desperation. He realizes his attempt to find a strategy for survival has backfired spectacularly, leaving him tied to a total psychopath murderer. The news is all over the screens, a triple murder at the Smile cash office. The office is a mess, and the bodies are just left there on the cold floor. A close-up shows a bloodied hand lying in a pool of red. Gold rings still adorn the fingers, a stark contrast to the grim scene. In a surreal, nightmare-like vision, 3 severed heads are lined up on a counter. Each one has a large, festive red bow tied neatly on top. Bong Jahyuk is losing it, his face drenched in sweat as he repeats that he's absolutely screwed. He's biting his nails, his eyes wide with pure terror as the weight of what happened sinks in. Back in reality at his convenience store job, Jahyuk is completely out of it. Someone calls out to him, but he's too trapped in his own head to even notice. The vision returns, showing a hand placing a bloodied head right on the counter. The victim's eyes are rolled back, and he's wearing that same ridiculous red bow. Jahyuk's eyes tremble as the hallucination intensifies. He's seeing things that shouldn't be there, and his grip on reality is slipping fast. Hinbong Kon Kwai V letter 180 John Cossack, Distroke letter 129 NG and Gay, Sao QU letter 1EA7Y. Bao Quan B letter 1EDF. I hang LO letter 1EA1T, NH letter 1EF Kai Distroke letter 1EA7 U cock. Ga H letter 1ECF, IV letter 1EDB, IM letter 1ED9T. S letter 1EF1 L letter 1ECBCH, TH I letter 1EC7 P Distroke letter 1EA7 YBI letter 1EBF. And Tai R letter 1EB1NG, LI letter 1EC7 U Jahyuk Ko Distroke letter 1ECBNH. Than Ton Cho Ga Kong. Jahyuk lets out a blood-curdling scream and tumbles backward, knocking all the merchandise off the shelves. He gasps for air, hands clawing at the empty space while the customers can only look on with faces full of bewilderment. A brown-haired female customer, still holding a heart-shaped chocolate box with a ribbon, asks if he's all right. Jahyuk finally snaps back to reality and immediately starts stammering apologies for his momentary distraction. Outside the store, the glowing sign hums while Jahyuk continues to bow and apologize. He knows he's making a scene, but the fear won't let him stay. He decides he can't possibly work in this state and heads out into the cold night. He tells himself he needs to take a break from all his part-time jobs tomorrow. As he walks through the crowded, snowy streets, he sees happy couples everywhere. He can't help but wonder if all that blood is actually on his hands. He eventually makes it back to his quiet rooftop apartment. The city lights stretch out behind him, but he feels completely isolated from the rest of the world. A blue system screen pops up, displaying the catalog for John Cossack. It lists him as a crazy assassin with a super rare rank, but his satisfaction rating is currently blank. Jahyuk sits on his floor, staring at the empty space where his summoned assassin once was. He's convinced the guy won't hurt his own master, but that doesn't make him any less terrifying. Summoning up all his courage, he reaches out his hand to call the assassin back. He needs answers, and there's only one way to get them. The system chimes, but instead of the summon, a new window appears. It's asking him to leave a satisfaction rating for John Cossack before he can proceed. The prompt is clear. A star rating is required. Jahyuk stares at the message, realizing this is how the system handles its feedback. 5 empty stars glow on the screen, waiting for his input. It's like a twisted version of an app review for a professional killer. He remembers how the catalog mentioned the rating earlier. It makes sense now, even if the timing feels incredibly awkward. Jahyuk is fuming as he thinks about the unauthorized murder spree. He's ready to give a single star just for the sheer insolence of making him go through this. He hovers his finger over the first star, determined to show his disapproval. He wants to send a message that killing people without orders is a big no-no. But his finger wavers as he realizes he just can't be that heartless. Even toward a murderer, he finds it hard to be truly mean. A chime sounds as the rating is finalized at 3 stars. It's a compromise that leaves him feeling conflicted and a bit silly. He thinks back to his mother's job as a service coordinator. He knows exactly how much a bad rating can hurt someone's livelihood, even if it's just a job. He sighs, calling himself a typical beta male for being so soft. Even with all his complaints, he just couldn't bring himself to leave a 1-star review. The summon light flashes, and John Cossack materializes in a swirl of blue energy. He looks ready for action, standing tall with a confident salute. Cossack is genuinely thrilled about the 3 stars, promising to work even harder next time. He's beaming with joy, which is incredibly jarring given his profession. Jahyuk watches the assassin clap his hands like an excited kid. He finds it hard to believe this cheerful guy is the same one who supposedly slaughtered 3 people. After a moment of hesitation, Jahyuk decides to just ask. He starts to bring up the men who barged into his house the day before. His expression turns grim as he asks point-blank if Cossack was the one who killed them. He waits for the answer, his heart hammering against his ribs. Cossack casually confirms it, saying he took care of them last night right before he was unsummoned. He says it with a blush and a smile, as if he's proud of a job well done. Jahyuk recoils in horror, his suspicions finally confirmed. The realization that he's standing right in front of a killer sends a chill down his spine. The room feels heavy as Jahyuk stares at the assassin. His stomach churns and his pulse quickens, the reality of his situation becoming almost unbearable. He tries to swallow his fear and calm down. He tells himself that as long as he's the master, the assassin shouldn't have any reason to harm him. Cossack explains that he placed a mark of pursuit on them when they first broke in. It's a specialized skill that allowed him to track them down to their very office. Jahyuk is baffled, asking why he would even go that far. He never gave an order to track them, let alone finish them off. The assassin argues that they were a threat factor that needed to be dealt with early. He's calm and logical about it, which only makes the whole thing scarier for Jahyuk. Cossack points to something called the 3 Laws, Article 3. Jahyuk listens intently as the assassin begins to explain the rules he lives by. A chibi version of Cossack appears on screen, highlighting the first law. The summoned must protect the summoner's life as the top priority. The second law is absolute obedience to orders. The kicker is the 3rd article, which states that if Law 1 and Law 2 conflict, the protection of the master always comes first. Basically, if Jahyuk is in danger, his orders can be ignored for his own safety. Bong Jahyuk is still trying to wrap his head around the rules. He asks if John Cossack would actually disobey him if he ordered his own death, testing the limits of this absolute obedience. He points out that the debt collectors weren't an immediate threat, calling Cossack's judgment completely arbitrary. The assassin just nods along, admitting that Article 3 is pretty flexible in its interpretation. Cossack doubles down, insisting that those bastards were a risk to Jahyuk's life in the long run. In his twisted mind, wiping them out was a perfectly reasonable and proactive move. Jahyuk finally snaps, calling him a total psycho for such a leap in logic. He's sweating buckets, his hands trembling as he realizes just how dangerous his new partner really is. Jahyuk slumps over, exhausted by the mental gymnastics, while Cossack just offers a breezy apology. The assassin admits he's used to hearing people call him names like that, totally unfazed. Close up on Jahyuk's pale face as he realizes the magnitude of the problem. He understands the intent, but the sheer unpredictability of Cossack's protection is terrifying. He imagines a scenario where they're just walking down a crowded street together. If Jahyuk so much as bumps shoulders with a random thug, he knows exactly where it's headed. The thug would probably spout some generic threat about plucking eyes out. Normally, it's just hot air, but with Cossack around, things are different. Jahyuk's mind flashes to the thug's head sitting on the ground with a red bow. That's the only way Cossack knows how to handle a threat, no matter how small. Jahyuk sits there brooding, biting his thumb as he tries to find a way to control this monster. Cossack just stands there, oblivious to the existential crisis he's causing. Suddenly, Cossack drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness in a surprisingly formal display. Jahyuk is caught off guard, staring at the back of the assassin's head. Jahyuk lays it out clearly. Murder isn't helping him, it's putting him in a massive legal bind. Cossack just shrugs it off with a smirk, claiming that since there were no witnesses, it's fine. He tries one more time, asking for a firm promise to never do it again. Cossack just whistles a tune, flat out admitting he can't guarantee that. Jahyok demands a blood-pact promise, no killing unless there's a literal knife at his throat. Cossack gives a sharp salute and shouts his agreement, though Jahyok still looks skeptical. Jahyok sends him back for now, needing some peace and quiet to think. He's still rattled, but at least the assassin is out of sight for a moment. Before he vanishes, Cossack asks why Jahyok doesn't just climb the tower like everyone else. It's a fair question that catches Jahyok off guard. Jahyok looks down at his hand, the gravity of the choice weighing on him. He knows that for an irregular like him, the tower is the only real path out of this mess. He clenches his fist, reminding himself that this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He's scared, but the alternative is staying stuck in this rooftop room forever. His imagination runs wild with images of a massive tower and a terrifying dragon-like beast. He's honest with himself. He's absolutely terrified of dying in there. He asks Cossack if there were other summoners like him before. He's looking for some kind of reassurance that he's not the only one in this weird spot. Cossack's expression softens as he confirms there was indeed another. He speaks about this previous master with a rare touch of genuine respect. Jahyok feels a wave of shame wash over him, thinking about real heroes using their powers for good. He feels like he's just wasting a gift that others would kill for. He admits to himself that he just doesn't have the courage to put his life on the line. He resigned to his role as a self-proclaimed coward. Jahyok stands with his back to Cossack, wallowing in his own self-pity. He calls himself a pathetic coward, fully expecting a lecture or a look of disgust. Instead, Cossack is beaming with joy, calling Jahyok the greatest summoner ever. Jahyok is completely baffled by the reaction, his jaw dropping in confusion. The assassin puts his hands on Jahyok's shoulders, telling him that safety is the greatest virtue. He's practically vibrating with excitement over Jahyok's cautious nature. Cossack explains that a brave summoner is just a dangerous one who's likely to get them both killed. He's quite happy to have a master who prioritizes survival above all else. He tells Jahyok not to worry and to just leave all the dirty work to him. He's more than willing to be the shield and the sword while Jahyok stays safe. Jahyok is speechless, taken aback by the assassin's weird brand of encouragement. He's told to just play it safe and live a long, boring life. He ends up having a rough night, tossing and turning as he weighs his options. The thought of climbing the tower is still eating at him, despite his fears. The next morning, he decides tower climbing definitely isn't for him. He'll just be thankful the debt collectors are out of his hair and try to live a normal life. He steps out onto his rooftop to stretch, soaking in the morning sun. He's determined to stick to safe, ordinary jobs from now on. He gives himself a little pep talk, convinced that if he just works hard, everything will eventually sort itself out. He's trying his best to be optimistic. He checks in with his father on the phone, asking about his rehab. But the conversation takes a sharp turn when he hears they need to move to a more expensive hospital. His world crumbles a bit more when he finds out his mother just got fired. The news hits him like a ton of bricks, his face pale as the financial pressure mounts. He hangs up the phone, trying to sound brave for his dad's sake. He tells him not to worry, but inside, he's already realizing his normal life plan is dead in the water. Jahyok stands there alone on the rooftop, the reality of his situation sinking in. He doesn't have a choice anymore, he needs money and he needs it fast. Cut to Jahyok fully geared up in construction safety equipment. He's got the helmet, the vest, and even a under construction sign, looking more like a site worker than a hero. He tells himself he'll just peek at the first floor and leave if things get hairy. It's a classic wimp's plan, but it's the only one he's got. He figures since he's off work today anyway, he might as well give it a shot. He starts the summoning process, his hand hovering over the system interface. He stops himself for a second, wondering if he really has to stick with the crazy Cossack. He's hoping there might be a less psycho option available. He gets excited at the thought of pulling a legendary, super rare summon instead. He's imagining a massive, armored warrior who isn't a complete loose cannon. A system notification pops up, informing Bang Jahyuk that the random summon is currently unavailable. He stares in disbelief at the cooldown timer. Over 28 days remain before he can try his luck again. With no other options, John Cossack is summoned back into existence, glowing with a faint purple light. The assassin is as enthusiastic as ever, thanking Jahyuk for his 5-star loyalty and demanding orders. Jahyuk waves awkwardly, a cold sweat running down his face. He's terrified that Cossack might somehow know he was just trying to replace him with a different summon. Jahyuk gathers what little courage he has and announces his decision to finally enter the tower. Cossack initially cheers for his bravery, but quickly backtracks, reminding Jahyuk that being brave is actually quite dangerous for a master. Jahyuk clarifies his plan. He just wants to take a quick peek at the first floor and leave immediately. Cossack practically glows with pride, praising Jahyuk for his incredible wisdom and cautious nature. Cossack tosses aside Jahyuk's makeshift construction equipment, calling the items crude. He pledges to be Jahyuk's ultimate tool and hunting dog, promising to handle every threat personally. The assassin promises to provide a comfortable and safe experience for his master. He tells Jahyuk to relax and not even lift a single finger once they are inside the tower. A blue holographic prompt appears, asking if Jahyuk is ready to enter the Korea Black Tower. The first floor is highlighted as the only accessible destination for now. Jahyuk gives a shaky "shall we go?" before Cossack lunges forward to press the yes button himself. The assassin is clearly much more excited about this excursion than his master is. The screen confirms their entry as a pillar of blue light begins to envelop them. Jahyuk's heart sinks as the reality of the situation finally sets in. The teleportation into the tower is a terrifying mess. Jahyuk screams at the top of his lungs as they freefall through a digital void. Cossack casually grips the back of his shirt, looking completely amused by the whole spectacle. Bong Jahyuk and John Cossack are hurtling through a digital void. Binary code streams past as they're sucked into the tower's transport system. Jahyuk's face is completely distorted from the sheer speed of the transfer. He can barely keep his eyes open as the gravitational force kicks in. He lets out a frantic scream as they plummet through the glowing tunnel. Meanwhile, Cossack just hangs on, looking like he's on a casual Sunday stroll. The pair finally lands, appearing within a hexagonal barrier. Outside the shield, the tower's first floor is nothing but a desolate, rocky wasteland. Jahyuk stares out at the bleak landscape in disbelief. He's officially inside the Black Tower, and the reality of the situation is starting to sink in. The motion sickness hits him like a freight train. He clutches his stomach, face turning a nasty shade of purple as he tries to keep his lunch down. He doesn't succeed and ends up losing it right on the spot. Cossack gives him a reassuring pat on the back, promising that the nausea will pass eventually. They step out of the safe zone and begin their trek across the barren ground. Cossack leads the way with a cheerful stride, completely unfazed by the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, blue status windows flash before Jahyuk's eyes. A surge of energy washes over him, and he can feel his physical abilities sharpening as his player status activates. He clenches his hand, feeling a strange new strength coursing through his muscles. Even at level 1, the difference between his normal self and this new player body is night and day. The system drops his first mission. He has 2 hours to take down 5 tough-skinned fatty grubs. Failure means death or forfeiting the climb entirely. Cossack points out their targets up ahead. A group of massive, disgusting grubs are wriggling around in the middle of the wasteland. Jahyuk recalls the research he did back home. These grubs are notorious for being the first major hurdle for new tower climbers. The online guides warn that while they can't really fight back, their hides are incredibly thick. Taking one down is usually a grueling process. He breaks into a cold sweat, remembering that even experienced players can spend 30 minutes just trying to kill a single one. He tries to psych himself up, clenching his fist and telling himself that he's a player now too. He can't just hide behind his summon forever. He starts marching toward the monsters, but Cossack hesitates. The mercenary asks if it's really necessary for Jahyuk to go through all that unnecessary suffering. Jahyuk stands his ground before the giant grub. At close range, the creature looks terrifyingly massive, yet it barely moves a muscle. He reaches out as if to strike, then suddenly remembers a very important detail. He turns back to Cossack, realizing he didn't even bring a weapon to fight with. Unbeknownst to him, while he was busy seeking on-the-spot advice from John Cossack, the creature behind his back, the one he assumed was harmless, had already begun to stir. The monster rears up, its mouth glowing with a sickening green light. Jahyok's bravado vanishes instantly, and he looks like he's about to faint from terror. He stands there frozen, staring up at the massive creature looming over him. Desperation takes over, and he cowers away, begging Cossack to step in and save him. Cossack doesn't miss a beat, giving a big thumbs up and a wide grin. He's more than happy to do the heavy lifting and praises Jahyok for making a wise decision. The mercenary blurs into motion, charging toward the monsters with frightening speed. He slams into the first grub, and the force of the impact sends green viscera spraying across the dry ground. Cossack tells Jahyok to clear the area so he can finish the job. He leaps into the air, surrounded by a swirling aura of blue energy. He draws a pair of energy blades from his gauntlets, his expression shifting into that of a cold, efficient killer. In a flash, he hurls a flurry of energy blades that pierce straight through the grub's supposedly impenetrable hides, as if they were made of paper. He lands gracefully as the sliced remains of the monsters fall behind him, barely breaking a sweat. With a calm command, he triggers Blade Explosion. The energy left behind in the wounds detonates, turning the grubs into blue dust. Jahyok can only watch in silence, his jaw practically hitting the floor at the display of pure power. The monsters are completely obliterated in seconds. It wasn't just a fight, it was a total slaughter. System messages start flooding in, confirming the mission was a success. Jahyok gains a level and a magic stone for his trouble. But the rewards don't stop there. He's awarded an S++ rank for the floor and a prestigious platinum badge. All his fear evaporates as Jahyok starts dancing with joy. At this rate, he's convinced he'll be swimming in cash before the week is over. While Jahyok celebrates, the same notification appears for other players across the country. In a high-end office, a team of professionals is alerted to the news. A woman at a training facility stops her workout to stare at the blue screen floating in front of her. Even a man relaxing in a nightclub is interrupted by the system message. Everyone is seeing the notice about an S++ clear. From city streets to private gyms, every player in South Korea is getting the same alert about the sudden rise of a new talent. For Jahyok, the system confirms he's cleared for the second floor and prepares to send him back. A pillar of light engulfs Jahyok and Cossack, and in an instant, they're transported right back into Jahyok's kitchen. He's stunned at how fast the whole process was. Bang Jahyok is back in his kitchen, still looking a bit green from the trip. He checks his phone and is floored to see that the whole ordeal only took 5 minutes. John Cossack is all smiles, bowing slightly to his master. He's already congratulating Jahyok on a job well done, though the work was mostly just standing there. Jahyok feels a little awkward about the praise since he didn't actually lift a finger. Cossack doesn't care. He gives an enthusiastic double thumbs up, insisting that staying out of the way was exactly what he needed. Cossack is beaming with positivity, looking more like a hype man than a deadly mercenary. Jahyok reflects on how simple the clear was compared to the horror stories he's heard about other players struggling for hours. On the table sits the tangible proof of their success, a glowing blue magic stone and a shiny silver badge. Jahyok picks up the stone, holding it up to the light to see it shimmer. It's his first time seeing the real thing up close, and the reality of his new career is finally starting to set in. The magic stone hums with a faint blue light. These stones have become the lifeblood of modern industry over the last 2 decades. While the market has stabilized, a small 100G fragment like this is still worth about 50,000 won. It's not a fortune, but for 3 minutes of work, it's incredible. Just by browsing the web, you can see how tower-related news has become completely ubiquitous. It has been 20 years since these massive black structures first appeared across the globe, changing everything. Information about the towers is everywhere, from news clips to online tutorials. Most people have at least a basic understanding of how the system works. However, Jahyok stops when he looks at the platinum badge. He's done his research, but he's never heard of anyone getting a reward like this for a first-floor clear. He doesn't dwell on it for long, though, letting out a small cheer at his desk. He just made a quick 50,000 won and still has plenty of time to kick back and watch some drama. To celebrate their first successful mission, Jahyok sets the table with a massive spread of jokbal. The steam rises off the meat and noodles, smelling absolutely delicious. Cossack's nose twitches as he catches the scent. his expression turning intense as he leans in for a sniff. The mercenary looks a little worried, double-checking if anything on the table is spicy. Jahyuk assures him he ordered the regular version since he knows his summon can't handle the heat. Jahyuk watches him, nodding that for a legendary warrior, Cossack really has zero tolerance for spice. Reassured, Cossack digs in with gusto, thanking Jahyuk for his grace, with a face full of food. Jahyuk can only sweat drop at how formal and polite the guy is being. As they eat, Jahyuk decides to bring up something that's been on his mind. He asks if the way Cossack talks, shortening all his sentences, is just his natural style. Jahyuk listens as Cossack explains that his speech patterns were influenced by his previous summoner. Jahyuk can't help but think it sounds like the lingering influence of an ex-boyfriend. The two share a laugh across the table, the tension from earlier completely gone. Jahyuk is starting to feel certain that this partnership is actually going to work. Cossack continues to happily slurp his noodles, his face glowing with pure culinary satisfaction. Jahyuk's old construction helmet sits forgotten on a shelf next to an under construction sign. He's done with that life of grueling manual labor. Looking at his reflection in the tower's digital aura, he realizes that clearing floors is actually doable. He's not a wimp anymore, he's a player with a plan. The next morning, the sun rises over Jahyuk's modest apartment building. He gets to work organizing his new life, tapping a hand-drawn chart to his wall titled Alpha Male's Daily Routine. He's divided his day into strict blocks, convenient store shifts during the day and a charcoal grill restaurant at night. He's officially cut out the backbreaking day labor. The most important part of the schedule is the block dedicated to tower clearing with Cossack. It's a perfect plan to maximize his income without burning out. Cossack is so pumped about the new schedule that he starts dancing around the room, radiating a bright blue energy. Jahyuk is shocked to see the satisfaction rating hit 5 points again just from a little excitement. Jahyuk watches him, wondering if keeping his summon happy is really that critical to their success. Cossack explains that a higher satisfaction rating unlocks massive benefits, like staying manifested longer and increasing his rank. Most importantly, it makes him more likely to answer when Jahyuk calls. They waste no time heading back into the tower. Jahyuk hits the ground hard, his stomach doing somersaults from the teleportation again. A new mission pops up for the second floor. He has 2 hours to defeat 10 quick-witted fatty grubs. Jahyuk pushes himself up, looking at the screen with concern. These new grubs aren't just tough, they're fast and unpredictable. He turns to Cossack to ask for a strategy, but the mercenary is already stepping forward. Cossack tells him not to worry because there won't even be time for a plan. He winks and holds up 3 fingers, promising Jahyuk that this whole floor will be a 3-minute cut. Cossack launches himself into the air, his cape fluttering behind him as he crackles with blue electricity. He tells Jahyuk to wait while he finishes the job so they can go home early. Jahyuk yells after him, promising to treat him to chicken and beer if they finish that quickly. The promise of fried chicken is all the motivation Cossack needs. He lets out a jubilant shout and charges toward the monsters like a lightning bolt. The grubs don't stand a ghost of a chance. John Cossack relentlessly hurls his green energy blades, tearing them apart and turning them into glowing blue fragments. Jahyuk is left staring in awe as the system messages flood his vision. He's succeeded again, leveling up and pocketing a 200G magic stone reward. The notifications keep coming, confirming another S++ clear rank for the second floor. And just like before, he's awarded another mysterious platinum badge. Bang Jahyuk is amazed at how smoothly things are going, watching his rewards pile up without a hitch. He realizes that at this pace, he can squeeze in multiple floor clears before even heading out to his morning part-time job. Continuing to the 3rd floor of the tower, Jahyuk pulls off a dramatic landing, and John Cossack is quick to praise his steadily improving form. The mission for the 3rd floor is simple enough. Take down 10 ice-cold fatty grubs. A massive burst of blue energy signals another victory, scattering the remains of the grubs across the floor. The system confirms the clear, rewarding him with a 300G magic stone and another level up. The notifications continue to flash, announcing another S++ rank for the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Just like the floors before it, a rare platinum badge is added to his inventory. John Cossack stands tall with a smug, proud expression as they tear through the 4th floor with ease. Another mission success message pops up, proving they're an unstoppable team. By the time they clear the 5th floor, the two are celebrating with a jubilant high five. The S++ streak shows no signs of slowing down as they continue their rapid ascent. A new system notification rings out, catching Jahyuk off guard as it mentions his growing collection of platinum badges. Because he's accumulated 5 of them, the tower is granting him a unique, special perk. Jahyuk stares at the screen, his eyes wide with shock and anticipation. He's never heard of a perk like this being awarded so early in the game. The details of the enhancement appear. His awakening trait has been boosted. The most incredible part is that he can now manifest 2 simultaneous summons at once. The status screen for Bang Jahyuk pops up, showing he's reached level 6. It looks like his summoning trait has upgraded, now allowing for 2 simultaneous summons. Jahyuk is caught off guard by the new slot. He realizes he can bring in a second ally while John Cossack is already handling everything on his own. He glances at his S++ clear rewards. Getting high-tier loot like this is turning out to be insanely profitable. Jahyuk imagines himself sprinting through a marathon of safety. He thinks that if he keeps this up, his life is going to get a lot easier and more secure. Back in his room, he checks the cooldown for his random summon skill. There are still more than 20 days left before he can use it again. He decides to play it safe and hold out until the cooldown is over. After 20 days, the 3 of them can start breaking through floors together with S++ ranks. Jahyuk plans to head back in tomorrow for the 6th floor. He's determined to keep pushing upward as fast as he can. The scene shifts to the Awakeners Management Administration headquarters in Hanam-dong, Seoul. The massive building looms over the city skyline. Inside, a high-level meeting is taking place in a quiet conference room. The atmosphere is heavy with expectation. Jeon Gwangil looks completely exhausted as he stares into space. He wonders aloud when the tower announcement is going to ring today. Lee Mina leans in close, catching him by surprise. She knows he's been obsessing over the mysterious S++ rank announcements. Gwangil tells her to stop trying to read him like that. He quickly changes the subject to the latest news about the 6th floor clear. They confirm that yet another S++ rank clear has just taken place. It is the latest in a series of global announcements that have been ringing out continuously as of late. Gwangil looks up at a holographic projection of the tower. He's convinced this is all the work of a single person. He notes that floors 1 through 5 were cleared in perfect, consecutive order. This level of talent is completely unprecedented. Director Park Jeong-soo listens to the report, his expression hardening. He realizes the person they're looking for is a monster in terms of potential. He slams his hand onto the table, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. They can't afford to ignore this any longer. Park Jeong-soo points out that until now, Korea's highest recorded rank was only a rank A. This new player is on a different level. He admits they didn't even know higher ranks existed before these global announcements started ringing. The world of Awakeners has just been turned upside down. A map shows arrows pointing away from the country. He's worried that other nations will try to kidnap or recruit this player before they can. He orders them to find this player immediately. Every single new registration needs to be monitored with the utmost care. 2 days pass by and the city remains as busy as ever. Jahyuk is still living his double life. Inside the apartment, John Cossack is happily scrubbing dishes while wearing bright pink rubber gloves. Today's target is the 8th floor. Jahyuk watches him, noting how smoothly things have been going. He knows the first 10 floors are basically just the beginner zone. They enter the 8th floor, finding themselves in a misty, overgrown forest. The air is thick and quiet. The mission pops up on the screen. Defeat 10 red thorn frog warriors. Suddenly, a swarm of giant frogs leaps out from the fog. One frog screams as it launches a long, purple tongue straight at them. The monsters are aggressive and fast. A brilliant blue blade flash cuts through the dark forest. It's a clean, decisive strike. Cossack tears through the frog warriors with incredible speed. Green blood splatters across the trees as he clears the area in seconds. Mission complete. Jahyuk picks up the rewards, which include more magic stones, healing potions, and another platinum badge for the S++ clear. Back in the room, Cossack is all smiles, but Jahyuk is starting to feel a bit useless. He realizes he's basically just standing around every day. He thanks his summon for the easy carry. Cossack warns him that things are going to get a lot tougher once they clear the 10th floor. Jahyuk is impressed by the 3-minute clear time. He starts thinking about giving Cossack some kind of present as a thank you. He pulls out a 50,000 won bill from his wallet. He tells Cossack to go out and treat himself to something nice since he has time left. Cossack immediately waves his hands and refuses the money. He says he'd rather just stay home and watch TV by his summoner's side. Jahyuk is stunned. He figured absolute obedience would mean Cossack would just take the money and go. Cossack gets excited and suggests they just order some fried chicken instead. He even puts on a silly chicken hat to celebrate. Without even waiting for Jahyuk's approval, he had already picked up the phone and was placing an order, specifically requesting a honey cheese butter flavor. Jahyuk turned his attention back to the pile of loot they had just gathered. He looks at a glowing red bottle, a tower-exclusive healing potion. He decides that this should definitely be saved for Cossack. Jahyuk pours a massive pile of magic stones onto his table. The blue crystals sparkle as they tumble out of his inventory. He's got 6 kg of stones, which is worth about 1.8 million won. He realizes he needs to seriously think about how to cash these out. As he approaches the 10th floor, Jahyuk is feeling the physical toll of climbing every day. He's so exhausted he's ready to quit his part-time job for good. Jahyuk thinks back on the 9th floor, which was another easy win. He's getting used to clearing missions like it's nothing, and the S++ rewards are starting to feel like a standard bonus. He imagines himself giving a sophisticated toast to his loyal companion. He's so impressed with the results that he almost forgets his partner is actually a professional assassin. A system window pops up to announce that John Cossack's satisfaction rating has reached 5 points. Because of the perfect score, his manifestation time is extended by another full hour. Jahyuk is thrilled with the upgrade. He knows that giving his summon the highest rating was definitely the right move to keep his momentum going. Cossack is absolutely beaming, forming a heart over his head to show his gratitude. He's fired up and ready to keep supporting his summoner with everything he's got. The system signals their entry into the 10th floor of the Korean Tower. Jahyuk's physical stats are being recalibrated to match his current level, and his combat skills are finally coming online. They step through a hexagonal blue barrier into a thick, foggy forest. Jahyuk can immediately feel a dramatic change in how his body moves and reacts. A surge of strength flows through him, accompanied by a strange mana stirring deep in his gut. His body is being physically rebuilt to handle much higher levels of combat. He feels as untamable as a wild, dark horse charging into battle. He starts to wonder if he's finally become a force to be reckoned with. Jahyuk confidently places a hand on his partner's shoulder. He declares that from now on, he's going to stop hiding and start helping in the fights. Cossack looks horrified at the idea. He insists that if Jahyuk gets even a tiny scratch, he'd have to smash his own head into the ground in shame. Jahyuk tries to keep his cool, jokingly referring to himself as a wild horse. Cossack isn't interested in any help and just wants his summoner to stay back and offer praise. Despite the warnings, Jahyuk is determined to stand his ground. He feels like he needs to prove he can actually handle a real fight. Barely a few moments after his big talk, a massive glowing yellow eye with a sharp slit pupil peers out from behind a tree. Something enormous is lurking just a few feet away. A giant green mantis lets out a deafening screech as it reveals itself. Its serrated scythes are ready to shred anything that moves. The sheer scale of the 10th floor monster is overwhelming. Jahyuk looks like a tiny speck standing before the insect's massive, armored body. Cold sweat runs down his face as he stares up at the creature. He can't imagine how other players have managed to take down a monster this terrifying. He tries to act tough, claiming that ganging up on a mere insect is beneath his human pride. It's clear his confidence has taken a massive hit. Cossack was bewildered by the comment since he didn't grasp his master's hidden intent to back out. The guy was actually paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Jahyuk insisted that his pride was hurting a lot more than he had anticipated. The giant mantis lets out another screech that echoes through the forest. The ground seems to vibrate with the sound. Jahyuk's bravery evaporates instantly, and he starts cheering with pom-poms. He tells his partner to go ahead and handle the giant bug alone. The mantis looms over the lone warrior, its scythes poised to strike with lethal force. The gap in size between them is staggering. Cossack leaps into action, becoming a blur as he dives straight into the monster's defenses. He doesn't show a single hint of hesitation. His eyes are cold and focused as he moves with the precision of a master. He's in his element, treating the giant monster like any other target. A flurry of blue slashes carves through the air, completely shredding the mantis before it can even swing its arms. Pieces of the monster fly in every direction. The screen lights up with notifications. Mission completed, level up reached, and 1 kg of magic stones awarded. On top of that, he's achieved another S++ rank clear. Cossack calmly sheathes his daggers, the massive beast falling to pieces behind him. The fight was over before it really even started. The system gives the option to challenge the 11th floor or exit the tower. It's a solid stopping point for today. Jahyuk checks his loot and sees his total haul of magic stones has reached 5.5 kilos. That's a massive amount of potential cash. He looks at the platinum badge he just earned. He knows that accumulating these leads to some serious game-changing benefits. A new notification reveals he's earned a special perk for accumulating 10 platinum badges. The timing couldn't be better. He stares at the screen with intense curiosity, his heart pounding. He's eager to see what kind of power he's just unlocked. The perk allows him to copy one skill from a summoned entity. A long list of powerful combat and utility abilities pops up for him to choose from. Jahyuk is surprised by the prospect of learning new skills. He starts weighing his options while his partner stands by to offer some advice. Without skipping a beat, Cossack suggests he pick Shadow Step. He's convinced it's the most useful skill for someone in Jahyuk's position. He holds up a finger, ready to explain why this choice is so important. Jahyuk isn't so sure about the reasoning yet. Cossack explains that it's the perfect skill for running away since it allows for fast and quiet movement. Jahyuk just stares at him, feeling a bit insulted. He looks genuinely offended by the suggestion. He asks his partner if he really looks like someone who would just abandon everyone to save his own skin. Despite his bruised pride, the system confirms that he's successfully acquired and registered Shadow Step in his status window. He's officially learned his first summon skill. Cossack gets very serious, emphasizing that footwork is the absolute lifeblood of a fight. Jahyuk isn't quite as convinced about its importance yet. Back in his room, he decides to test the new skill out. He shouts the name as he tries to dash across the floor at high speed. He ends up tripping and face-planting onto the floor. He complains that it's completely inconsistent, while his partner tries to explain that skill work takes practice. It is the 11th day since Bang Jahyuk began his ascent of the tower. He holds his phone to his ear, his face flushed with a mixture of hope and anxiety as he waits for a response. He finally connects with the Awakener Management Administration's call center. He stammers through his introduction, officially reporting that he has awakened as a tower player. The reaction on the other end is overwhelmingly positive, with the system interface even displaying celebratory confetti. The operator asks for permission to send government support staff to his home immediately. Jahyuk provides his address while the operator expresses their appreciation for his cooperation. They promise to arrive at his location as quickly as possible to begin the formal process. After hanging up, Jahyuk slumps onto the floor of his dim apartment, looking completely drained. Making that call was undoubtedly the most courageous act of his 25-year life. On a quiet street, a high-end black sedan sits parked near a modern office building. A woman in a sharp, dark suit walks across the pavement toward the vehicle. Inside the car, Jeon Gwangil turns to his colleague. Lee Mina-hee asks for her assessment of the potential recruit they interviewed in Daegu the previous day. Lee Mina reports that the person wasn't the owner of the mysterious S++ clear record they've been hunting for. Jeon grinds his teeth, wondering if such a legendary player actually exists or if it was just a system fluke. Jeon notes that another request just came through and asks if she's willing to follow up on it immediately. Lee Mina agrees, understanding they need to work themselves ragged to find high-tier talent before anyone else does. Jeon Gwangil's expression hardens as he considers their mission. He's prepared to offer the best benefits the administration has to ensure this S++ ranker joins their elite team. Back at his apartment, Jahyuk is in a frantic cleaning frenzy. He scrubs the floor and hides his clutter, desperately trying to make his small living space look presentable for the officials. A sudden, sharp knock at the door causes him to freeze. The visitors identify themselves as members of the administration, and Jahyuk realizes with a start that they've already arrived. Jahyuk opens the door to find two professionals in suits waiting for him. Jeon Gwangil introduces himself politely, while Jahyuk nervously invites them into his cramped quarters. Jeon introduces Lee Mina as a deputy director and a fellow player. Jahyuk's anxiety spikes as he realizes he's hosting high-ranking members of the Awakener community in his tiny room. Suddenly, Lee Mina steps forward, her face stopping just inches from Jahyuk's. He blushes furiously, his heart racing as she invades his personal space without a word of warning. She locks eyes with him, her gaze sharp and analytical. She asks him point-blank if he is the person who achieved the S++ clear, leaving him stunned by her direct confrontation. Lee Mina leans in close, cornering Bong Jahyuk as she asks if he's the one behind the mysterious S++ clear. Manager Jeon stands firmly in the doorway behind her, ensuring the interrogated man has nowhere to run. Jahyuk lets out a panicked wail, flailing his arms like a clumsy fool. He's putting on a desperate show of incompetence, hoping his exaggerated fear will convince them he's just an ordinary wimp. His heart beats a frantic rhythm against his ribs while sweat beads on his forehead. He wonders if the government has developed some secret detection method for high rankers that he hasn't accounted for. Jahyuk bites his lip and forces himself to stay quiet, his mind racing for a way out. He knows he has to keep his cool and just keep denying everything if he wants to stay under the radar. He forces an awkward, robotic salute and a hollow laugh that sounds completely unconvincing. He claims to have heard of the S++ record, but insists there's no way a guy like him could pull that off. Lee Mina isn't buying the performance for a second, watching every twitch of Jahyuk's face. She silently identifies the stiff movements as a classic sign that the player is lying through his teeth. Jeon Gwangil suddenly snaps at his partner, telling her to back off and stop harassing the witness. Lee Mina relents immediately, her professional mask returning as she promises to be more careful. Manager Jeon offers a polite apology for his blunt approach, while Jahyuk wipes sweat from his neck, trying to settle his nerves. Jahyuk realizes that the female agent's earlier aggression was likely just a trap to see how he'd react. To break the tension, a cheery mascot named Tabi appears to provide some mandatory orientation. Tabi is a tiny, winged tower with a magic wand, introduced as the official guide for Korea's Black Tower. The mascot points toward a colossal, pitch-black structure that dominates the skyline, dwarfing even the tallest skyscrapers. This is the Black Tower, a mysterious monolith that suddenly appeared all over the world 2 decades ago. Early attempts to investigate the tower ended in disaster, as an invisible barrier swatted away anything that got too close. Helicopters were smashed out of the sky, and scientists were left baffled by the impenetrable wall. Tabi explains that the mystery was only solved when players began to emerge with the ability to enter. The tower functions like a massive game world where people must clear it floor by floor. Outside, these players are just normal citizens, but inside they're transformed into warriors with incredible powers. The rewards they bring back have become a massive pillar of the global economy. Tabi floats in front of a digital warning screen, posing a grim question about what happens if the towers are ignored. A countdown to total collapse starts if a new floor isn't cleared within 6 months. A horrific image of Mumbai's destruction shows the consequences of failing to climb. 3 years ago, the city was completely erased from existence when its local tower finally gave way and collapsed. The mascot shifts back to a more positive note, focusing on the situation in South Korea. Tabi points to a map showing their tower located deep within the mountains of Gangwon province. The percentage of active players is incredibly small, making up less than 1% of the entire population. Despite their low numbers, these individuals carry the weight of the nation's survival. South Korea is currently among the top leaders with an impressive record of clearing up to floor 65. They are locked in a fierce competition with the United States, which currently holds the #1 spot by a margin of just a single floor. Tabi presents a group of players as the heroes of the modern age, standing tall in front of the tower's entrance. They are hailed as pioneers, pushing the boundaries of humanity's new frontier. The mascot points a finger at the screen, urging anyone who has awakened to register as an official player immediately. It's a blatant pitch to recruit new blood into the government's hero program. Manager Jeon Gwang-il snaps his laptop shut, ending the cringeworthy propaganda video. Jae-hyuk sits on the floor, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the government's attempt at a flashy recruitment pitch. The agent gets back to business, asking if Jae-hyuk has truly awakened as a player. Jae-hyuk pulls out a small pile of glowing magic crystals, admitting he's been doing some low-level tower runs. He dumps the blue stones onto the table, trying to look like a humble, small-time collector. Manager Lee picks up on the lead and asks exactly which floor Jae-hyuk has managed to reach. When Jae-hyuk casually mentions floor 10, both agents freeze and share a look of intense suspicion. That specific floor is the exact location of the legendary S++ clear record they're investigating. Lee Mina narrows her eyes, her gaze becoming sharp as she reevaluates the man sitting before her. She begins to wonder if this pathetic, stuttering guy could actually be the hidden powerhouse they're searching for. Unable to hide her curiosity, she speaks up to probe whether Jae-hyuk has seen the global notices that have been blowing up the news lately. Jae-hyuk feels a cold sweat break out, knowing he's walking on thin ice. He forces himself to stay natural, offering an awkward thumbs up and playing dumb about the notices. He praises the unknown player's skill, hoping his faked admiration will throw them off the scent. His hand twitches nervously as he maintains a strained, wide-eyed grin that practically screams guilt. He's trying so hard to act normal that he's doing the exact opposite, looking incredibly suspicious to the trained agents. To keep the conversation moving, Manager Lee starts explaining the two different paths the government offers to players. A holographic tower glows between them, illustrating the divide in the player system. He describes the general team as a freelancer lifestyle where players can just farm at their own pace. A warrior is shown hiding behind a tree, safely observing a giant centipede from a distance. On the other hand, the elite team offers massive government support and personal protection outside the tower. A brave warrior is shown charging a terrifying, axe-wielding minotaur in a high-stakes battle. Manager Jeon Gwang-il starts listing the impressive annual salary of an elite player, but Jae-hyuk is already seeing the downsides. He knows that becoming an elite means being under government surveillance 24/7. He imagines a nightmare scenario where he's constantly swamped by aggressive reporters and flashing cameras. The thought of being in the spotlight and losing his quiet life is enough to make him want to scream. In his imagination, he's hounded by judgmental press members who mock him for being a wimp with no friends. He can't think of anything worse than having his every move scrutinized by the public. Manager Jeon Gwang-il mentions that elite players are provided with body cameras to record all their runs for verification. Jae-hyuk immediately cuts him off with a look of pure dread. He bluntly declares that he has no interest in joining the elite team, catching both agents by surprise. Manager Jeon Gwang-il stares at him with wide eyes, unable to believe someone would turn down such a deal. Jae-hyuk nervously wrings his hands, insisting that he's perfectly satisfied with the freelancer life. He keeps up the act of being untalented, claiming he just wants to earn a modest living. He puts on a sheepish smile and scratches the back of his head, acting like the tower is just too scary for him. He claims he's fine with just stopping at a low floor where it's safe. Jeon Gwang-il tries to get him to think it over, but Jae-hyuk remains firm in his decision to stay away from the elites. Lee Mina watches him silently, her expression unreadable as she processes his lack of ambition. She eventually turns away with a sigh, looking completely disappointed by his spineless attitude. She internally writes him off as another dead end in their investigation. A silhouetted figure stands within a glowing blue gateway, surrounded by a simple wooden fence. This is the portal into the Black Tower, the boundary between the mundane world and the game floors. Lee Mina dismisses Jae-hyuk as a coward who doesn't have the stomach for real climbing. She's seen plenty of safe farmers before, but she's never met someone so upfront about their lack of courage. Lee Mina narrows her eyes, her thoughts drifting to the rigid requirements of the elite team. To her, power is secondary to the sheer will to climb, a quality she finds completely lacking in the man before her. Jeon Gwangil maintains his professional composure, offering a polite nod as he agrees to respect Bong Jae-hyuk's decision. Jae-hyuk bows repeatedly, his voice cracking with a forced, nervous politeness that makes him look even more harmless. The agent asks Jae-hyuk to enter the tower right from his apartment as a final step to confirm his awakening. Jae-hyuk blinks, his expression a mix of surprise and hesitation as the gravity of the request settles in. Jae-hyuk scratches his head, trying to act like a player who's just trying to be efficient with his time. He tells himself it'd be a waste to throw away his daily entry without at least attempting a clear while he's in there. Cold sweat trickles down his face as he realizes Jeon Gwangil is still watching his every move. He knows the agent is still probing, waiting for any slip-up that might link him to those suspicious S++ records. He warns the agents that his runs usually take nearly 2 hours since he uses up almost the entire time limit. Lee Mina doesn't seem to mind at all, crossing her arms and declaring that waiting is simply part of their job. Lee Mina closes her eyes and gives a faint, mocking smile, telling Jae-hyuk to take his time. She's already convinced he's a low-level farmer who's going to struggle just to survive his run. Jae-hyuk stands in the middle of his kitchen, fists clenched at his sides as he prepares to transition into the tower. He looks like he's psyching himself up for a terrifying ordeal, playing the role of the nervous wimp to perfection. Before he vanishes, Jae-hyuk tells the agents they should help themselves to any drinks in the fridge or watch some TV. He's trying to be a good host, though his mind is already focused on the dungeon ahead. A bright blue portal erupts in the middle of the room, pulling Jae-hyuk into the digital expanse of the Black Tower. The two agents stand back, watching the shimmering energy swirl as he vanishes into the rift. Jeon Gwangil confirms that Jae-hyuk is definitely awakened, but he's still not sure what to make of the young man's potential. He turns to his partner, curious to hear her professional opinion on their latest suspect. Lee Mina scoffs, her eyes cold as she predicts Jae-hyuk will give up the moment he reaches floor 11. She notes that his entire demeanor is shrunk and timid, lacking the spark of a true high-level player. A massive, multi-legged silhouette towers over the dark forest, its segments glowing with a faint, eerie light. This is the long-tailed burrow centipede, the primary obstacle on floor 11. The floor is a literal nightmare for anyone with a weak stomach, crawling with 100 of these disgusting, armored monsters. They aren't particularly strong, but their sheer appearance is designed to break a player's resolve. Back in the apartment, Lee Mina is certain Jae-hyuk will retreat to the safe zone at the first sight of the centipedes. Jeon Gwangil crosses his arms, nodding that her instincts about people have been dead on so far. Manager Lee rubs his eye, looking tired as he prepares to call the director and report another dead end. Inside the dark forest of floor 11, Jae-hyuk summons his loyal guard, John Cossack. Shimmering blue chains of light swirl around as the powerful warrior begins to materialize in front of his master. Immediately, John Cossack snaps into a sharp salute, shouting his thanks to Jae-hyuk for summoning him. The mission window pops up with clear objectives. Defeat 100 long-tailed burrow centipedes within the 3-hour time limit. It's a straightforward hunt, but the environment is thick with tension. Jae-hyuk recoils in horror, his face turning pale at the sight of the writhing monsters. John Cossack, ever the efficient soldier, estimates he can clear the entire floor in just 5 minutes. Jae-hyuk panics, waving his hands and telling Cossack to hunt as slowly as possible. He orders the summon to take at least an hour so they don't accidentally trigger another S++ record that would blow his cover. John Cossack gives a thumbs up and a broad grin, assuring Jae-hyuk that he understands the master's intentions. Jae-hyuk explains that since there are eyes watching from outside, he'll even cancel the summon before leaving. Jae-hyuk's expression shifts to one of cold calculation as he plans to break the government's suspicion. He's determined to leave floor 11 with such a terrible record that no one will ever suspect him of being a top-tier player again. John Cossack leaps into action, his blade shimmering as he begins a much slower, more deliberate hunt. He strikes a centipede with enough force to send blue energy sparking through its armored shell. Watching from the sidelines, Jahyuk still thinks the pace is too high and tells Cossack to slow down even more. The summoner is visibly stressed, keeping a close eye on the battle as he crouches in the foliage. John Cossack obeys the order, his movements becoming sluggish as he casually slices through the monsters. Jahyuk looks on from behind, satisfied that the hunting pace has finally dropped to a safer level. Starting to feel quite confident that everything is going smoothly, Jahyuk already imagines the mediocre record he'll bring back to the agents waiting in his apartment. But suddenly, a massive centipede erupts from right beneath his feet, and Jahyuk finds himself standing directly on the back of the giant creature. Jahyuk's eyes widen in terror at this completely unpredictable turn of events. He lets out a frantic scream, his composure shattering instantly as the monster's pincers stop just inches from his face. He falls backward, his limbs flailing as more centipedes close in from all sides. He knows he needs to use a skill to escape, but his body is completely frozen by the overwhelming fear of the disgusting creatures. John Cossack notices his master's peril and snaps out of his deliberate slowdown. A sharp exclamation point appears over his head as he realizes Jahyuk is about to be swarmed. The loyal warrior rushes forward with a thunderous shout, his blade glowing as he prepares to defend his summoner. He forgets all about the slow hunt order, focused entirely on the safety of Bang Jahyuk. John Cossack becomes a whirlwind of steel, carving through the centipedes with a furious intensity. He roars at the monsters, cursing them for daring to threaten the man he's sworn to protect. A massive blue star-like burst of energy erupts across the battlefield as Cossack goes on a total rampage. Centipede segments fly through the air, their armored shells shattered by the sheer force of his strikes. Jahyuk watches from the ground, cringing as centipede legs and ichor rain down around him. He tries to shout a warning, but the chaos is so intense he can barely find his voice. He desperately screams for Cossack to slow down, seeing his plan to avoid an S++ record literally being sliced to ribbons. The centipedes are being wiped out at a speed that's far beyond what he ever intended. John Cossack ignores the plea, his face set in a grim expression of absolute refusal. He declares that his master's life is far more important than any order to hold back, his blade glowing as he strikes again. Jahyuk's eyes glow with a desperate white light as he realizes he can't stop the inevitable. He's paralyzed with dread, watching the clear count tick up at a record-shattering pace. A shimmering blue notice pops up, delivering the news Jahyuk was dreading the most. He has achieved an S++ clear rating for Floor 11, and a prestigious platinum badge has been awarded to his account. A message confirms that Floor 12 is now open for challenge, marking the completion of his run. Jahyuk stares at the screen with a look of pure despair, while John Cossack offers a sheepish apology for his overenthusiasm. A shimmering field of blue energy surrounds Jahyuk as he begins the process of exiting the tower. He looks completely drained, his hoodie damp with sweat as the dungeon world begins to fade away. Back in the apartment, Jeon Gwangil checks his watch and notes that exactly 5 minutes have passed since Jahyuk entered. Lee Mina leans against the wall, fully expecting him to walk out and admit defeat any second now. A sudden, high-pitched chime rings through the room, catching both agents off guard. A floating blue notification window suddenly appears in the air between them, shimmering with urgent information. Jeon Gwangil stares at the screen in utter disbelief, his eyes widening as he reads the latest server-wide announcement. Lee Mina stands frozen, her mouth slightly agape as the name, Player Bong, flashes across the notice for an S++ clear. A system notice floats in the air, announcing in bold text that an S++ clear rating has been achieved for Floor 11. The timing of the notification hangs heavy in the room, coinciding perfectly with the return of the suspect. Bang Jahyuk materializes in the center of the kitchen, surrounded by a violent surge of blue electrical energy. Jeon Gwangil and Lee Mina can only watch in stunned silence as the young man they were just interrogating reappears from the tower. Lee Mina is paralyzed with shock, her previous confidence shattered as she stares at the notice. The realization that an S++ clear occurred at the exact moment Jahyuk returned leaves her with a sinking feeling in her chest. Jahyuk stands with his head down, the residual glow of the tower's magic reflecting off his hoodie. The silence in the apartment is deafening as the weight of his secret finally collapses the carefully maintained facade of a timid farmer. A dark shadow falls over Jahyuk's face as he mutters a low, weary sigh to himself. He looks resigned, his voice dropping into a cold, serious tone as he admits he truly didn't want to resort to what comes next. Jahyuk's eyes flash with a predatory red light as John Cossack looms behind him, daggers ready for a kill. With a chilling calm, he tells the two agents that they are going to have to be silenced, his former cowardice replaced by an aura of lethal power. A scene flashes back to the moment everything began to spiral out of control. Bong Jahyuk orders John Cossack to manifest right behind the two agents from the association to silence them. TR letter 1B0, letter 1EDB, C Kai Jahyuk, K letter 1ECBP, Distroke letter 1ECBNH, TH letter 1E7N, Zem CHUY letter 1EC7, Njai Dang X letter 1EA3, Y Ra. Lin Thu TR I letter 1EC7, UH letter 1ED3, IC letter 1EE7, a C letter 1EAD, Udal Lao V letter 1EC1, Fia TR letter 1B0, letter 1EDB, CV letter 1EDB, I T letter 1ED1C, Distroke letter 1ED9, Kin H letter 1ED3N. C letter 1EAD, Ugao, Lern B letter 1EA3, Ogadi letter 1EB and G, L letter 1EA1, I. And Hung CU letter 1ED9, CTH letter 1EA3M, Sot Da B letter 1EAFT, Distroke, letter 1EA7, UR letter 1ED3, I. A single, lethal strike cuts through the air. Jahyuk's desperate plea to just tie them up goes unheeded as the shadows do their grim work. Staring at the two works of art, adorned with bows, Jahyuk is absolutely losing it. His eyes roll back in terror as he screams into the void, the memory of that brutality lingering vividly in his mind. He clutches his head, his face a mask of pure agony. He never wanted this kind of power, and he certainly didn't want the body count that came with it. In his twisted vision, the scene turns absurd as the severed heads start calling his name, even wearing little red bows. He babbles apologies to the empty room, completely overwhelmed by the psychological trauma. He snaps back to reality to find Ji-eun Gwang-il and Lee Min-ah staring at him in dead silence. They look like they're wondering if they should call a doctor instead of offering a contract. Jahyuk is slumped on the floor, gasping for air while sweat pours off him in buckets. Ji-eun Gwang-il leans in, asking if he's all right, completely oblivious to the horror show Jahyuk was just reliving. He tries to steady his breathing, wondering if his paranoia is finally starting to crack his mind. This whole awakened business is way more stress than he ever signed up for. He forces himself to sit up and play it cool, giving a weak "I'm fine" to the concerned agents. Ji-eun Gwang-il doesn't miss a beat, immediately pivoting back to his pitch about how much the elite team needs Jahyuk's talent. Jahyuk tries to laugh it off, spinning a lie about his record-breaking run being a complete misunderstanding. He tells them it must have been a glitch or some other player's data getting mixed up with his. He puts on a big show of being amazed, hoping they'll buy into the idea that he's just a lucky nobody. If they think he's a fluke, maybe they'll leave him in peace. Ji-eun Gwang-il isn't exactly convinced, his eyes narrowing as he notes how perfectly the timing worked out. Jahyuk doubles down on his innocence, acting as if the very idea of him being talented is ridiculous. The lead agent decides to let it slide for now and slides a thick envelope across the table. Since Jahyuk's status is confirmed, they've gone ahead and prepared a special deal just for him. Jahyuk's heart sinks as he reads the first line, "Elite contract." It's the exact opposite of the low-key, standard agreement he was hopping for. Ji-eun Gwang-il leans back, explaining that this isn't your average player deal. This is something reserved for the top tier of talent in the entire industry. The title is practically glowing, the ultra-elite player contract. It's the kind of document that turns a normal person into a state-managed asset overnight. Ji-eun Gwang-il starts rattling off the benefits, and they're mind-blowing. We're talking a 12 billion won salary and a full VVIP security detail. It's like being offered a kingdom on a silver platter. But the real kicker is the immunity privileges. This contract would basically put Jahyuk above the law, giving him a level of freedom most people can only dream of. Jahyuk stares at the words, his mind racing. To most, this would be a dream come true, but to him, it feels like a giant target being painted on his back. He gulps as he learns that only Korea's #1 player, Yoo Cheolman, currently receives these kinds of benefits. For a guy who just wants to be invisible, This is his literal nightmare. Without another thought, he shouts a flat no, shocking the agents into silence. He doesn't even need to look at the rest of the terms. He makes it crystal clear. He's not becoming a player unless they give him the most basic, standard contract they have. He's not interested in being their special anything. Gwang-il is genuinely confused, asking why he would reject such a massive fortune. Jae-hyuk just sighs, telling him straight up that he absolutely hates being the center of attention. He thinks back to a simple trip to a clothing store, where just having a clerk talk to him was enough to make his skin crawl. For him, attention isn't a perk, it's a burden. Even a friendly greeting at a local restaurant is enough to make him feel like he can never show his face there again. The stress of being noticed is more than he can handle. Jiyeon Gwang-il and Lee Mina just stare at him, finally realizing just how deep his introversion goes. They've never seen anyone fight this hard to stay unimportant. Jae-hyuk curls into himself, admitting that he just doesn't have the confidence to carry the weight of being an elite. He just wants a simple life where he can climb the tower in peace. Jiyeon Gwang-il stares at him for a long, quiet moment before finally relenting. If that's what he wants, they'll proceed with the standard contract for now. They shake hands to finalize the deal, though the tension in the room is still thick enough to cut with a knife. Jae-hyuk thinks he's successfully pushed them away. Jiyeon Gwang-il's thoughts are much more calculating, though. He knows that with elite status comes equal responsibility, and he doesn't think Jae-hyuk can escape it forever. As they leave the apartment, Jiyeon Gwang-il is already thinking about the next step. He knows that even if Jae-hyuk wants to stop, the system won't let a talent like his stay hidden. Jae-hyuk watches them go from his balcony, his face a mask of quiet resolve. He doesn't care about their plans. He just wants a life that's a little easier than his old one. Meanwhile, at the Awakeners Management Bureau in downtown Seoul, the massive skyscraper looms over the city. This is the heart of the government's control over the new world. Inside a high-tech office, Jiyeon Gwang-il and Lee Mina are giving their briefing to the director sitting behind a massive desk. They're laying out everything that happened at Jae-hyuk's apartment. Jiyeon Gwang-il confirms that the S++ rank is the real deal, but adds that Jae-hyuk's personality is unusual. He can't wrap his head around why someone that strong would act so timid. He shows an image of Jae-hyuk's smiling face, describing him as almost painfully ordinary. It's hard to believe this is the same person who tore through the tower. The commissioner, Park Jeong-soo, asks if there's any chance they just got the wrong guy. But Lee Mina is certain the timing and the data match up perfectly. Jeong-soo slams his desk, his expression turning fierce. He doesn't care how timid the kid is. They need that kind of talent on the elite team at any cost. Jiyeon Gwang-il nods, his own face hardening as he takes his orders. He knows the commissioner won't take no for an answer, which means Jae-hyuk's quiet life is already over. Back at his place, Jae-hyuk is still keyed up, shouting his final refusal to the empty air. He's internally congratulating himself on his performance of being genuinely angry. But as soon as the act is over, he slumps down in exhaustion, the reality of the situation weighing on him. He looks at John Cossack and realizes that despite all his efforts, his secret is officially out. Jae-hyuk is laying down the law. He warns John Cossack that if he disobeys again, he's getting unsummoned on the spot. Cossack takes it like a champ, promising to be on his best behavior. They step into the 12th floor of the Black Tower. The mission is simple: take down 20 icicle spear weasels in under 3 hours. The place is a frozen wasteland, covered in jagged ice and snow. It's a high-stakes climb where failure means death or just giving up entirely. Jae-hyuk gives one last instruction: go slow and be gentle. He doesn't want any more attention than he's already got. Cossack gives a firm okay, ready to move. Jae-hyuk feels a bit better seeing Cossack so compliant. He figures if they clear this floor like a normal team, the agency might finally stop breathing down his neck. But then the reality of the floor hits him. The temperature is brutal, and he's immediately reduced to a shivering mess. Cossack notices Jae-hyuk trembling and starts to worry. Jae-hyuk tries to play it off, saying he just needs to endure it, but he's clearly struggling. The summon can't stand seeing his master in pain. He decides he's going to finish this as fast as humanly possible so he can get Jae-hyuk back to a warm room. Before Jae-hyuk can protest, Cossack is already a blur of motion. He ignores Jahyuk's pleas to slow down, focused entirely on clearing the floor. Cossack goes on a rampage, tearing through the weasels while yelling about the dangers of the common cold. To him, his master's life is on the line every second they stay in the ice. Jahyuk can only watch in horror as his plan for a normal, clear goes up in smoke. He realized too late that absolute obedience is a double-edged sword when your summon is this overprotective. The system pings with the result, another S++ clear rank. Jahyuk picks up another platinum badge, though it's definitely not the low-key result he wanted. Over at the AMA, Jiyeon Gwangil and Lee Mina are staring at the data in disbelief. They can't believe he just cleared the 12th floor that fast, while Jahyuk tries to downplay it over the phone. Back in a warmer spot, Jahyuk is finally thawing out while checking his phone. Cossack is hovering nearby, happy that his master is out of the cold. Jahyuk decides it's time for a break and unsummons the enthusiastic warrior. Meanwhile, Cossack is still beaming, imagining he'll get some downtime and perhaps watch a few movies on TV. Jahyuk isn't in the mood for jokes, reminding Cossack that those who don't follow orders don't get rewards. He's practically crying from the stress of it all. They move on to the 13th floor, which turns out to be a corridor packed with deadly trap mechanisms. Huge axes start swinging, and Jahyuk is paralyzed with fear. Cossack doesn't hesitate, scooping his master up and promising to keep him safe from the danger. They become a human rocket, Cossack sprinting through the death trap with Jahyuk tucked under his arm. Jahyuk can only scream as axes whistle past his head. Another floor, another perfect score. The S++ notifications are starting to feel like a recurring nightmare for Jahyuk. The 14th floor is a bat-infested cave where sonic attacks are the main threat. Cossack dives into the fray, determined to kill every bat before a single sound wave hits Jahyuk. Jahyuk stands off to the side, watching the chaos from a safe distance. He's starting to get used to the whirlwind of violence that follows him everywhere. At this point, he's completely helpless, as there's absolutely no way to slow down that assassin's killing pace. And just like that, the 14th floor is cleared with top marks. Jahyuk sighs, deciding to just let whatever happens happen at this point. He checks his banking app and sees the deposits rolling in. Between the Magic Stone sales and the support fund, he's looking at nearly 5 million won in one go. Sitting in his room later, Jahyuk stares at the numbers on his phone. The financial reality of being a high-ranking player is finally starting to sink in. He does the math on the loot from the last few floors, weighing the magic stones in his mind. It's a literal fortune sitting in his inventory. A realization hits him. He's made 7 million won in just 2 weeks. If he can keep this up until the 20th floor, his life is going to change forever. He starts envisioning a world made of 50,000 won bills. If he plays his cards right, he could be pulling in 1 million won a day just from the stones. No taxes, no fees, just pure profit. He realizes he's looking at a monthly income of 30 million won, which is more than enough reason to quit his part-time job. The next day, he summons John Cossack back into the world. The summon lands face first with a loud smack, as eager as ever to serve. Cossack is overcome with gratitude. Feeling unworthy of the perfect scores Jahyuk gave him despite his earlier insubordination. Jahyuk has a change of heart and tells Cossack to just clear the floors comfortably from now on. He's done trying to tell him to go slow. He rubs his temple, admitting that there's no point in hiding anymore since the agency is already tracking his every move. He starts looking ahead, calculating that an S++ on the next floor will bring his platinum badge total to 15. A bit of greed starts to creep in as he thinks about the potential perks he could unlock. He figures the more power he stacks, the safer he'll actually be in the long run. Feeling a new surge of confidence, he and Cossack share a fist bump. It's time to stop worrying and start conquering. They enter the 15th floor, which is a goblin forest. The mission is to take out 20 goblin workers. These aren't like the mindless monsters they've fought before. They're humanoid and a lot more dangerous. Jahyuk peeks out from behind a tree, observing the goblins. He notes that while there are fewer of them, they're intelligent and likely more strategic. He knows that from here on out, just having information won't be enough. The floors are going to get a lot more troublesome to clear. Cossack whispers to Jahyuk, warning him that these goblins are incredibly crafty. They have to stay well hidden, because if even a single one escapes, it will bring the entire swarm down on them. After telling Jahyuk to stay well hidden, Cossack lets out a confident smirk and walks straight toward the group of goblins. He promises to wipe them all out in a single move. John Cossack moves through the forest like a ghost, his body enveloped in a faint blue aura. Watching from the safety of a tree, Bong Jahyuk is impressed by the display of stealth, wondering if he'll ever be able to learn such a skill himself. The air fills with the sound of rapid slashes as Cossack tears through the goblin group. He's moving so fast he's barely more than a streak of light, leaving Jahyuk in awe of his sheer combat prowess. The goblins don't even have time to scream before their heads are separated from their shoulders. Jahyuk watches the clinical efficiency of the massacre, stunned that the monsters are dying without even knowing they're under attack. The mission on the 15th floor is a complete success, and Jahyuk's level jumps up once again. He collects his rewards, a decent haul of magic stones and 5 rare tower-exclusive healing potions. A special notice pings in front of him, confirming yet another S++ clear rank. He reaches out to grab his prize, a gleaming platinum badge that signifies his perfect performance. With the 16th floor now open for challenge, the exit portal activates around them. Jahyuk and Cossack are engulfed in light as they prepare to leave the tower's depths. The pair rematerializes back in the quiet safety of Jahyuk's apartment. Twin beams of blue energy fade away, leaving them standing on the familiar rug. Jahyuk wastes no time and summons his inventory screen with a quick command. A shimmering blue interface flickers into existence, ready for him to manage his hard-earned loot. He pulls out all his trophies, watching as 15 platinum badges hover in the air around him. It's an impressive collection that represents all the floors he's conquered with top marks so far. A brilliant column of light suddenly erupts from the system interface as a milestone is reached. Jahyuk's heart races as a new notification confirms that his accumulation of 15 badges has triggered a special perk. Recalling the powerful perks he gained at 5 and 10 badges, Jahyuk can't hide his excitement. He stares into the light, desperate to see what kind of game-breaking ability he's earned this time. Bong Jahyuk hits a massive milestone, and the system rewards him for collecting 15 platinum badges. He's just been gifted a perk called the Energy Shield Kit, which is sent straight to his inventory. A glowing golden bracelet manifests in front of him, shimmering with intense magical power. Jahyuk can't help but wonder what kind of protection this new gear will actually offer. Bong Jahyuk snaps the band onto his wrist as the item description pops up in a holographic window. The shield absorbs damage, has a 5-hour cooldown, and its effectiveness scales as he levels up. He activates the gear, and a jagged blue digital energy wraps around his entire body. It's practically a full suit of high-tech armor that protects him from head to toe. While reading the fine print, he notices a major detail. The item lacks the usual tower-exclusive modifier. That means the restrictions that keep most gear inside the tower don't apply here. Jahyuk strikes a pose as the realization hits him. He can use this shield in the real world too. He lets out a laugh, feeling like he's finally got a real safety net for his life outside. Money starts dancing in his head as he wonders how much a piece of gear like this would fetch on the open market. He's thinking big, maybe 2 or even 3 billion won. He stares at the golden band on his wrist, seriously weighing his options. Selling it could mean instant retirement and a life of luxury, far away from the dangers of the tower. But his ambition quickly takes over. He realizes that if he keeps going higher, the rewards will only get better, so he decides to keep the bracelet and keep climbing. Jahyuk turns to John Cossack, who's currently busy housing a box of fried chicken, and asks if they can clear the 16th floor with an S++ rank. The summon stops mid-bite, looking a bit surprised by the sudden question. John Cossack admits that a clear is definitely possible, but he can't guarantee a perfect S++ rank. Jahyuk's face falls as his confidence takes a minor hit. The seasoned warrior goes back to his snack, looking completely unbothered by the pressure. Jahyuk just watches him eat, trying to figure out his next move. Even in his chibai form, Jahyuk is still sweating over the potential payout of that bracelet. The thought of all that money is almost too much to resist. The scene shifts to the high-stakes office of the Awakener's Management Administration. The top brass is gathered, and the atmosphere is thick with concern over the latest reports. Two agents inform director Park Jeong-soo that the global announcements for S++ records have completely dried up. It's been 15 days, and it looks like their star player is stuck on the 15th floor. Park Jeong-soo slams his fist onto his desk in a fit of frustration. He can't understand why someone with so much talent would be so incredibly timid. Jeon Gwang-il tries to play it cool, suggesting that Bong Jae-hyuk is just being cautious. He believes the kid hasn't given up and that they should just wait a little longer. A phone call interrupts the meeting with news that Jae-hyuk is on his way to the building right now. He's apparently looking to use the player shop, which catches everyone off guard. Director Park Jeong-soo is stunned by the sudden update. He was just complaining about the kid, and now Jae-hyuk is basically knocking on his front door. A light bulb goes off in the director's head as he connects the dots. He assumes Jae-hyuk was just farming the 15th floor for funds because he was completely unequipped when they last saw him. He slams his desk again, but this time it's out of excitement for his own genius realization. He feels bad for ever doubting the kid and orders his staff to give him a massive discount. Jumping back 15 days, we see the tower's dense forest shimmering with a magical barrier. This was right after Jae-hyuk got the shield and wanted to put it to the test. John Cossack looks absolutely horrified by whatever his master just suggested. His face is pale, and he looks like he's just seen something truly terrifying. Jae-hyuk lifts his shirt and points to his stomach, calmly asking his summon to stab him with a dagger. He's so focused on testing the shield that he doesn't realize how insane he sounds. The request sends John Cossack into a full-blown panic. He'd rather lose an arm or be beaten to death than lay a finger on his master, but Jae-hyuk is dead set on this test. Jae-hyuk can't understand why his summon is making such a huge fuss over a little poke. To him, it's just a simple quality assurance check for his new gear. John Cossack covers his ears and starts shouting, refusing to even acknowledge the request. Jae-hyuk is getting visibly annoyed, finding his summons over-the-top loyalty more frustrating than helpful. Tired of arguing, Jae-hyuk grabs the knife and decides to take matters into his own hands. He drives the blade straight into his own side while a stunned John Cossack watches in pure shock. It turns out Jae-hyuk is a bit of a klutz because he completely forgot to actually activate the shield. He's forced to chug a healing potion while a panicked John Cossack threatens to cut off his own arm in shame. Once the bleeding stops, the summon gives his master a stern lecture about safety. Jae-hyuk just brushes it off and tells him to get back to work and finish the hunt. John Cossack unleashes his frustration on the forest, moving like a blur of lethal steel. He carves through the local monsters with terrifying efficiency, leaving nothing but mana dust behind. Jae-hyuk watches from a distance, nodding that his summon usually clears out an entire area in less than 10 minutes. It gives him a bit of downtime while the heavy hitter handles everything. Instead of just sitting around, he decides he should probably get some actual skill practice in. He needs to stop relying entirely on his summons if he wants to survive the higher floors. He focuses his energy and prepares to activate a new movement skill. He whispers the name Shadow Step as he readies himself for a dash. His eyes light up with a sharp blue glow as the skill takes hold. He can feel the speed building up inside him, ready to be unleashed in a single burst. In an instant, Jae-hyuk is gone, leaving nothing but a trail of blue light in his wake. He rockets through the undergrowth, moving faster than he ever thought possible. He skids to a halt, looking surprised by just how much ground he covered. The world seems to have slowed down for a second during that dash. He starts zipping around the forest, testing the limits of his new mobility. He finally gets why John Cossack wanted him to learn this. It's the ultimate tool for running away. While he's enjoying his new speed, something in the bushes catches his eye. He stops mid-stride, his instincts telling him he's not alone out here. A small, green-skinned goblin is peeking through the leaves with glowing red eyes. It looks just as surprised to see him as he is to see it. Jae-hyuk freezes as the monster stares him down from the tall grass. His heart starts racing, and all that newfound confidence from his training session vanishes in an instant. He starts shaking, wondering if this little guy was just hiding out here to avoid getting shredded by John Cossack. Now that his protector is busy, he's left alone with a very hungry-looking neighbor. A goblin lunges from the brush, its eyes glowing a feral red as it screeches. It's a terrifying sight, teeth bared and claws outstretched, aiming right for its target. Bong Jae-hyuk barely has time to react, but his new energy shield kicks in just as the monster closes the gap. He stares wide-eyed as the blue digital barrier flares up, blocking the monster's bite just as it is about to tear his arm off. In a state of pure panic, Jae-hyuk unleashes a kick straight into the goblin's snout. The impact is violent. The goblin is sent flying back, its neck snapping from the force of the blow. Jae-hyuk stands there shaking, realizing just how close he came to a nasty end. A blur of blue energy tears through the forest as John Cossack enters the fray. With one swift, glowing strike, he cleaves through a monster, his speed making the dense woods look like a playground. The seasoned warrior doesn't even break a sweat, grinning confidently as he finishes off the remaining threats. He even throws in a joke about the monster's poor coordination, clearly having the time of his life. A close-up shows the cold, blue intensity in John Cossack's eye. He's completely locked in, focused on ensuring no other threats can get near his master. After clearing the area, John Cossack goes airborne, his voice booming through the trees as he calls out for Summoner Bong. He's moving with an urgency that borders on panic. He skids to a halt right in front of Jae-hyuk, desperately checking him for even a single scratch. Jae-hyuk just stands there awkwardly, completely unscathed thanks to the shield he just tested. John Cossack is frantic, grabbing Jae-hyuk by the shoulders and scanning him for injuries. Jae-hyuk notes to himself that he's actually doing just fine, though his summons over-the-top concern is a bit much. The lecture begins immediately, with John Cossack scolding Jae-hyuk for his reckless bravery. Jae-hyuk clamps his hands over his ears, his summon's booming voice causing a literal ringing in his head. A narrative box explains that 15 days of farming on the 15th floor have passed. Jae-hyuk has spent that time getting used to his skills and collecting a mountain of valuable magic stones. The haul is massive, 5 kilograms of glowing blue stones. The estimated market value is sitting at a cool 11,250,000 won, a life-changing amount for someone like him. Jae-hyuk is back at home, sitting on the floor and making a call to the administration. On the other end, team leader Jeon Gwangil sounds genuinely pleased to hear from their star player. Jae-hyuk tries to tell them he can find his own way to the shop, clearly feeling a bit awkward about all the attention. But Jeon Gwangil won't hear it, insisting that a personal escort is just a standard part of the job. Realizing he isn't going to win this argument, Jae-hyuk reluctantly agrees to wait. He sits back, wondering if he's ready for the VIP treatment that's about to arrive. A massive, sleek silver limousine pulls up to the curb with a quiet hum. It's the kind of car that screams high status, drawing eyes from everyone on the street. The door opens, and Jae-hyuk steps out, looking a bit out of place in his casual hoodie. He's trying to play it cool, but the sheer luxury of the ride clearly made an impression. Team leader Jeon Gwangil is right there to greet him with a polished smile. He's dressed in a sharp suit, making the whole situation feel incredibly official and high-stakes. They stand outside the impressive AMA building as Jeon Gwangil officially welcomes him. Jae-hyuk looks around, thinking that this level of hospitality is definitely beyond anything he expected. Inside, Jae-hyuk places his hand on a glowing terminal to register his vein data. The system chimes as the scan completes, granting him official access to the high-level facilities. Jeon Gwangil offers to personally show him around the interior, but Jae-hyuk politely declines. He'd much rather take his time and explore the player shop on his own terms. Jae-hyuk steps through the automatic doors and into the player shop, where a holographic greeting welcomes him. The place is modern and gleaming, looking more like a high-end boutique than a supply store. He's stunned by how luxurious the facility is, with weapons and armor displayed in glowing glass cases. Strangely, the entire place is dead silent. There isn't a single other customer in sight. He pushes the confusion aside for now, deciding that selling his haul of magic stones should be the first order of business. He walks toward the counter, ready to see that cash hit his account. The clerk confirms the massive total, 11,250,000 won. When Jae-hyuk asks if the funds are available right away, the man assures him he can start spending immediately. Despite the payday, Jae-hyuk finds the whole shopping experience draining. He just wants to grab the gear he needs and head back to the safety of his apartment as quickly as possible. Back in the main office, Director Park Jong-soo checks in to see if their guest has started his shopping spree. He's watching the situation closely, his hands folded as he waits for a report. Jeon Gwang-il confirms that Jae-hyuk is currently browsing and that they've successfully kept all other players out of the shop for the day. They're making sure he has the place entirely to himself. He reveals his master plan. He's ordered the staff to mark everything down by 90%. He knows Jae-hyuk's timid nature might make him reject free gear, so a massive discount is the perfect middle ground. The sun sets over the city, casting a warm orange glow over Jae-hyuk's modest apartment building. Inside, he's finally back from his big trip to the administration. Jae-hyuk shows off his new purchases, a glowing adamant mace and a pair of basilisk leather walkers. He's impressed by the quality, especially considering the low price tags he saw. He starts doing the math in his head and realizes something is way off. Standard items of this tier usually start at 20 million won minimum, yet he got them for a fraction of that. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He definitely got special treatment. He thinks back to how helpful team leader Jeon Gwang-il was and starts to feel a little suspicious. He groans, feeling the weight of the favor he just unknowingly accepted. But as he looks at the sleek design of his new boots, he has to admit they look pretty incredible. He realizes that his energy shield perk is the real MVP here, as it covers his entire defense. That lets him use his remaining gear slots for specialized items like his new boots and mace. He strikes a triumphant pose in his room, admiring his new gear. He knows that without that initial perk, he never would have been able to build out his kit like this. A close-up shows a look of pure determination on his face. He promised himself he wouldn't get greedy, but with power like this within reach, he can feel his original plans starting to shift. The narrative skips ahead to the next day, showing a blue system window. It confirms that John Cossack has once again been designated as the summoned entity. The warrior appears in Jae-hyuk's room in a burst of light, offering a sharp salute. Jae-hyuk greets him calmly, announcing that it's finally time to move up to the 16th floor. Jae-hyuk notices a notification. His summon cooldown is officially back up and ready to go. He checks the status with a mix of excitement and nerves. John Cossack gives a broad, enthusiastic grin as he listens to the plan. He's clearly ready for a real challenge after 2 weeks of farming the same floor. Jae-hyuk decides it's time to expand his team. With his cooldown refreshed, he makes the bold choice to summon one more person to join their climb. Bong Jae-hyuk shuts his eyes tight, chanting every prayer and superstitious phrase he can think of. He's desperate for a good roll, his mind racing through a mix of religious chants and magic spells to tip the scales in his favor. He throws his hands forward, activating his skill with a frantic shout for a random summon. A bright, purple light begins to pulse around him, reacting to the sudden surge of energy in the small apartment room. A massive, glowing silhouette begins to materialize between Jae-hyuk and a shocked John Cossack. The figure is enormous, radiating a blinding white light that fills every corner of the room. John Cossack and Jae-hyuk both stare in disbelief as the summon continues to expand. The sheer size of the entity is far beyond what the modest room can accommodate, and Jae-hyuk realizes he might have made a huge mistake. The ceiling groans and then shatters under the pressure of the summon's massive head. Debris and plaster rain down as the new entity literally bursts through the roof of the apartment building. Jae-hyuk's jaw drops, his face turning pale as he looks up at the wreckage of his home. He's completely stunned by the scale of what he's just brought into existence, his mind blanking on everything except the destruction. The reality of the situation finally sinks in as a small chibi version of Jae-hyuk weeps over his lost security deposit. His grand entrance into the next phase of his climb has just become a very expensive disaster. A massive hand wreathed in vibrant purple energy materializes, signaling Bong Jae-hyuk's latest summon. The terrifying scale of this limb makes it clear that whatever is about to emerge will surely be a colossal figure. Next, a massive, rugged foot stomps onto the floor, magical sparks crackling as the summoning portal expands. The arrival of this heavy limb causes the apartment floor to tremble slightly. The summon is complete as a hulking, tattooed warrior named Gobang manifests, his massive frame instantly making the room feel small. Bong Jae-hyuk stands completely frozen, staring up at the mountain of muscle that now fills his bedroom. Gobang turns his head, revealing a fierce face and glowing red eyes that radiate pure intimidation. Jahyuk is left reeling, questioning if he just brought a human ally or a literal monster into his home. Suddenly, John Cossack leaps into the frame, flying through the air with his leg extended for a heavy kick. He screams at the moronic bastard to sit down, catching both Jahyuk and the giant by surprise. The assassin's foot connects squarely with the side of Gobang's head with a violent impact. Despite the momentum and power behind the strike, the giant's head barely moves an inch from the blow. John Cossack doesn't stop there, unleashing a rapid-fire flurry of kicks against the giant's face and chest while venting his frustration. Jahyuk watches the one-sided assault from the side, sweating as he tries to process the sudden chaos. The rapid-fire kicking continues as the assassin pours everything into his aggressive welcome. Jahyuk can only watch in confusion, wondering if these two summons actually have some kind of shared history from before their time here. After taking the full brunt of the assault, Gobang remains completely unfazed, a faint red aura pulsing around his massive frame. He calmly remarks that the kicks didn't even hurt, they actually just tickled. John Cossack isn't playing around, though. He draws his daggers, ready to see if the newcomer can keep talking after his throat gets slit. Jahyuk jumps in to break it up before things get messy. He's not about to let his two summons kill each other in his own room. Jahyuk is practically in tears thinking about the repair bill for his ceiling. Meanwhile, the assassin is suddenly all smiles, acting like nothing happened. Cossack tells his boss to step back for a second. He wants to have a private chat with their new friend. He starts badmouthing the giant, calling him a famous moron who probably doesn't even know the basic rules of being a summon. The big guy just sits there, looking pretty confused. Cossack decides to test him on the spot. The warrior tries his best to recite the first law, but he's clearly struggling to remember the words. It only gets worse from there. He completely blanks on the rest, stuttering through laws that don't even exist. The assassin has seen enough and declares him a total dud. He even suggests killing him just to put him on a long respawn timer. Jahyuk pulls up the stats and it's not looking great. He's just a dim-witted savage meat shield with a rare rank, the lowest possible pull. The kid is feeling the gacha salt. He's actually considering waiting a month to try for a better summon instead of sticking with this guy. He tries to do a proper interview, but the warrior doesn't even know his own name or why he's there. It's like talking to a brick wall. Suddenly, a strange sensation hits Jahyuk. His vision starts to blur as the connection between them deepens. He's being pulled into the warrior's memories. It's the same thing that happened when he first summoned Cossack. He wakes up in a lush, green world. It's a far cry from the dark tower or his cramped apartment. In the past, the giant was a simple soul who found joy in the little things, like watching a butterfly fly by. But nature wasn't always kind. A pack of giant wolves ambushes him while he's just trying to enjoy the day. Even against monsters, he treats it like a game. He's got top-tier strength, literally ripping the wolves apart with his bare hands. The problem was his mind. He was so simple-minded that he couldn't even keep track of his own identity. That's when a man named Arius approached him. He saw a powerful tool he could easily manipulate. When asked for his name, the warrior just shook his head. He'd forgotten it a long time ago. Arius tricked him into becoming a meat shield for his party. They used him to draw the attention of the legendary Hydra. The warrior fought like a demon, tearing the Hydra's heads off one by one to keep his friends safe. He didn't even notice the acid breath melting his skin. He was too focused on protecting the people who were actually using him. As he lay dying, his so-called comrades just laughed at him. They called him a stupid bastard and thanked him for the easy win. Jahyuk watches the final moments, seeing the warrior's skeleton dissolve in the green sludge. It's a brutal end for such a pure soul. Back in reality, Jahyuk is visibly shaken. He realizes that being stupid was no reason for the guy to be treated like trash. He decides right then and there to give the big guy a real home. He officially welcomes him to the team. Jahyuk offers him two names to choose from, Yaman or Gobang. The warrior isn't sure, so he just picks the last one he heard. And just like that, he's now Gobang. He looks at Jahyuk with a new sense of purpose, ready to follow his lead. Jahyuk promises to make him happy and asks for his trust. Gobang simply nods, agreeing to do whatever he's told. The kid declares that from now on, the three of them are comrades. Cossack is absolutely floored by the idea. The assassin starts running some numbers in his head. He's evaluating how this new dynamic changes their chances. He quickly changes his tune, deciding that having a giant meat shield around is actually a great idea for his own safety. They're all hyped up now. Jahyuk decides they shouldn't waste any time and head straight for the 16th floor. Cossack gives Gobang a swift kick, telling him to stop copying his yes sir response. Old habits die hard. It's a weird group for sure. A timid player, a crazy assassin, and a dim-witted warrior. It sounds like a recipe for disaster, but in the tower, sometimes the weirdest teams are the ones that survive. As they enter the floor, the system kicks in, adjusting their stats and prepping their skills for the challenge ahead. Jahyuk is determined to make the most of this squad. He's done being the weak link. The mission pops up. They have 5 hours to take out 30 goblin scouts, simple enough on paper. Cossack starts barking orders, telling Jahyuk to get his energy shield ready. The hunt is on. The woods are quiet, too quiet. Cossack keeps his guard up, warning Jahyuk that these goblins love their poison needles and surprise parties. And speak of the devil, a blowpipe peeks out from the shadows, aimed right at the kid's back. One of the red-eyed runts takes a deep breath and lets a needle fly. It's a clean shot straight for the target. But Cossack is faster. He snatches that needle right out of the air, inches away from Jahyuk's surprised face. Suddenly, the whole forest lights up with flying projectiles. They aren't just facing one goblin, they've walked right into a massive ambush. Needles are raining down like hail. Cossack is a blur of motion, dodging and parrying while telling his boss to keep his head down. Jahyuk is starting to sweat as he realizes the scale of this mess. There are at least 50 of these things lurking in the brush, way more than the mission required. He knows they can't just dodge forever, so he calls in the big guns. He shouts for Gobang to get out front and do what he does best. The savage warrior steps up, his eyes glowing with a menacing orange light. This is exactly what he was built for. Gobang slams a massive foot down, and the ground itself seems to groan under the pressure. The impact alone is enough to rattle the goblin's teeth. He leaps into the air with a roar, spreading his arms wide like a bird of prey. A bright, fiery aura starts to erupt from his massive frame. The whole clearing is bathed in a blinding light. Even Cossack stops for a second to see what the new guy is about to pull off. When Gobang hits the ground, it's like a bomb went off. The sheer force of his landing sends a ripple through the grass, catching everyone off guard. A pillar of pure energy blasts into the sky, vaporizing the immediate area. Goblins are sent flying like ragdolls in every direction. Even Cossack gets caught in the blast wave, tumbling through the air. He's not exactly thrilled about the friendly fire, cursing out the big guy as he flies. Jahyuk peeks out from behind his cover, totally floored by what he's seeing. With a weight class like that, the fight is over before it even really started. A few stubborn goblins try to retaliate, puffing out more poison needles with everything they've got. But the needles just go dink and bounce right off Gobang's chest. He just stands there looking bored and says the attacks actually kind of tickle. Now it's his turn. Gobang starts swinging those massive fists, turning goblins into distant stars with every hit. He's a simple man, he gets an order to kill, he carries it out. Jahyuk is doing some mental math while he watches the carnage. Based on raw power alone, this guy should be at least an SR or even an SSR rank. He starts to suspect that the system only gave him an R rating because his head is mostly full of rocks. Back at the apartment, the rewards of a successful mission are on the table. A literal mountain of fried chicken is waiting to be devoured. Gobang is absolutely going to town on the food, stuffing his face with both hands. He keeps calling the room kitchen because, well, that's where the food is. Cossack can't stand the sight and immediately plants an elbow squarely in the big guy's face. He screams at Gobang to learn the difference between chicken and kitchen and to show some damn manners. Jahyuk just stands there watching the chaos, wondering if his summons will ever actually get along. Meanwhile, Cossack is practically breathing fire because the chicken is way too spicy. The kid takes a bite of his own chicken, trying to ignore the domestic dispute. For his part, Gobang thinks his new summoner is the best person in the world just for the snacks. Jahyuk is glad they're happy, even if it's loud. Gobeng promises to give his life for the man who provides the kitchen. The kid realizes that despite his rank, he's going to be relying on Gobeng a lot from now on. He's got the ultimate shield. But the education doesn't stop. Cossack delivers another flying kick to drive home the vocabulary lesson. Jahyuk finally snaps and tells the assassin to stop bullying the poor guy while he's trying to eat. Cossack just shrugs it off, claiming he's just being a good mentor. While the other two are busy arguing, Gobeng goes right back to inhaling the rest of the bucket. He's got his priorities straight. The next day comes quick, and they're back at the Korea Black Tower. It's time to tackle the 17th floor. As they step into the light, the system buffs their stats to match the new level. Jahyuk can feel the power humming through his veins. The kid flexes a bit, amazed at how much stronger he feels. At level 17, the energy surge is almost more than he can handle. He gets a sudden burst of confidence, imagining himself as a wild stallion ready to charge into battle. He actually thinks about joining the fight for once. Cossack immediately shuts that down, warning him that level 20 is exactly when people start getting cocky and dead. Gobeng just promises to keep him safe, and Jahyuk goes right back to hiding behind them. The mission objective appears: defeat 30 goblin warriors. A literal sea of armored monsters stretches out before them, looking a lot tougher than the scouts. Jahyuk's confidence vanishes instantly. There are at least 90 of them, and these guys actually look like they know how to hold a shield. He tries to remember the walkthrough he studied before coming here. The standard strategy is to lure them out 3 at a time and pick them off slowly. It's safe, but it takes forever to clear a floor that way. Seeing the armored battalion up close, Jahyuk realizes he doesn't want to spend all day on this. The conventional way is just too tedious. He looks over at his massive secret weapon. He's got a much faster strategy in mind, and it starts with calling out to Gobeng. Jahyuk decides he's done playing it safe. He doesn't need to waste time with a slow, tedious strategy when he has a powerhouse in his pocket. With a smirk and a casual point, Jahyuk gives the command to advance. Gobeng stands ready, his massive shoulders looming over his summoner as they prepare to crash the party. Gobeng lets out a deafening roar that shakes the very air, light and energy surging around him as he prepares to charge. Jahyuk watches the display, already convinced that reaching the 20th floor is going to be a total walk in the park with this guy around. Jahyuk looks dead ahead, his finger still leveled at the armored goblin army. He gives the cold, final order to wipe every last one of them off the map. The kid's confidence is at an all-time high as he imagines the rewards waiting for him. He's already looking past this fight, wondering exactly what kind of game-breaking perk the system is going to hand him next. The Floor 17 mission pops up: defeat 30 goblin warriors. A sea of green armor and spears waits for the challenge to begin. Bong Jahyuk isn't planning on doing this himself. He calls out to his massive tank, Gobeng, who turns back with a silent, glowing gaze. With a casual point of his finger, Jahyuk gives the order to wipe them all out. He's got full confidence in his heavy hitter. Gobeng lets out a thunderous roar, his body surging with golden energy. He's about to show these goblins why he's called a meat shield. The giant leaps into the air and crashes down into the center of the goblin army. The impact sends dust and debris flying in every direction. A goblin tries to brace for the impact, but it's all in vain. The shockwave from Gobeng's landing is already tearing through their front line. Gobeng swings his massive, glowing arms like a pair of wrecking balls. He's a one-man army, clearing a path through the forest. It's a total slaughter. Goblins are launched into the air as the giant continues his relentless assault. Shattered spears and unconscious goblins litter the ground. The Floor 17 warriors didn't stand a single chance. Jahyuk watches the carnage from a safe distance, looking pretty impressed. It's nice when your summons can handle all the dirty work. He compares the fight to a K2 Black Panther tank steamrolling thousands of rental bikes. In his mind, it wasn't even a contest. The system rewards him with an S++ clear grade and a shiny new platinum badge. He's breezing through the tower at record speed. Jahyuk is all smiles, feeling more like a pro gamer than a wimp right now. Things are finally looking up for him. Seeing the master shower Gobeng with praise, Cossack feels a sharp pang of jealousy in his heart. Time for floor 18. This time, the goal is to hunt down 30 goblin assassins in a dark, foggy forest. Still riding high on his success, Gobang charges into the woods with a simple order to move out. He's expecting more of the same. But these aren't your average goblins. They're using stealth, appearing only as flickering blue outlines as they zip through the trees. Gobang tries to crush them in his grip, but his targets vanish into thin air. He looks around, realizing that brute force might not be enough this time. The big guy stands there dazed, frantically searching for something to hit. The assassins are everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Jahyok watches closely, his expression turning a bit more serious. This floor is a direct counter to Gobang's straightforward style. Gobang starts wildly swinging at the shadows, shouting for the cowards to face him. He's realizing this mission is going to be a lot harder than he thought. A dark, mocking laugh echoes from the canopy above. The goblins aren't the only ones watching from the shadows. Corsac drops down in a flurry of sparkles, looking as arrogant as ever. He's more than happy to mock Gobang's lack of finesse. He activates his shadow step skill, his body glowing with a sharp blue aura. He's going to show them how a real assassin works. Corsac becomes a blur of lethal motion, carving through the goblin assassins before they can even react. The kill counter starts climbing rapidly. Jahyok just watches the spectacle, looking remarkably calm. He's letting his team do what they do best. A Ran-Man smile spreads across Jahyok's face. He knew Corsac's competitive ego would kick in. The wimp is a lot more calculating than he looks. The two summons are now in a heated competition for the most kills. Corsac is extra motivated because he feels like he's been losing screen time to the big guy. Jahyok's hand glows as he absorbs the experience points. He's focused on stacking as many perks as possible while his summons do the heavy lifting. He pulls out his own staff, nodding that he's already hit level 18 himself. He's growing stronger right alongside his team. Jahyok stands with a dark, intense aura surrounding him. He's decided it's time to stop watching and start participating. He goes into a zone, the image of a charging horse manifesting behind him. He's ready to unleash his own hidden power. He's got a look of absolute focus. He didn't just spend his time hiding. He checked the walkthroughs and prepared for this exact moment. A goblin assassin tries to sneak up on him, thinking it's still hidden. But Jahyok sees it clearly, focusing on its low-level stealth. He reveals that he's been practicing shadow step himself, grinding previous floors until he mastered the movement. He lunges forward with surprising speed, catching the goblin completely off guard. He isn't the easy target it thought he was. In the heat of the moment, Jahyok loses his footing and starts flailing wildly. It's not exactly the cool, professional move he planned. But by some miracle, his panicked swing connects, smashing his staff right into the goblin's head. It's a messy but effective first kill. He stands over his defeated foe as the counter hits 10. He's officially joined the fight, even if his form was a little bit questionable. He quickly tries to salvage his dignity, acting like the clumsy fall was all part of a calculated strategy. Whatever works right. Another assassin tries to drop down on him from above, but Jahyok's senses are wide open. He's ready for the next one. Meanwhile, Corsac is absolutely cleaning house, finishing off the rest of the group. The counter hits 25 as the floor clear draws near. The counter hits 27, only 3 more goblin assassins to go before the mission is in the bag. A severed head flies through the air, marking another kill in their relentless sweep. Corsac is a lethal blur of motion, his daggers glowing with a sharp blue light as he dances through the shadows. He's taking down enemies faster than the eye can follow. Not to be outdone, Gobang charges his massive fists with golden energy, spinning into a whirlwind of destruction. He's determined to grab his share of the final kills. The remaining goblins are tossed around like ragdolls in a hurricane. It's a total wipeout, leaving nothing but dust and debris in their wake. Corsac snaps at Gobang to stay out of his way, clearly tired of sharing the spotlight. He's a lone wolf even when he's on a team. But as the forest goes quiet, a sudden question pops up. Where exactly did Jahyok disappear to during all that chaos? A bright purple explosion of energy erupts from behind the trees. Someone just hit the panic button, and it wasn't the goblins. Using Shadow Step, Jahyok flashes away to evade a fatal blow. his hand gripping the glowing staff as blue energy swirls around him. He just barely dodged a lethal strike from a hidden assassin. He's sweating bullets, clutching his head as he realizes just how close that was. If his energy shield hadn't held up, he'd be a goner for sure. But something in the air changes. Two more assassins lunge from the dark, but Jahyuk just slides right through the middle of them like they're standing still. As the two goblins strike with twin trails of pale red light, everything seems to slow down in Jahyuk's eyes. His heart hammers against his ribs as he wonders if it's just the adrenaline making the world feel so different. He leaps high into the air, easily evading the goblin's pincer attack. To his eyes, their lightning-fast strikes have slowed down to a crawl. A close-up reveals his eye pulsing with intense white light. For a split second, he's seeing the world in slow motion, every movement telegraphing the enemy's next move. With one massive red energy slash, he tears through the final group of goblins. He isn't just surviving anymore, he's dominating the battlefield. The system pings with a new notice, S++ clear grade on floor 18. Another platinum badge is added to his growing collection. Corsac comes sprinting through the forest, sounding genuinely worried as he calls out for his master. He's relieved to see him still in one piece. He finds Jahyuk just standing there with a goofy grin, casually checking his rewards. "I think I got the last hit," he chirps, looking completely unfazed. Corsac drops to his knees in despair, clutching his head as the reality sinks in. His wimp of a master might be a lot more dangerous than he lets on. Back at the AMA headquarters, Lee Mina is nearly jumping out of her chair. The news of another consecutive S++ clear is spreading through the office like wildfire. Park Jong-soo slams his hand on the desk, looking both impressed and overwhelmed. This mystery player is officially unstoppable, and it's throwing the whole organization for a loop. The officials are torn. Half of them want to reveal this hero to the world right now, but they know it's too risky. Jong-soo can only laugh, pride beaming through his stress. Jeon Gwangil watches from the shadows, his expression unreadable. He's already classifying Jahyuk as a top-class player that needs to be handled with extreme delicacy. Every news station in Korea is running the same headline: 18 consecutive floors cleared with an S++ grade. The history of tower climbing is being rewritten in real time. Speculation is everywhere, with experts estimating this mysterious player has already hit level 19. The entire nation is holding its breath to see what happens next. It isn't just the players anymore. The entire country is obsessed with uncovering the identity of the person behind these impossible records. Back at home, Corsac is slumped over, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh. Jahyuk just watches him, feeling a bit awkward in the sudden silence. Jahyuk tells him not to just sit there sighing, but Corsac just mutters about how things are moving too fast. He seems genuinely spooked. Corsac looks him dead in the eye, his face tight with concern. It's the speed at which Jahyuk is realizing his own dormant talent that has him worried. Jahyuk points to himself, looking completely clueless. "Talent, me? Surely you're joking," he says, failing to see the change everyone else is noticing. He waves his hands and laughs it off, acting like the same old wimp he's always been. It's hard to tell if he's being humble or just truly oblivious. But Corsac isn't laughing. He's replaying that Shadow Walker move Jahyuk pulled off at the very end of the floor. In his mind, he sees Jahyuk's perfect, fluid movement, a technique so refined that even a high-level summon like him would struggle to copy it perfectly. He grabs Jahyuk's shoulders, getting right in his face. He's trying to hammer home just how dangerous and unusual this newfound skill really is. Corsac starts preaching about the dangers of gaining too much confidence. He's worried that once Jahyuk starts finding combat fun, he'll start taking reckless risks. "Safety first, self-preservation," he shouts, practically drilling the concept into his master's head with a desperate look in his eyes. Jahyuk nods along obediently, promising he'll never do anything reckless. He just wants to catch one monster at a time and stay safe, just like they planned. Corsac stares at the ground, his face tight with worry despite Jahyuk's reassurances. He wants to believe him, but his gut says otherwise. Jahyuk gives him a sweet, innocent smile, looking like he wouldn't hurt a fly. But it's that exact innocence that gives Corsac a bad feeling about the future. The summon's pride is shattered as he clutches his head and lets out a wail. He's absolutely certain that his summoner is going to be the death of him someday. John Cossack is having a total breakdown, crying so hard that tears are literally spraying out of his eyes. He's clutching his head and screaming, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of his master's commands. Gobeng just sits there like a massive boulder, watching the assassin's tantrum with a look of pure disdain. He even calls the guy a moron, clearly not impressed by all the dramatic sobbing. But the assassin isn't just crying, he's lashing out, landing a kick that actually manages to knock the giant Gobeng back. He screams about boiling the big guy alive in a pot, having completely lost his cool. The two of them go tumbling through the apartment, crashing right into the kitchen and taking everything down with them. It's a total mess of flying pots, pans, and broken furniture. Bang Jae-hyuk watches the chaos from the sidelines, looking absolutely devastated as his poor refrigerator becomes a casualty of the fight. He's practically crying himself, seeing his small, quiet home get turned into a war zone. He finally hits his limit and shouts at them to stop destroying the house and just go back. He stands there with his hand out, desperately trying to dismiss the two summons before there's nothing left of his apartment. The worst part is the spilled kimchi on the floor. The precious stuff his mother gave him is now a total loss. Jae-hyuk looks like his soul has left his body as he stares at the mess, realizing his favorite side dish is gone. By the next morning, Jae-hyuk decides he needs to clear his head after all the apartment drama. He figures a trip back to his parents' place might be just what he needs to ground himself. He makes his way to an old, worn-down apartment complex, the morning light hitting the concrete as he climbs the stairs. It's a familiar walk back to the modest home where his family lives. Jae-hyuk pushes the door open and announces his arrival, letting his parents know their son is finally home. He's still wearing his bag, looking a bit worn out but glad to be back in a familiar place. Inside, the home is filled with the cozy clutter of a long-lived-in space. A warm voice calls out from another room, welcoming him in and instantly making the tower feel miles away. He finds his father resting in a hospital bed set up right in the middle of the living room, looking surprisingly upbeat. His mother is there too, looking after the old man while gently telling him to quit nagging. The father tries to hoist himself up to greet Jae-hyuk properly, but the mother and son both move in to help him stay steady. He complains about his hip joint acting up, but he's clearly happy to see his kid. His mother mentions she's already made some stew and tells him to take a seat and eat. When he asks about his brother, she explains that Min-hyuk just went out to pick up some tofu for the meal. A steaming pot of tofu stew sits on the table, looking like the ultimate comfort food after a long day. It's the kind of home-cooked meal that makes all the stress of the tower just melt away. The family shares a quiet meal, the atmosphere warm and full of genuine care. His mother tells him not to worry about things at home and to just focus on living his own life well without stressing over them. As Jae-hyuk eats, his mind is racing with the secret of his awakening. He stares at his spoon, wondering if now is finally the right time to test the waters and tell them about his new life in the tower. He looks a bit nervous, hesitating over his food as the weight of the secret starts to feel a bit heavier. He wonders if he should have been a bit more subtle about his visit instead of just dropping in. He finally mentions the tower, but the news is met with a roar of laughter from his father and brother. They think it's the funniest joke he's ever told, unable to imagine him as a tower climber. They're practically doubling over, laughing about how a guy who looks just like his beta male father could never survive in a place like that. His mother just looks on with a flat expression, not finding the mockery very funny at all. Changing the subject, his mother asks if he isn't supposed to be at work today. Jae-hyuk stammers out a lie about it being his day off, hiding the fact that he actually quit everything a while ago. His mother leans in with a suspicious look, telling him that his face always gives him away when he's lying. Jae-hyuk breaks out in a sweat, desperately trying to keep his cool under her sharp maternal gaze. Despite her suspicions, she gives him a warm smile and tells him that she trusts her son. It's a moment of pure support that hits Jae-hyuk right in the feels. His mother suddenly turns dead serious, warning them to never, ever get involved with loan sharks. Her words hit Jae-hyuk like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely paralyzed. A dark memory flashes through his mind of a murder scene at Smile Cash that's been all over the news lately. It's a grim reminder of the world he's been forced into, and he shudders at the thought of it. His mother explains that she lost her job recently because of a particularly rude customer who crossed the line. She tells him about a woman who expected her to go way beyond her actual duties and treat her like a servant. In a flashback, we see his mother dealing with a wealthy-looking woman clutching a small dog and pointing at trash. She wasn't about to let anyone look down on her like that, even if it meant getting fired. A note describes his mother as aggressive and brave, with a personality that simply can't stand injustice. It's clear the fire in her spirit is something Jae-hyuk admires, even if it led to her losing her job. His father brags that his greatest achievement in life was simply having the guts to ask her out on a date. He's still clearly head over heels for her, laughing as he remembers how he fell for her fiery personality. A hilarious chart breaks down the family tree, labeling the father as the real beta male and the two sons as beta male junior 1 and 2. It seems the paternal genes for being a bit pathetic but lovable are quite strong. Jae-hyuk decides it's better to wait until the situation settles down before telling them about his awakening. He doesn't want to add to their worries while everything in his life is still so uncertain. He eventually makes his exit from the apartment complex, the exterior of the building looking quiet in the morning light. The visit was brief, but it reaffirmed his resolve to take care of his family. Outside, he catches up with his brother Minhyuk and hands him a thick envelope full of cash. He tells the kid to give it to their parents as an allowance to make sure they aren't overworking themselves. Minhyuk stops and stares at the money, looking completely bewildered by the sudden windfall. He calls out to his brother, clearly wondering where on earth all this cash came from. The younger brother stands there looking flustered and confused, clutching the envelope as Jae-hyuk starts to walk away. He seems a bit overwhelmed by the sudden shift in his brother's financial status. Jae-hyuk thinks to himself that the kid is probably just too shy to say thank you properly. He gives Minhyuk a quick pat on the shoulder, feeling good about being able to help out his family. But the heartwarming moment is ruined when Minhyuk asks if Jae-hyuk forgot his own share of the money. The kid wasn't shy at all. He was just waiting for his cut of the handout. Jae-hyuk looks completely done with his brother, his face turning into a mask of pure annoyance. He grumbles about the kid being a brat but still goes ahead and transfers 500,000 won to him just to keep him quiet. Later, he finds himself standing in front of the massive Seoul Hanam-dong Awakening Management Department building. It's an imposing structure that serves as the hub for everything related to players and the tower. He stands at the entrance looking up, feeling his resolve to take this tower climbing seriously grow even stronger. After seeing the state of his family, he knows he can't afford to be just a wimp anymore. In a flashback, he meets manager Lee, who looks sharp in his suit and glasses while offering some advice. He tells Jae-hyuk that if he plans to visit the player shop again, he should really call ahead to make an appointment. Bang Jae-hyuk realizes that while his energy barrier is helpful, it won't be enough as the monsters get stronger on higher floors. He's already imagining a massive goblin warlord coming at him with a giant shield of its own. The shop employee presents a magnificent golden shield encased in glass, practically glowing with power. Jae-hyuk's interest quickly evaporates when he sees the price tag of a staggering 100 million won. The sheer cost hits him like a lightning bolt, leaving him completely paralyzed. His jaw drops and his eyes bulge as he tries to process a number with that many zeros. He quickly dismisses the idea, thinking the shimmering item is way too heavy for him and far too expensive to even consider. He's already sweating at the thought of spending that much money on a single piece of equipment. The crowded shop isn't helping his social anxiety, making him feel like everyone is watching his awkward interaction with the female employee. He's practically begging the universe for a quick exit from the spotlight. The employee, sensing his hesitation, pulls out a more suitable option, a small, round-hand shield made of an adamantium alloy. She explains that it's light, relatively cheap, and even has a self-repair function that sounds perfect for a wimp like him. Jae-hyuk tries it on and is immediately impressed by how light it feels on his arm. He strikes a bit of a pose, thinking it actually suits his style and perfectly complements his existing mace. He tentatively asks for the price, hoping it's within his budget after that last shock. The clerk smiles and tells him it's 40 million won, offering to help him with the payment process. It's still a massive chunk of his savings, but Jahyuk realizes it's a necessary investment for his survival. He gives a quiet nod of agreement, his heart aching slightly as he prepares to part with the cash. He places his hand on the payment terminal, and a satisfying chime confirms that the 40 million won has been successfully transferred. It's the most expensive thing he's ever bought, but he finally has some real protection. As he leaves, a chibi version of Jahyuk reflects on how difficult it is to talk to a retail worker. He finds dealing with a pretty shop employee way more stressful than facing a horde of literal goblins in the tower. He starts heading home, finally feeling a bit of relief after the high-pressure shopping trip. He's tired, but at least he won't be defenseless the next time he enters a dungeon. Just as he's leaving, a friendly-looking guy in a brown jacket and black turtleneck leans against the wall and greets him. He's Choi Hosak, a fellow player who seems to have noticed Jahyuk was a bit out of his depth. He extends a hand for a friendly shake, introducing himself with an easygoing smile. Hosak has that insider energy that Jahyuk usually finds a bit intimidating. Jahyuk is caught off guard by the sudden social interaction, finding the whole nice to meet you routine a bit overwhelming. He's just trying to get through the day, but now he's trapped in a conversation. He manages to stammer out his name, introducing himself as Bong Jahyuk. Hosak repeats it with a laugh, sounding genuinely happy to make a new acquaintance in the shop. As they shake hands, Hosak mentions he comes to the shop every day and wanted to introduce himself since he hadn't seen Jahyuk around before. He casually asks what floor Jahyuk is on, mentioning that he's currently climbing the 30s. Jahyuk admits he's only in the 10s, which earns him a look of respect from the older player. To Hosak, the 10th floor is already a high enough level to be considered a serious climber. Hosak lets out a hearty laugh and tells Jahyuk to reach out if he ever runs into any trouble while clearing the floors. He radiates a kind of easygoing warmth that almost makes Jahyuk feel at ease. He strikes a few playful poses, promising to help out next time since he's such a regular at this particular shop. He seems like the type of guy who's friends with everyone he meets. With a final wave, Hosak heads off, leaving Jahyuk standing there in a bit of a daze. Jahyuk is fascinated by the guy's incredible ability to infiltrate a conversation so boldly, calling him a natural insider. He watches Hosak walk away, feeling a twinge of envy for the guy's social skills and high player level. He figures a guy like that probably has no trouble getting a girlfriend either. Later that night, the city is bathed in the glow of the moon as Jahyuk returns to his quiet apartment. The day's events are over, but he still has a lot of work to do before his next climb. He pulls up his status window to check his progress, seeing that he's reached a whopping level 19. He feels a sense of accomplishment, knowing he's finally ready to challenge the 19th floor. But before he does that, he looks over his summon catalog, which currently includes John Cossack and the barbarian he's nicknamed Meatball. He knows he needs to get them on the same page for the upcoming battles. He sets a delivery container of food on the table, planning to use a bit of bribery to win over his most temperamental summon. He needs a proper agreement before they head back into danger. John Cossack appears in a swirl of shadows, looking startled and slightly annoyed at being summoned so suddenly. He's in the middle of a dramatic pose, caught completely off guard by Jahyuk's invitation. Jahyuk proudly shows off his new shield, striking a defensive pose to demonstrate its size. Cossack just stares at him with a flat look, wondering why his master is acting like such a dork with a piece of metal. Cossack looks down at Jahyuk with a serious expression, asking if they really have to go through with this agreement. Jahyuk insists that his safety is the top priority, just like the former summoner always said. He shamelessly admits that because he's a total wimp, he'll give up on climbing the moment things get too tough. He's focused on survival above all else, and he needs his summons to understand that. He looks Cossack in the eye and asks him to promise one thing: no taking the lead and charging into danger. Jahyuk wants to be as far from the front lines as possible. Jahyuk makes a cold-blooded proposal, telling Cossack to sacrifice both himself and Gobang to help Jahyuk escape if things go south. Cossack is a bit taken aback but gives his word, sealing the deal with a handshake. Jahyuk adds a final detail, clarifying that it would actually be better to sacrifice Gobang first before Cossack. He's already planning his escape route, and he's perfectly willing to let his meat shield take the fall. Cossack's nose suddenly twitches as he picks up an incredible aroma coming from the table. His serious demeanor vanishes instantly as the smell of fresh food hits him. Jahyok presents a tray of steaming king dumplings, explaining that he bought them specifically for Cossack as a token of his loyalty. The assassin looks like he's about to cry from pure joy. The two of them sit down on the floor together, and Cossack immediately digs in with his chopsticks. He's genuinely moved that Jahyok took care of him before even thinking about the barbarian. He stuffs a whole dumpling into his mouth, his face lighting up with pure bliss as he enjoys the home-cooked meal. It's clear that a few dumplings were all it took to earn the assassin's temporary respect. Jahyok joins in, happily munching on a dumpling while Cossack casually asks if there's anyone his master holds a grudge against. Jahyok just shakes his head, claiming his life is far too simple for things like grudges. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifts, and Cossack's eyes narrow as he looks toward the front door. He senses someone standing outside, and they're radiating an overwhelming amount of killing intent. Jahyok freezes, the half-eaten dumpling still in his mouth as he tries to process the word killing intent. He wasn't expecting trouble to follow him all the way back to his own apartment. Without a second thought, he activates his energy barrier, a blue shield of light surrounding him as he tells Cossack to hide. Cossack disappears in a flash of blue energy, leaving Jahyok alone to face the intruder. A small, metallic device rolls across the floor and into the room, trailing a faint blue light. Jahyok watches it with wide eyes, realizing that whoever is outside isn't just there to talk. They're launching a full-scale assault. Bong Jahyok remains frozen on his knees, his gaze fixed on the small silver sphere as it clatters across the apartment floor. The sudden, metallic intrusion has completely shattered the quiet of his evening. A man's silhouette looms in the open doorway, framed by the night sky and a thin trail of smoke rising from a suppressed handgun. Choi Hosak makes his entrance with a chillingly casual greeting, his friendly persona entirely gone. Jahyok stares up at the intruder, his eyes wide and pupils dilated as he tries to process the sudden threat. The man who seemed so helpful at the player's shop now stands before him with a look of pure, lethal intent. Choi Hosak steps into the room with a wide, predatory grin, his eyes reflecting a frantic and dangerous energy. He mocks Jahyok's surprise, admitting that trailing him all the way back to his home was more effort than he expected. Looming over the cowering Jahyok in the kitchen, Hosak aims his pistol with a steady hand and immediately silences any attempt at a plea. He stands with his legs braced, his expression twisting into a mask of pure malice. The gunman demands Jahyok's player bracelet and full access to his inventory, threatening to turn his head into a beehive if he refuses to comply. He looks down at his victim with absolute, unhinged confidence, certain that he holds all the cards. The cold metal of the gun barrel is pressed firmly against Jahyok's forehead, forcing him to stare directly into the danger. Despite the pistol against his skull, a realization of the gunman's fatal error begins to settle in. Emerging from the shadows directly behind the unsuspecting Hosak, John Cossack manifests as a menacing silhouette with eyes glowing a fierce red. As the summon raises a jagged blade toward the intruder's throat, the act of pointing a gun at a summoner is revealed to be nothing short of suicide. Choi Hosak stands in the dark kitchen, pointing a gun directly at Bong Jahyok. The air is heavy as Jahyok cowers on the floor, cornered between the fridge and the cabinets. Hosak lets out a smug laugh, gloating about how he picked the perfect target. He assumes Jahyok is just another weak player who will freeze up the moment they see a weapon. The intruder raises his hand to strike, demanding Jahyok hand over his inventory before things get worse. He doesn't notice the blue light flickering and a massive shadow looming right behind him. A gloved hand slams down onto Hosak's head with enough force to shatter his composure. His face contorts in pain as the blow connects out of nowhere. John Cossack stands tall over the intruder with glowing red eyes, his hand tightening around the hilt of his blade. Hosak's eyes bulge as he realizes he's no longer facing just a single weak target. The fight is over in an instant, leaving Hosak sprawled face down on the kitchen floor. Cossack keeps his blade ready while Jahyok watches from the side, still processing the sudden save. Jahyok looks at the unconscious intruder on his floor, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The reality of the situation is finally starting to sink in. He gives John Cossack an enthusiastic thumbs up, praising his summon for the quick work. Cossack just looks back with a stoic expression, almost confused by the praise. Jahyok wipes his brow, thankful that Cossack actually listened and didn't just kill the guy on the spot. He was worried things would turn into a bloodbath right in the middle of his house. Jahyok lets out a nervous chuckle, his adrenaline still pumping from the encounter. He looks down at the guy and starts to piece together what just happened. He suspects the man is an item broker, a type of predator he's only heard rumors about. The thought of being hunted like an animal in his own home makes his expression harden. These brokers are known for killing players outside the tower and stealing their gear while they're vulnerable. A silhouette of a broker with a knife and gun illustrates the grim reality of their business. Jahyok remembers Jeon Gwangil mentioning the personal protection benefit of the elite team. He realizes now that outside the tower, players are just as vulnerable as any other civilian. A dark vision of himself being shot and killed by an item broker flashes through his mind. If he hadn't awakened the ability to summon his allies outside the tower, he'd be dead by now. Back to reality, John Cossack starts tying a red ribbon around his wrist, looking completely unbothered by the violence. Jahyok watches him, realizing his summoning skill is basically a cheat code for survival. Cossack offers to dispose of the intruder outside, but Jahyok quickly shuts that idea down. He decides reporting the guy to the police is the much safer and easier route to take. Cossack reluctantly agrees, and Jahyok prepares to make the call. The city skyline is quiet in the background, unaware of the chaos that just unfolded in the apartment. In another part of the city, an official looks stunned as he hears some news. He's shocked that Jahyok has apparently visited the player shop again. Jeon Gwangil stands in a records office, asking his subordinate exactly what Jahyok purchased. He's trying to keep a close eye on his star recruit's every move. Gwangil is visibly annoyed that Jahyok is buying his own gear instead of signing a contract to be decked out by the AMA. He mutters to himself about how much better he could have equipped the boy. An image of Jahyok in full silver and gold armor appears as Gwangil speculates about his class. Based on the mace and shield purchase, they're fairly certain he's a melee fighter. Gwangil continues to stare at the armored concept of Jahyok, worrying that even full plate won't be enough protection. He's determined to make sure Jahyok is as safe as possible in the field. The team leader paces around, already thinking of excuses to gift Jahyok a top-tier armor set. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing in his pocket. He pulls out his phone to see a call from the police player task force. He looks confused, but answers it immediately, not expecting a call from that department. Gwangil's eyes widen, and his face goes pale as he listens to the officer on the other end. He lets out a shout of disbelief, clearly horrified by whatever he's just been told. A dark car speeds through a narrow alleyway, its headlights cutting through the night. Gwangil is wasting no time getting to Jahyok's location. Gwangil sprints up a flight of stairs, pushing himself as fast as he can go. He's shouting curses, clearly furious that Jahyok was put in any kind of danger. He looks frantic, his teeth clenched as he regrets not being more pushy about that elite contract. All he can think about is what might have happened to his prize player. Back inside the apartment, police officers have Choi Hosak in handcuffs. The broker is on his knees, grunting in pain as the officers secure him. Hosak shamelessly screams that he's the victim and was kidnapped by Jahyok. Jahyok stands there looking bewildered, his shadow looming behind him as he listens to the lie. One of the officers tells Jahyok that, as the homeowner, he needs to come down to the station for questioning too. Jahyok stammers, trying to explain that the guy is the one who broke in. A terrified vision of prison life flashes in Jahyok's head as he worries about being sent to jail. He's even imagining the title of his own prison life strategy guide while sitting in a cell. Gwangil bursts through the door, his hand raised as he tells everyone to wait. His sudden appearance catches both the police and Jahyok off guard. Choi Hosak looks up and breaks into a huge grin, thinking his savior has arrived. He calls out to Gwangil, assuming they're on the same side because of his player status. Gwangil walks past the officers with a dark look on his face, ignoring Hosak's friendly greeting. He heads straight toward the kneeling broker without saying a word. Gwangil lets out a roar of anger and delivers a devastating slap across Hosak's face. The impact is so loud it echoes through the kitchen as Hosok's head snaps to the side. Hosok is left reeling on the floor, blood dripping from his mouth, as he stares up in total confusion. He can't understand why he's being attacked by the team leader he thought would help him. Gwangil screams at him, calling him a liar and demanding to know how he dared to try and kill a fellow player. His face is twisted with rage as he stands over the trembling man. Hosok tries to plead his case, claiming his level makes him too valuable to be a robber, but Gwangil isn't having any of it. He coldly announces that the broker's registration is officially cancelled as of this moment. The broker coughs and begs for Gwangil to stop, his voice cracking with desperation. Jahyok just watches from the side, shocked by the intensity of the AMA team leader. Gwangil stands over the fallen man, massaging his own palm and looking down with pure disgust. He's finished listening to any of the broker's pathetic excuses. He gives a final order to take the man away and hand him over to the NIS once they arrive. Hosok's face is a mask of horror as he realizes he's heading toward a fate much worse than just prison. Choi Hosok is left trembling at the mention of the NIS, knowing they don't hesitate to use torture when dealing with player-related crimes. The dark, blood-splattered background behind him reflects his growing fear. Hosok begs for mercy, claiming he didn't see things clearly, but Jeon Gwangil isn't buying any of it. The department official calls him out for being a repeat offender who has done this kind of thing before. The intruder slams his head against the floor in a desperate kowtow, but Gwangil remains cold and unmoved. He tells Hosok that they'll be uncovering every single crime he's ever committed. Gwangil tells the criminal to find a lawyer, though he adds a sharp jab that no lawyer in their right mind would step up for someone like him. His face is a mask of pure frustration and disgust. As Hosok is hauled away, he screams in denial, but the official calmly instructs the officers on the player arrest manual. He notes that even if the guy tries to escape into the tower, he'll just reappear in the same spot anyway. The broker's desperate cries for another chance fade as he's dragged out of the kitchen. Gwangil watches him go, his expression still dark and intense. Gwangil turns his attention back to Jahyok, his face so terrifyingly serious that it makes the poor boy flinch. He asks if Jahyok is hurt anywhere, but his aura is so heavy it's hard to breathe. Jahyok stammers that he's just a little surprised, feeling more intimidated by Gwangil's face than the actual intruder. The intensity in the older man's eyes is almost overwhelming. To Jahyok's shock, Gwangil bows deeply and offers a sincere apology for what happened. He vows to prepare more thoroughly to ensure this kind of security lapse never happens again. Gwangil looks away, his mind already spinning with new plans to protect his star player. He realizes he can't delay that elite contract any longer if he wants to keep Jahyok safe. The next day, Jahyok stands outside on a rooftop with John Cossack, looking over the city. He thanks his summon for helping the police haul the intruder away the night before. Jahyok curiously asks about the location of the detention center, but Cossack warns him not to even try to find out. The summon stands tall, his focus already shifting back to their mission. A system window pops up, announcing that Jahyok's other summon, the barbarian meatball Gobang, has been designated. The boy is ready to bring out some serious muscle. Gobang appears in a burst of light, looking completely dazed as he stares at the sky. He's amazed by the sight of 57 stars, showing off his surprisingly good counting skills. Jahyok smiles at his simple-minded giant and motions for them both to follow him. It's time to head back into the tower and keep climbing. The team enters the 19th floor of the Black Tower in Korea, where a new mission window appears. Their goal is to defeat 30 goblin shamans to clear the stage. The system guide explains that while floor 19 has shamans, they aren't considered very threatening. They mostly rely on weak fire arrows and minor curses to slow players down. Gobang charges forward into a group of shamans, looking like a massive boulder rolling through the forest. The goblins cower as the giant summon nears their position. A few goblins cackle and raise their staves, trying to cast a collective spell. Dark energy begins to rise from the ground, swirling around the little monsters. Gobang takes a deep breath, his massive lungs expanding as he prepares a special move. He looks determined to end this before it even starts. The giant summon lets out a thunderous roar that creates a massive, golden shockwave. The sheer volume of the sound is so intense that it literally blows the goblins away. Jahyuk is speechless, watching as the curses are shattered by nothing but sound. He can't believe Gobang used such a brute force method to cancel out high-level magic. John Cossack blurs into view, his blades drawn and a sharp glint in his eyes. He moves with a lethal grace that contrasts perfectly with Gobang's raw power. Cossack smirks and reminds the giant to clear the area as fast as possible. Gobang just growls in response, ready to finish the job. The two summons charge into the fray together, a terrifying pair of hunters. The remaining goblins don't stand a chance against their combined speed and strength. John Cossack is a blur of motion, his daggers cutting through the shamans with surgical precision. Each strike is perfectly placed to end the threat instantly. Gobang swings his massive arms, knocking multiple goblins into the air with a single blow. The forest floor is littered with the remnants of his path of destruction. Jahyuk raises his mace and shield, shouting that he's going to help too. He looks determined to get some action in for once. Before he can even take a step, a system message pings, announcing that the 19th floor mission has already been completed. Jahyuk stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. Jahyuk stares at the empty forest, sweat dripping down his face as he realizes his summons didn't leave anything for him to fight. He stands there with his weapons raised, feeling completely useless. John Cossack turns around with a cheeky grin, asking Jahyuk how that refreshing clear was. Jahyuk suspects they finished quickly on purpose just to keep him out of danger. The system awards them a clear rank of S++ for the 19th floor. As an additional bonus, Jahyuk is granted a prestigious platinum badge for his performance. The next day arrives, and the group prepares to enter the 20th floor of the Black Tower. A large blue portal glows ahead of them as they step into the next challenge. This stage is famously known as the Talent Evaluator, and it carries a rating of atrocious difficulty. Jahyuk looks at the dark, looming trees ahead with a mix of anticipation and nerves. John Cossack warns him that every type of goblin will appear here, making the battlefield unpredictable. He tells Jahyuk to be on high alert for whatever is coming. He lists off the threats, from scouts with poison needles to stealthy assassins and giant hobgoblins. Jahyuk gulps, clearly intimidated by the massive variety of enemies. Gobang turns to Jahyuk and tells him to just wait in a safe place while he handles all the killing. Even the simple giant is worried about his master's safety. The 20th floor mission objective appears: defeat 100 goblins of any type and 1 hobgoblin within a 10-hour time limit. The pressure is on to clear the massive crowd quickly. Jahyuk looks frustrated, realizing his summons are once again planning to block his path and fight while leaving him out of it. He clenches his fist, wanting to prove he can handle himself. John Cossack tells Gobang to draw the aggro first so he can look for openings. The giant summon nods, his massive frame already shifting into a combat stance. In the distance, a line of goblin shamans begins casting dark magic, their staves glowing with an eerie red light. More enemies emerge from the brush, ready to swarm the intruders. A group of armored goblin warriors charges forward with swords and spears drawn. Behind them, blue ghostly figures of scouts blur through the air, heading straight for the team. Bong Jahyuk is finally fed up with being sidelined and protected by his own summons. He shouts out in a defiant internal monologue, refusing to just sit back and watch the battle from the safety of the rear. John Cossack is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening as he senses a sudden surge of power. A bright blue light begins to pulse nearby, signaling that Jahyuk is about to do something reckless. A brilliant streak of blue energy tears through the dark forest, illuminating the night. Jahyuk is moving with a speed that defies his usual cowardice, leaving a trail of crackling lightning in his wake. High above the battlefield, Jahyuk descends like a falling star toward the heart of the goblin army. His small silhouette is barely visible against the backdrop of the massive, glowing blue trail he leaves behind. Jahyuk launches himself off Gobang's broad, tattooed shoulders, using the giant as a literal springboard. The massive meat shield is left staring in utter confusion as his summoner flies over his head toward the front lines. Surrounded by a blinding aura of light, Jahyuk charges directly into the center of the enemy forces. Dark shadows of goblins loom all around him, and arrows whistle through the air, but he doesn't waver in his desperate assault. Adrenaline surges through Jahyuk as he realizes he's actually taking part in the combat. His eyes are wide with a mix of terror and excitement, his face illuminated by the magical glow as he commits to the reckless charge. John Cossack completely loses his cool, his face contorted in a scream of pure panic. He bellows out for Jahyuk to stop, realizing that their squishy summoner has just thrown himself into a situation that could get him killed in an instant. It all started way back. Bang Jahyuk was always that quiet kid, the one sitting in the corner with his blocks while everyone else played together. He didn't mind being alone, but the world wouldn't leave him that way. And of course, the bullies noticed him immediately. It didn't take long for a bigger kid to just swoop in and snatch whatever he was playing with, leaving him empty-handed and confused. He could only watch as they ran off laughing, waving his toy around like a trophy while he stood there, completely frozen. He wanted to scream to take it back, but the words just wouldn't come out. Elementary school wasn't much better. Poverty became a target on his back, literally, with notes mocking his family's financial struggles stuck to his bag for everyone to see. He walked through the halls like a ghost, hopping to go unnoticed. By middle school, he was a total social outcast. His only escape was gaming, but even in the virtual world, his low rank was just another reason for the cool kids to kick him around and make him feel small. High school was just a loop of the same misery, eating lunch by himself in a crowded room where he might as well have been invisible. He survived by fatting into the background, a complete loner in a sea of faces. He lived his whole life terrified of the very idea of change. He believed that if he ever tried to fix his life, the world would just find a new, more creative way to mock him. But now, he's in a tower, facing down monsters that actually want to kill him. The same guy who couldn't even make eye contact with a school delinquent is suddenly staring down a blade, and the irony isn't lost on him. He forces himself to jump, pushing aside the old fear. To him, these aren't people anymore, they're just quest mobs, lines of code that need to be cleared out if he wants to survive and get paid. The fear is still there, but he grits his teeth and leans into it. He isn't the victim today, he's the player, and these goblins are just obstacles standing between him and the reward he desperately needs. Up on the ridge, John Cossack is losing his mind. He screams for his summoner to get back, unable to believe the wimp he's supposed to protect is actually charging headfirst into the fray. The goblins don't care about his sudden burst of courage, though. They level their spears and rush him in a wave of green skin and guttural shrieks, smelling blood in the air. Suddenly, Jahyuk becomes a blur of blue energy. He weaves through the forest of spear tips with a speed that shouldn't even be possible for a low-level summoner, leaving blue trails in his wake. Before the goblins could even process what the hell was happening, Jahyuk had already closed in right behind them. He swung his mace, blue energy crackling as if to end the battle in a single breath. A heavy, sickening crunch echoes through the woods as the mace connects, sending a spray of purple blood across the dirt. One down, and he doesn't even slow down to check the body. He doesn't stop there. He turns into a streak of blue lightning, zigzagging across the battlefield and clearing the field with brutal, efficient strikes that leave the goblins reeling. He drops onto a goblin's wooden shield with the weight of a falling star, the impact pinning the creature to the ground. He's moving with a lethal grace that nobody expected from a guy who looks like he's never held a weapon. Cossack is watching from above, completely floored by what he's seeing. He knows exactly how difficult it is to master a skill like Shadow Walker, and his master is using it like he's been a killer for years. But then, a hail of poison needles rains down from the trees. The blowpipe goblins have found their range, and they're looking to turn the summoner into a pincushion before he can close the gap. Jahyuk reacts instantly, bringing his small buckler up to shield his head. The needles ping off the metal surface like hailstones, sparks flying as his energy barrier holds firm against the volley. He stands his ground as the blue energy swirls around him, protecting him from the lethal rain. He knows full well that without that barrier, he'd be a dead man 10 times over by now. But as the adrenaline starts to dip, the old Jahyuk starts to peek out again. His heart is hammering against his ribs, and he realizes he might have gotten a little too carried away in the heat of the moment. And so another wild chase began. Over here, while Cossack was busy mopping up a horde of goblins, he spotted Jahyuk running for dear life, screaming at the top of his lungs for someone to save him. He barks out orders, telling the summoner to keep heading toward the cliff while he clears a path through the reinforcements. He knows the kid is reaching his limit, even if he won't admit it yet. Jahyuk nods, looking pale and completely overwhelmed by the chaos. He follows the order, but you can tell he's hanging on by a thread as the exhaustion starts to set in. On his other side, the massive Gobeng beats his chest like a war drum, his eyes glowing with a protective fire. To him, the summoner isn't just a master, he's someone who must be protected at any cost. Jahyuk pushes his pace to the absolute limit, but his body finally hits a wall. His stamina is tanking hard, and that blue energy trail begins to flicker and fade as he desperately struggles to maintain his speed. He skids to a stop, his eyes widening as he realizes they've run right into a dead end. The terrain has changed, and he's out of room to maneuver. He finds himself at the mouth of a narrow, dark gorge, trapped between cold stone walls with a literal army of goblins closing in behind him. The exit is blocked, and he's all out of juice. All that new confidence just evaporates into thin air. This wasn't in the strategy guide, they're cornered, and the green tide is getting closer with every second. The goblins surge forward, sensing his weakness and leveling their spears at the boy who can barely keep his shield up. It looks like the end of the line for Bang Jahyuk. Just as the spears are about to pierce his chest, a massive hand reaches into the frame. It catches the weapons like they were made of toothpicks, snapping them with ease. Gobeng looms over him, a literal mountain of muscle that places itself firmly between the summoner and certain death. He stares down the goblins with a look that says they've made a fatal mistake. With a roar that shakes the very earth, the giant warrior slams his massive fist down. The resulting shockwave is devastating, obliterating the goblin front line and clearing the path in an instant. From the high ledge, John Cossack shouts down his approval as he continues his own slaughter. He's busy clearing out the archers and shamans that were trying to rain death from above. Two goblin shamans in dark robes start chanting, their staves glowing with a sinister purple light as they prepare to launch a counterspell. They think they've found an opening, but they're wrong. They never get the chance to finish their curse. Cossack drops behind them like a shadow, his blade already out, and moving with the kind of lethal precision that only an R-rank assassin possesses. A single, fluid slash silences the magic before it can even spark. The shamans fall before they can even let out a scream, their staves clattering uselessly against the cold rocks. A bright flash of white light signals the end of the shaman threat, the cliffside finally falling silent under the assassin's deadly work. The magical pressure in the air finally begins to dissipate. Cossack stands among the piles of dead goblins, taking a second to breathe and scan the area. It looks like the main force has finally been dealt with, leaving only the silence of the woods. He cleans his blade with a practiced motion, noting that they've cleared the 100 kill mark for the floor. But he knows the tower's rules. The real threat is usually just getting started once the mobs are gone. Jahyuk can only stare in awe, his jaw practically hitting the floor at how fast his summons finish the job. He's safe for a moment, but then a desperate scream for help rips through the air, and he realizes the nightmare isn't over yet. Jahyuk is still hiding, trembling as he tells Gobeng to move forward. He knows he should be doing more, but his legs just won't stop shaking. Suddenly, a massive explosion of sound rips through the air, nearly knocking Jahyuk off his feet. His eyes go wide as he realizes the real fight is just beginning. Out of the smoke steps a hobgoblin, the towering final evolution of those pests he's been fighting. It's got glowing red eyes and a blade that looks way too sharp for comfort. John Cossack doesn't waste a second, turning and sprinting toward the cliffside with a speed that blurs his silhouette against the sky. High above, Cossack dives into the fray with his daggers drawn, looking like a total pro down below. Jahyuk screams for Gobeng to step in before things get even worse. Gobeng doesn't need to be told twice, letting out a roar that shakes the trees as he launches his massive body at the boss. He's determined to prove why they call him the Meat Shield. The ground beneath them cracks as the two heavyweights collide, a shower of sparks flying as blades meet bare, tattooed skin. The hobgoblin looks genuinely stunned by the giant's strength, its sneer turning into a mask of pure shock as it struggles to hold its ground. High in the air, Cossack circles around like a vulture, telling the boss it's time to pay the rent. He's looking for the perfect opening to end this once and for all. He finds it, plunging his daggers deep into the creature's head with a sickening crunch. The blue energy from the kill lights up the whole gorge as the boss falls. System windows start popping up everywhere, mission complete. They didn't just clear the mobs, they took down the big guy, finishing the 20th floor challenge in record time. The rewards are huge, with Jahyuk's level jumping up and his inventory filling with mana stones and high-tier potions. He's officially rich, or at least a lot closer to it than he was an hour ago. John Cossack lands gracefully, wiping his blades with a casual grin and praising Jahyuk for the good work. Jahyuk can only stare, thinking about how his summons did all the heavy lifting. Maybe staying out of the way and letting the professionals handle it is the best strategy after all. He bows deeply to his crew, thanking them for literally saving his life. Gobang just grunts about his duty to protect, while Cossack pledges his total loyalty like it's no big deal. Then the big notification hits, an S++ clear rank and a shiny new platinum badge. Jahyuk is officially a record holder, and the tower is ready to let him out into the real world. Back on Earth, the news cycle is already losing its mind over the mysterious player who just shattered the 20th floor record. The live chat is a total mess of theories, with everyone convinced this must be an elite government agent or some secret corporate weapon. Far away from the cameras, a man in a quiet office sighs and puts his phone down. The fame is a problem he didn't want to deal with today. Jeon Gwangil stands before his superior, suggesting they don't even try to control the press. He knows if they interfere too much, people will start asking questions they aren't ready to answer. He pulls out a thick yellow file. The bald boss wants the full scoop on Jahyuk's personal life. He's hunting for some leverage to keep the kid in line, or at least a way to make sure he doesn't jump ship to a rival guild. The file is heartbreaking, starting with a photo of Jahyuk's father, Bong Sucheol, stuck in a hospital bed after a brutal accident on the ice. The boss listens as his subordinate suggests moving the father to the nation's top rehab facility, with the company picking up the tab from A to Z. Next up is the younger brother, Minhyuk, a university student who's about to head off for his mandatory military service. They've already got a scholarship plan ready to secure his future. Then they get to the mother, Hong Jumja, who looks like she's had the weight of the world on her shoulders for years. She's currently out of work after getting fired for standing up to an abusive customer, a detail that Jeon Gwangil finds very interesting. Jeon Gwangil leans in, whispering to his boss that the mother is the one they really need to keep an eye on. She's the true wild card here. Apparently, she's the real power in the Bong household, with a voice and a personality that can silence anyone in the family. The boss nods, a satisfied smirk on his face. It's the perfect play to reel Jahyuk in without ever having to get his hands dirty. He gives the order to execute, telling his team to use every bit of their department's authority to make sure this family is taken care of. They're moving immediately to wrap Jahyuk's family in a safety net that he'll never want to leave, ensuring his loyalty to the guild. Back at Jahyuk's place, a sharp knock at the door ruins the silence. The delivery guy is outside, and he's brought some food that smells absolutely incredible. Gobang is practically drooling, his eyes going wide as he shouts about the tasty thing arriving. Jahyuk looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He grabs a blanket and tries to shove his giant summons under it, telling them they have to hide so they don't give the delivery guy a permanent scar. The delivery man starts unloading a small mountain of jajangmyeon and tangsyuk, assuming Jahyuk is having some kind of massive celebration. Jahyuk just nods along awkwardly, helping the guy leaves before one of the summons decides to ask for extra sauce. Once the door is finally shut, he looks at the feast, his stomach finally realizing how hungry he is after all that fighting in the tower. But his heart sinks when he realizes there isn't a single coupon in the bag. After spending all that money, he didn't even get a free dumpling. He sighs, realizing he's too much of a wimp to ever actually call and complain about a missing coupon anyway. He pulls the blanket back and tells the guys they can finally come out. Gobang is already losing it over the smell of the black bean sauce, his mouth watering as he eyes the bowls. The giant warrior dives into his bowl, his eyes lighting up as he tastes jajangmyeon for the first time in his life. But then Jahyuk watches in horror as Gobang starts crunching on the actual ceramic plate. John Cossack is screaming in the background, while Jahyuk just tries to focus on his own dinner before everything gets destroyed. Jahyuk stands in the middle of his living room and summons his inventory, the blue interface shimmering in the air before him. In the background, his summons are still preoccupied with the meal, ignoring the high-tech display entirely. A system notification informs him that special perks are awarded for every 20 platinum badges collected. The screen displays the 5 badges he's already earned, each one glowing with a sharp, silver light. Jahyuk stares at the screen, surprised that he's already hit the 20-badge mark across all his tower climbs. He leans in closer, his curiosity piqued as he wonders what kind of special reward the system has in store for him this time. With a bright flash of golden light, a mysterious cube covered in question marks appears on the screen. The system announces that his perk is a single random box, leaving its contents a complete mystery for now. Jahyuk's eyes go wide as he stares at the screen, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He can hardly believe his luck, his mind racing with the possibilities of what could be hidden inside the glowing box. Our boy Bong Jahyuk just cleared the 20th floor and received a legendary random box. The system lists a ton of insane potential items, including rare skills and high-grade summons. Jahyuk scratches his head, feeling totally overwhelmed by the sheer number of options. Since it's all based on luck anyway, he decides not to overthink it and just dive right in. He skims through the list, dismissing common materials like mana stones and herbs as meh. Even high-tier weapons and armor don't seem to pique his interest at the moment. He compares the rune of level up with a tower-jumping ticket. Skipping floors sounds okay, but he realizes he'd miss out on all the clear rewards, making it a total waste. Then there's the multinational tower access ticket, which apparently lets him clear towers in other countries. It's an interesting thought, but his focus remains on finding the absolute best reward here. His eyes widen at the grade confirmation summon ticket. The possibility of pulling an LSSR grade summon is too tempting to ignore. That kind of power would change everything for him. Jahyuk starts daydreaming about a life of luxury. He imagines himself lounging on a carriage while a top-tier summon does all the hard work, turning his tower climb into a casual tour. This guy lets out a creepy little chuckle, his face twisting into a greedy grin. He knows the odds are slim, but there's a real chance he could hit the ultimate jackpot. With a desperate prayer to stay a saint if he gets lucky, Jahyuk reaches out and triggers the opening. He's putting all his hopes into this one moment of pure gacha madness. The box begins to glow with an intense, blinding blue light as the randomization process kicks in. Jahyuk holds his breath, heart racing as he waits to see what fate has in store. The first reward pops up, 10 kilograms of mana stones. It's a decent start, but compared to his wild fantasies, a pile of shiny rocks feels a bit underwhelming to our boy. He initially calls it a dud, but his mood flips when he realizes they're worth 5 million won. Suddenly, those meh stones don't look so bad after all for a broke guy. Not letting the momentum stop, Jahyuk goes for the second item. The golden box pulses with energy once more, promising something even better than the pile of cash he just secured. Ding, he learns a new offensive skill called Chaos Lightning Staff. It sounds like something straight out of a martial arts novel, and he can't wait to see its destructive power. Finally, it's time for the last item. Jahyuk reaches out one last time, his excitement reaching a fever pitch as the third and final reward begins to manifest from the box. The system announces he's received a rune of summon grade up. This rare item is a game changer, allowing one of his loyal summons to transcend their current rank and grow stronger. Jahyuk is absolutely beaming, calling this a total jackpot. This single rune is exactly what he needed to boost his team's power and make his tower climb significantly safer and easier. The rune's potential is displayed, as it shows a summon evolving from SR to the legendary SSR rank. It's the ultimate power-up, and Jahyuk knows he has to choose very carefully. Back at his apartment, John Cossack and Gobeng Meat Shield are having a chaotic dinner. They're both eating like absolute pigs, making it hard for Jahyuk to see them as reliable. He watches John Cossack shovel food into his mouth, weighing the pros and cons. Given the emotional bond and many shared meals, he thinks his SR-grade summon deserves the upgrade most. Jahyuk nods to himself, cracking a small joke about how Gobeng Meat Shield definitely ate more. Despite their quirks, he's glad to have such a hardworking and hungry team behind him. He reads the fine print. The summon will be unavailable during the grade-up process. Since they have enough firepower for now, Jahyuk decides to hold onto the rune for a bit. Next on the agenda is testing out his new offensive skill. He's tired of being a wimp and wants to see if this lightning power can actually turn him into a threat. The status window breaks down his new Chaos Lightning Staff skill. It's a growth-type ability that infuses his mace with electricity, turning a simple blunt weapon into a lethal lightning rod. Jahyuk gives a smug smirk as he officially learns the skill. Our boy is finally done hiding behind his summons and is ready to start cracking heads with his own power. Bong Jahyuk is stunned as the first form of his new skill, Lightning Soul Chaser, is beamed directly into his brain. The blue energy surges through him, feeling absolutely electric and intense. Gripping his mace tightly, our boy wonders if he should give this new power a test run. The weapon glows with a faint blue light, ready to unleash some serious lightning damage. Jahyuk lets out a shout and swings his mace with all his might. He calls out the skill's name, hoping to see something spectacular happen right there in his small, messy apartment. A blinding white blast filled the room as he completed the swing. Just kidding, absolutely nothing happened, and he just stood there after such a clueless move. Turns out the skill didn't work in reality. Jahyuk realizes that if he could use this power outside the tower, the world would have been in big trouble long ago because of dangerous players. John Cossack looks up from his meal, clearly confused by his master's sudden violent outburst. Jahyuk just sheepishly explains that he received a new skill as a reward for clearing the floor. This guy is totally stoked, flashing a peace sign while explaining it's actually a growth-type skill. He's already dreaming of the massive damage he'll be able to deal once it levels up. Meanwhile, poor John Cossack is absolutely devastated. All the commotion knocked over his precious bowl of food, and he's practically weeping over the lost meal while sparks fly in the background. Gobang Meat Shield continues to eat in his usual silent and stoic manner, ignoring the chaos. Jahyuk just watches his two summons, realizing they're a pretty eccentric pair to have around. The peace doesn't last long as John Cossack and Gobang start a comical scuffle over the last bits of food. John is furious, demanding the big guy spit out the final bowl. Fed up with the loud arguing in his living room, Jahyuk decides to call it a night. He gives the command to unsummon them, sending his rowdy companions back to their own space. The next day, Jahyuk sits alone in his room, reflecting on the previous night's events. He knows John Cossack is genuinely worried about him, and he can't help but feel a bit uneasy. He starts thinking about his unique summoner trait. It's a powerful ability, but he realizes it carries a heavy burden that his summons are clearly trying to protect him from facing alone. A system infographic explains that normally, a summoner's combat power is mostly concentrated in their summons. The player stays weak while their monsters handle the heavy lifting, keeping a safe distance away. Basically, the summoner isn't supposed to fight directly at all. This is especially true for an irregular like Jahyuk, who has the rare and dangerous ability to summon his monsters in reality. He recalls the story of a powerful person from a parallel universe who possessed the exact same trait. That summoner was significantly stronger than Jahyuk, yet they still met a tragic end. Despite their immense power, that summoner died, and their entire world was destroyed shortly after. It's a grim reminder of the high stakes and the potential for a total global apocalypse. Looking down with a serious expression, Jahyuk understands why John Cossack is so overprotective. The summons aren't just protecting their master, they're trying to prevent history from repeating itself in this world. But our boy is determined to change. He's tired of being a wimp and finally wants a taste of being a tough guy who can actually fight his own battles for once. Jahyuk decides to summon them again, confident he can talk them into letting him participate in combat. He's ready to prove he's human too and needs to test his new attack skill. System windows confirm that both Gobang, Meat Shield, and John Cossack have been summoned back to his side. The team is assembled, but the atmosphere is definitely feeling a little bit tense. John Cossack appears looking completely drained and depressed, as if he's aged a whole year just from worrying. His loyalty is touching, but his anxiety is clearly starting to take a toll. This dude warns that offensive skills might actually be a poison for summoners. Jahyuk listens nervously, realizing that his desire for power might be clashing with the summon's primary survival instincts. John warns that while goblins were easy, the orcs ahead are a total nightmare. He's deathly afraid of something happening to his master and refuses to take any risks today. Our boy watches in horror as Meat Shield starts tying a thick rope into a butterfly knot. Is this guy actually planning to kidnap his own master for his own safety? John Cossack gets serious, his eyes glowing as he prepares to lay down the law. He makes it clear that while he obeys orders, there's one rule that overrides everything else. He announces that summon principle number 3 is now in effect. This isn't just a suggestion, it's a fundamental law that governs his very existence and his relationship with his master. A chibi version of John explains the 3 principles on a chalkboard. Rule 1 is about protecting Jahyuk's life, and Rule 3 ensures that safety always comes before following any orders. Gobang Meat Shield takes his job way too seriously, crushing Jahyuk in a massive, overprotective bear hug. Our boy can barely breathe while the giant ensures he isn't going anywhere dangerous. John Cossack snaps at Gobang, telling him to save that energy for the tower. He's clearly stressed out by Jahyuk's desire to jump into the fray himself instead of staying safe. The team makes a plan. Meat Shield will keep Jahyuk safe while John clears the path. Jahyuk feels like they're totally teaming up against him, treating him like a fragile piece of glass. Our boy lets out a long, heavy sigh. He didn't want to resort to this, but it seems like the only way to get his stubborn summons to actually listen to him. Time for the ultimate move. Sad puppy eyes attack. Jahyuk begs them to let him fight just this once, looking absolutely adorable. Even the serious John Cossack starts to sweat under the pressure. He stakes everything on this request, promising not to go running off on his own ever again. He just wants to kill one monster instead of just sitting around being bored. John Cossack crosses his arms, caught in a deep internal struggle. He knows safety comes first, but it's hard to ignore his master's pathetic plea when he looks that genuinely desperate. Finally, John relents. He agrees to let Jahyuk try, but with a strict condition. He'll intervene the very second things start looking dangerous. Jahyuk is thrilled that his attack actually worked. They strike a deal based on loyalty and mutual understanding. Chibai Jahyuk salutes while John still looks a bit worried about the whole situation, but they're ready to move forward together. The team officially enters the 21st floor of the Black Tower in Korea. The atmosphere is dark and ominous, filled with tall trees and the sounds of dangerous monsters lurking nearby. Jahyuk points out that while orcs are strong, they're usually pretty stupid. John Cossack can't help but crack a joke, suggesting that the monsters are probably still smarter than Meat Shield. This guy is all geared up and ready to test his new mace. He suggests practicing 10 times before they engage, feeling a bit of that pre-combat nervous energy starting to build. John has a better idea and points right at Gobang. He calls the big guy the perfect practice dummy and tells Jahyuk to give him his best shot without holding back. Meat Shield is totally fine with being a punching bag, but Jahyuk is horrified. He threatens to charge in alone if they keep this up, which immediately shuts down the ridiculous suggestion. Jahyuk decides he'd rather practice on a real orc than hit his own friend. His mace begins to crackle with blue lightning, signaling that the technique is already locked and loaded. The system mission pops up. They need to defeat 30 forest orcs within a 4-hour time limit. The green-skinned monsters appear, looking mean and ready for a brutal, bloody fight. John and Meat Shield charge forward instantly, declaring they're going first. They move like a blur of motion, leaving Jahyuk in the dust as they dive straight into the enemy ranks. The two summons are an absolute force of nature, raining down devastating blows on the orcs. They're working in perfect sync, turning the battlefield into a chaotic mess of blood and steel. Gobang Meat Shield lands a crushing blow, obliterating an orc with pure, raw strength. The monsters let out pathetic shrieks as they're systematically wiped out by the two powerful SR-grade summons. Heads literally start flying as John Cossack carves through the mob with surgical precision. It's a total slaughter, and it's clear the orcs never stood a single chance against this duo. Jahyuk watches from the sidelines, looking absolutely stunned. He can't even track their movements because they're moving way too fast, leaving him with nothing to do but stand there and stare. The mission is almost over, and Jahyuk hasn't even touched a monster yet. His summons are just way too efficient, making his dream of being a total badass feel completely out of reach. One lone orc is left shivering in fear as it realizes it's been cornered. It lets out a pathetic gasp, sensing that its final moments are approaching very, very quickly. John Cossack finally spots a target and points it out, much to Jahyok's delight. Our boy is absolutely beaming, ready to finally jump into the action and test his new offensive skill. Jahyok dives headfirst into the fray, his body shrouded in a brilliant aura of blue electrical energy. He looks like a human lightning bolt as he closes the distance to the enemy. The orc can only stare in confusion as a blinding streak of light zooms toward it. From the sidelines, John Cossack watches closely, making sure he's ready to intervene if things go south. Midair and fully focused, Jahyok prepares to bring down the hammer, or in this case, the mace. The orc let out a startled cry, completely overwhelmed by the speed of the sudden attack. With a powerful guttural roar, the orc unleashed a desperate attack, swinging its weapon in a brilliant, shimmering arc. However, our boy easily dodged the strike. Taking advantage of the momentum from dodging the orc's strike, Jahyok leaped high into the air, charging up his move. The system explains that the first form of his skill, Lightning Soul Chaser, is actually just a simple vertical strike. As the mace nears its target, it begins to glow with an intense, golden electrical light. The sheer amount of power concentrated in the tip of the weapon is honestly kind of terrifying. The official skill, Chaos Lightning Staff, activates in full force, creating a massive pillar of light that reaches toward the sky. Jahyok is at the center of it all, looking like a god. Jahyok screams out the name of the attack as he makes contact. Lightning Soul Chaser, first form. A massive explosion of electricity erupts right on top of the orc's unfortunate green head. The mace slams into the orc with bone-shattering force, sending teeth and sparks flying everywhere. It's a direct hit that clearly does way more damage than any normal mace strike ever could. Standing amidst the lingering sparks, Jahyok wears a wide, satisfied grin. He's realized that the power behind this legendary skill is definitely no joke, and he's finally feeling like a real warrior. Bang Jahyok slammed his weapon right into the orc's head. This guy isn't playing around anymore, speedrunning the tower like it's a tutorial level. Talk about a brutal wake-up call. He didn't stop there, immediately pinning the beast to the ground. Our boy is moving with total confidence now, showing these monsters exactly why they should have stayed in hiding today. Standing tall over the corpses of his enemies in the middle of the forest, Bang Jahyok looked like he was posing for a superhero movie poster. The tower climb is getting serious, but he's making every single encounter look like a total walk in the park. This guy actually had the nerve to smile, admitting the floor was way too easy. It's clear his current power level is starting to outpace the tower's challenges at an insane rate. With his excitement at max level, he spotted another orc nearby and immediately charged toward it, intending to finish it off next. Bang Jahyok leaned in with a cocky smirk, asking if anyone else wanted some. He's clearly enjoying this dominance, treating the tower's toughest bosses like they're just basic mobs meant for grinding. Suddenly, a massive foot slammed down, crushing an orc instantly. It seems Jahyok's summons are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, making sure their master barely has to break a sweat. Gobang looked a bit annoyed while Jahyok just scratched his head with a sheepish grin. He asked if he was only allowed to catch one, looking just like a kid begging for more toys. The system notifications started rolling in, confirming he cleared the 21st floor mission. Not only did he level up, but he also grabbed a rare platinum badge and some magic stones. The next day, he smashed a desert orc to pieces with just a single blow. No matter what harsh environment the tower threw at him, our boy just kept sweeping through everything in sight. Another notification popped up, showing he secured an S++ rating for the 22nd floor. The AMA is definitely going to notice these perfect scores if he keeps this up much longer. And on the very next day came the cave orc, whose fate was no better against his overwhelming power. He's tearing through the floors so fast that the monsters don't even have time to react or launch a single counterattack. Floor 23 was done in a flash, earning him yet another perfect clear rating. At this point, it feels like the system is just struggling to keep up with his insane progress. He even took down a volcano orc, though the heat was clearly starting to get to him. Still, with Cossack and Gobang by his side, there's basically nothing that can stop his climb. The system confirmed his fourth perfect clear in a row on floor 24. He's effectively speedrunning the entire middle section of the tower without showing even a single hint of slowing down. Back in the real world the next day, Bong Jae-hyuk was feeling pretty good about himself. He was already looking forward to floor 25, clearly riding the high of his recent victories. However, sitting on his bed, he realized catching monsters one by one was starting to get a bit tedious. He knows he needs to keep up a strong front for now, though. While getting dressed, he figured it was finally time to reward his loyal summons with some new items. He's been relying on them so much that they definitely deserve a major upgrade. John Cossack appeared instantly, giving a sharp military salute with the total loyalty of a dedicated subordinate. He was quite surprised to see Jae-hyuk awake, considering our boy had mentioned earlier that he was supposed to be resting. Bong Jae-hyuk pulled out a glowing blue stone and tossed it over, acting like it was no big deal. He casually told the guy to take it, claiming he just found it. John Cossack stared at the stone in shock, his hands trembling as he realized what he was holding. The system confirmed it was a rare rune capable of increasing a summoned being's grade. This guy completely lost it when he saw it was a grade increase rune. He screamed in disbelief, while Jae-hyuk just stood there with a smug grin, asking if he liked it. John Cossack was moved to tears, realizing this item could actually bump him up to SSR rank. He was so touched by the gesture that he could barely even speak through the sobbing. John Cossack started kissing the rune like a total weirdo, swearing he'd protect Jae-hyuk even better now. Seeing his summon this hyped actually made our boy feel pretty good. Jae-hyuk wanted to start the upgrade immediately, but John Cossack told him to chill. He warned that rushing was dangerous, leaving our boy alone to think about what comes next. Bong Jae-hyuk is thinking to himself, realizing something isn't right about his current situation. He's starting to piece together a bigger puzzle that might involve more than just tower climbing. John Cossack is preparing to leave, promising to return in his upgraded form. He tells Jae-hyuk he'll be back later today, but the guy just wants him to stick around and hang out. Thinking he has some free time, John Cossack decides to just relax and watch some TV. He's clearly not used to having downtime in the real world like this. Jae-hyuk and his summon are chilling on the floor when a news report catches their attention. Turns out, what they thought was a rerun is actually something much more personal and shocking. Jae-hyuk suddenly jumps up, sweating as he tells John Cossack to rewind the channel immediately. Something on the screen has completely rattled him, and his heart is racing. He freezes as the screen reveals his own mother, Hong Ji-mya, protesting against an unfair contract. This is the last thing he expected to see while relaxing at home. Bong Jae-hyuk is in total shock, staring at the screen in disbelief. He can't wrap his head around why his mother would be on the news like this. The news report shows his mother standing alone in front of a massive corporate building. Her sign demands better treatment and an end to company abuse, looking brave but vulnerable. Passers-by just walk past her, ignoring her struggle as she stands there day after day. It's a heartbreaking sight for Jae-hyuk, seeing his mother being treated like she's invisible. A flashback reveals the abuse she faced, like being told to separate trash while working as a water purifier manager. It's the kind of everyday disrespect that finally pushed her too far. When she refused to back down, the company just handed her a contract termination notice. They demanded an apology for nothing, showing exactly how little they actually valued her hard work. For 10 long days, she protested alone, only to be mocked by the company executives. They laughed at her, calling her struggle useless and claiming she was just copying someone else. Hong Ji-mya gritted her teeth, promising herself that she would eventually hit them back. Her expression is full of quiet rage, refusing to let these arrogant corporate suits break her spirit. Suddenly, a professional-looking man in a suit approaches her on the street. He calls her by name and she looks up, probably expecting more nonsense from the company. Meet Lee Chang-seok, a professional attorney with short hair and glasses. He introduces himself with a calm smile, looking like the help she's been desperately waiting for. Hong Ji-mya is skeptical, wondering why a fancy law firm would suddenly care about her case. It sounds almost too good to be true, and she's already been through so much. She looks suspicious, her sharp eyes scanning the lawyer for any signs of a trap. After everything that's happened, she isn't about to trust some suit who just appeared out of nowhere. She snaps back, asking if the company is trying to sue her now. She's ready for a fight, declaring that she won't back down even if things get even uglier. Attorney Lee Chang-seok quickly clarifies that he's there for the exact opposite reason. He hands her his business card, proposing they officially take the fight to the company together. He proudly explains that the top law firm in South Korea is offering to represent her for free. It's part of a special project, but Jae-hyuk's mother is still processing the shock. Lee Chang-seok reassures her he's not a fraud, explaining they do this annually for vulnerable individuals. He knows about her labor office petition, making his offer seem incredibly well-timed. Despite her suspicions, she realizes it doesn't seem like a lie. She's torn between her survival instincts and the desperate need for help, wondering if she should actually take the risk. The lawyer urges her to consider this a blessing after a life of hard work. He promises to stake his firm's reputation on winning her case, sounding very convincing. Jae-hyuk's mother finally makes her choice, deciding to trust this mysterious lawyer with her future. He's impressed by her guts, and it looks like their luck is finally starting to turn. Lee Chang-seok grins, suggesting they kick things off with a massive media campaign. It's a bold strategy, but exactly what they need to start making some real noise against the company. News reporters crowd around Jae-hyuk's mother as she holds her protest sign. The sudden media attention is overwhelming, and our boy can only watch in shock from his living room. Attorney Lee Chang-seok encourages Jae-hyuk's mother to be detailed in her interview. He wants to expose every single instance of unfair treatment, sounding like a total saint in front of the cameras. She nods, looking determined yet a bit nervous with all the flashes going off. It's a huge step, but with a top-tier lawyer backing her, she finally has a real fighting chance. Jae-hyuk sits alone in the dark, clutching his head as the guilt washes over him. He had no idea his mother was struggling this much while he was busy in the tower. He feels like a total failure of a son, wondering how he could have been so blind. Watching her protest alone while he just relaxed is a massive blow to his pride. Suddenly, he stops and thinks about how his mother even got such a prestigious lawyer. A firm like Park and Kim definitely wouldn't take a case like this for just pennies. Go-bang is already on high alert, asking if he should just head down to the company and settle things himself. This guy is ready to draw his swords at a moment's notice. He starts striking some dramatic poses, clearly trying to motivate Jae-hyuk to take action. It's admirable that he's so quick on the uptake, but our boy needs a more strategic approach. Jae-hyuk tells him to stand down, realizing that his mother seems to have everything under control for now. He's suspicious of the good luck, but decides to just wait and see. He calculates his earnings, figuring out how to pay the legal fees later. With 10 million won worth of magic stones, he's ready to sell everything just to keep his mother safe. Right then, his phone starts vibrating with an incoming call from his father. The timing is almost too perfect, and Jae-hyuk's survival instincts are starting to scream that something is off. His father excitedly reports that Jae-hyuk's mother is getting her legal representation for free. He tells his son not to worry and just focus on his work, sounding happier than ever. But the news doesn't stop there. His father mentions he also got a mysterious call from Ilseong Hospital today. Jae-hyuk freezes, wondering why one of Korea's top medical centers is reaching out. Turns out, his father was selected for a free hip surgery and rehabilitation project at the hospital. It's an incredible stroke of luck, but it feels way too targeted to be a coincidence. Jae-hyuk's eyes widen in realization as his father continues to gush about their family's sudden good fortune. This miracle is affecting everyone in his life, and he knows exactly who is responsible. He hangs up, his mind racing with suspicion as he realizes the sheer scale of this manipulation. Ilseong Hospital is affiliated with a massive corporation. This definitely isn't just some random charity. Before he can even process the hospital news, another call from his brother Min-hyuk pops up on the screen. The whole family is getting blessings today, and it's getting incredibly creepy. Min-hyuk is on the line, sounding just as fired up about their mother's interview. He's busy with his own things but wanted to check in after seeing the news report himself. Jae-hyuk asks about the laptop his brother needed, offering to send over some of the allowance money from before. He's trying to keep things normal despite the chaos unfolding around them. Min-hyuk laughs it off, proudly announcing that he actually just received a massive scholarship. He sounds thrilled, claiming that their family's good deeds are finally starting to bring back some good fortune. When Jae-hyuk asks for details, he's shocked to hear it's a national scholarship from the Awakened Management Bureau. These guys are everywhere, and they're making sure Jae-hyuk's entire family is taken care of. It's confirmed, this wasn't heaven helping them at all. From the lawyer to the hospital and now the scholarship, every single miracle was carefully engineered by the powerful Awakened Management Bureau. He stares out at the massive bureau building, realizing he's been caught in a gilded cage. They've solved every one of his family's problems just to make sure he owes them everything. Jae-hyuk hits up the AMA team leader, Han Jeol, for a private meeting. The guy agrees immediately, even pulling up in a fancy car to personally pick our boy up. They settle into a traditional restaurant, but Jae-hyuk isn't there for the food. He's finally ready to confront the man who's been manipulating his family's lives behind his back. Bang Jae-hyuk cuts right to the chase, asking Han Jeol why he interfered with his family. He lists everything from his mom's lawsuit to his brother's scholarship, demanding a real explanation. Han Jeol doesn't even try to deny it, calmly flipping some meat on the grill. He simply states that it was absolutely necessary to ensure Jae-hyuk could focus entirely on the tower. He explains that family troubles would inevitably distract Jae-hyuk from his tower clearing attempts. Our boy is stunned by the cold logic, frustrated that this was all done without even consulting him. Jae-hyuk points out that such high-level care is usually reserved for the Bureau's elite team. He's confused because he's currently only on a standard contract, making this massive investment seem very suspicious. Suddenly, Han Jeol stands up and slams a document onto the table with enough force to make Jae-hyuk jump. The sudden change in atmosphere is intense, catching our boy completely off guard. He reveals a new ultra-elite contract for special management subjects. It's a massive step up from his current deal, and the sheer pressure coming off the paper is almost overwhelming. With a confident grin, Han Jeol suggests they discuss the terms of this elite team contract right now. He's been planning this all along, slowly trapping Jae-hyuk with favors and debt. Bang Jae-hyuk can only stare in disbelief, completely blindsided by the turn of events. He went from a standard player to being targeted for an elite position in just one afternoon. Han Jeol is laying it on thick, offering Bang Jae-hyuk an elite team contract right at the dinner table. Our boy looks completely blindsided by the sudden, high-stakes proposal from the AMA. Jae-hyuk realizes the team leader didn't come to play. The guy is fully prepared with a pitch that's hard to ignore, leaving our protagonist sweating over this massive, life-changing decision. Trying to play it cool, Jae-hyuk claims he isn't confident in his talent yet. He's using modesty as a shield, but the team leader isn't buying his humble act for a single second. Han Jeol suddenly stands up, putting the pressure on. The movement startles Jae-hyuk, making him realize just how serious the government is about recruiting him for their prestigious elite squad. The team leader isn't letting him off the hook easily. He asks Jae-hyuk if he sincerely believes he lacks talent after setting an unprecedented record in the tower. Talk about an awkward confrontation. Jae-hyuk is left speechless by the direct question. When someone drops cold, hard facts about your legendary performance like that, the silence in the room starts getting pretty heavy and uncomfortable. Our boy finally admits he can't argue with the data. Saying he's weak would just sound like fake modesty after clearing 24 floors in a row with perfect S++ ratings. Completely busted. In a shocking move, Han Jeol bows deeply and begs Jae-hyuk to join. This high-ranking official is literally pleading with a rookie, which totally throws Jae-hyuk into a state of pure panic. The team leader brings up the time Jae-hyuk was held at gunpoint. He promises that with an elite contract, Jae-hyuk will receive VVIP protection and never face such terrifying danger ever again. Han Jeol offers a life of luxury and safety, but Jae-hyuk isn't sold on the idea of having bodyguards stuck to him 24/7. He values his privacy and independence way too much. One big concern for our boy is his summons, John Cossack and the guy he calls Meatball. He doesn't want them exposed to the public or caught up in annoying government recording. Sensing the hesitation, the team leader offers to handle the recording and security however Jae-hyuk likes. This guy is ready to bend every rule just to get Jae-hyuk to finally sign. The perks keep coming as Han Jeol offers family protection and a secure living space. Jahyuk tells himself not to waver, but the deal is starting to look incredibly tempting for him. The final blow lands when the team leader promises 2 houses immediately upon signing, one for Jahyuk and one for his family. Our boy is finding it impossible to refuse now. Jahyuk is basically daydreaming about his new real estate empire. Han Jeol notices the goofy grin and realizes he's already won. The contract is as good as signed in Jahyuk's happy mind. The contract is on the table and Jahyuk is ready to sign. He's got the pen in hand and a happy aura, completely sold on the promise of those 2 luxury houses. Wait, plot twist. Jahyuk's hand stops just before the pen hits the paper. He realizes things are moving way too fast and decides to pump the brakes at the very last second. Han Jeol is visibly shaken by the sudden change of heart. He was so close to closing the deal, but now Jahyuk is asking for more time to think it over. Jahyuk puts on a sheepish smile, explaining he needs some advice before making such a massive decision. The team leader has no choice but to back off and wait for now. Fast forward to the next day. We see a close-up of a familiar face as a bright, shimmering light begins to fill the room. Something big is about to happen today. The light is so intense that Jahyuk has to cover his eyes. He announces that his special, super rare assassin has finally arrived, and the transformation is looking pretty epic so far. John Cossack emerges in his new SSR form, looking incredibly cocky and majestic. Jahyuk is mostly just annoyed that the flashy entrance is burning his retinas with extreme brightness. Now that things have calmed down, Jahyuk calls John Cossack aside for a private chat. He needs to discuss the AMA's offer with someone he trusts before making his final move. Looking out over the city, Jahyuk's still dwelling on that elite team offer from yesterday. It's a huge opportunity, and our boy is definitely feeling the pressure of the decision. He decides to get a second opinion and explains the whole dilemma to John Cossack. Jahyuk really values his summon's input before making such a massive, life-changing choice. John Cossack raises his hand, totally on board with the AMA contract. He insists that as a national-level player, Bong Jahyuk deserves the absolute best treatment the government can provide. Jahyuk is sweating at the thought of climbing 60 floors, but offers to train hard to help. John Cossack immediately shuts him down, insisting that the summoner's safety comes first. Our boy remains skeptical about the whole elite team deal, but John Cossack is surprisingly supportive. He argues that Jahyuk's safety is the most important power he has right now. John Cossack mentions that in his original world there were countless legend-grade summons. He promises that if Jahyuk stays safe, he can eventually bring all of them to this world. Shadowy silhouettes loom as John Cossack explains that every single legendary summon will practice absolute obedience. As long as Jahyuk survives, he'll eventually command a truly unstoppable and massive army. John Cossack gets right in Jahyuk's face, mentioning monsters that reach demigod levels. He's clearly trying to hype up the potential rewards of climbing the tower safely with government backing. Jahyuk gulps, unable to even imagine commanding demigod-level beings. The scale of the power John Cossack is describing is way beyond anything he ever expected when he started this journey. Sitting on the floor, Jahyuk asks if he can summon unranked existences. John Cossack admits it's impossible for now, but promises he'll be able to do it as his power grows. John Cossack gives his master some simple advice: just stay alive. He wants Jahyuk to focus on consistent random summons, calling it his ultimate skill and most lethal move. The math is simple. With a 1-month cooldown, that's at least 12 summons a year. If Jahyuk gets lucky with item drops, he could build his army even faster than that. Jahyuk stares into space, worrying about the catch. He knows all the planning in the world won't matter if he doesn't get lucky with his random draws in the future. A notification window shows the random summon cooldown has 19 days left. Jahyuk is already counting down the seconds until he can add another powerful member to his growing team. John Cossack points a finger, advising Jahyuk to make one firm demand before signing. Our boy looks confused, wondering what kind of leverage he actually has against the government recruiters. The condition is crucial. Jahyuk must have sole control over when to climb uncleared floors. John Cossack warns that without this, people will constantly pressure him to take unnecessary risks. John Cossack suddenly breaks down in tears, clearly remembering something painful from his past. Jahyok watches awkwardly, realizing his summon has seen what happens to unprepared masters in the tower. Jahyok is surprised that John Cossack is actually in favor of the contract. He thanks his summon for the honest opinion, feeling a bit more confident about dealing with the AMA. Jahyok summons Gobang, but the atmosphere is immediately awkward. John Cossack doesn't waste any time, mocking the big guy and calling him a meatball instead of using his actual warrior name. Gobang looks back with a stern expression, ignoring the taunts. He grumbles that a true warrior does not greet just anyone, showing he still has plenty of pride despite the insult. John Cossack starts bragging, gloating about his new special super rare status. He's totally leaning into his SSR rank, making sure everyone knows he's now the most valuable summon on the team. The reddish-haired assassin gets right in the big guy's face, mocking his basic R grade. Poor Gobang is visibly sweating, completely intimidated by the massive difference in their current power levels. Jahyok watches the awkward exchange, noticing that even the tough barbarian is now walking on eggshells. The two-grade gap between the summons has created a hilariously tense dynamic in the room. Feeling bad for his loyal meat shield, Jahyok decides to give the next upgrade rune to Gobang. He can't help but feel for the guy getting bullied by John Cossack. Transitioning back to action, the team enters the 25th floor of the Black Tower. John Cossack is still bragging about his rank while Jahyok focuses on getting another platinum badge. The mission is simple: take down 100 orcs and their boss within 10 hours. A massive horde spawns in, giving the crew a perfect chance to test their new upgrades. Jahyok poses with his two summons, looking totally confident. He's already plotting to steal some kills while the rest of his team gets hyped to flex their new, higher ranks. John Cossack stretches out his arms, looking completely ready to celebrate his new SSR status with some action. This guy is practically glowing with confidence after his massive power upgrade. The reddish-haired assassin turns to Gobang with a smug grin. He tells Meatball to head in first and pull some aggro, clearly enjoying his higher rank on the team. Gobang doesn't hesitate for a second, charging forward like a literal tank. The massive barbarian is more than happy to do his job and soak up all the enemy attention. A close-up shows Gobang's giant foot slamming into the cracked earth with incredible force. Every step this guy takes seems to rattle the ground, proving just how much raw power he has. The barbarian's summon leaps high into the air, casting a massive shadow over the battlefield. He's about to bring down a world of hurt on any monster unlucky enough to be below. A couple of orcs look up in pure terror, their eyes wide as they realize a mountain of muscle is currently falling from the sky. They definitely didn't sign up for this. Gobang slams into the dirt with a deafening crash, creating a massive shockwave that sends orcs flying everywhere. Talk about an effective way to clear a path and pull some serious aggro. Back on the sidelines, John Cossack prepares to launch himself into the fray. He's got that sharp, dangerous look in his eyes that spells nothing but trouble for the surviving monsters. John Cossack moves so fast he's basically just a blue streak of light across the battlefield. He's weaving between enemies at high speed, ready to deliver a flurry of lethal strikes. Bong Jahyok is absolutely floored by the display, clutching his head in shock. He mutters that his summon feels like a fighter jet just flew by, completely blown away by the speed. The assassin summon dives into the crowd, daggers drawn and glowing with blue energy. He's moving with a precision that's almost impossible to follow, targeting multiple enemies at the same time. In an instant, glowing blue blades pierce through the chests of several orcs simultaneously. John Cossack is turning this battlefield into a one-sided slaughterhouse with his incredible new speed and precision. John Cossack activates his blade explosion skill, creating a series of massive blue blasts across the field. The sheer force of the technique is enough to vaporize anything in its path. Jahyok watches the carnage with wide eyes, completely stunned by the power level. He realizes this isn't just a simple explosion anymore, it's more like his summon is carrying a bazooka. Taking advantage of the moment the assassin landed, the remaining orcs plan to launch a synchronized ambush, surrounding him with toxic energy to cut off his path. All sorts of weapons, from spears and javelins to hidden projectiles and toxins, were hurled at John Cossack. It looked like a total red alert. One of the orcs watched the scene, thinking they finally had the assassin right where they wanted him. Clearly, the monsters hadn't realized they were facing something way beyond their league in this completely one-sided battle. A close-up of the orc's red eye reveals its expression shifting from overconfident to pure despair and heavy shock. They can see the glowing energy of the next attack reflecting in their pupils right before impact. John Cossack's body gradually turned into a veil of light and vanished, revealing that it wasn't his true form at all. From various offensive skills to flawless defense, the SSR upgrade truly shows just how massive of a power boost it has provided. John Cossack suddenly appears right between two confused orcs with a mocking smile. He whispers a quick surprise before they even have a chance to turn around and defend themselves. Using his despicable ambush skill, the assassin makes quick work of the monsters in his path. Heads literally start flying as he cuts through the enemy line with terrifying, effortless ease. John Cossack strikes a stylish pose as blood and energy splatter around him. He looks like he's having the time of his life, fully embracing his role as the team's lethal carry. The battlefield is now littered with the bodies of defeated orcs. It's a grisly scene that perfectly illustrates the massive power gap between a regular monster and a high-tier summon. Only 2 survivors are left shaking like leaves, realizing their entire squad just got absolutely wrecked. Their morale is totally gone after watching their friends get torn apart in seconds. John Cossack activates his poison dagger, mocking the terrified monsters for their pathetic faces. This guy is clearly having a blast, looking more than ready to finish the job with a smile. John Cossack has a sinister grin on his face, looking completely revitalized by his new power. He warns the remaining monsters that the real slaughter is only just getting started. Seeing his summons clearing the field so quickly, Bong Jahyuk realizes he's going to miss out on all the action. He panics, knowing he needs to move fast to get some kills. Activating his shadow step skill, Jahyuk charges toward the remaining silhouettes of the orc horde. He's tired of sitting on the sidelines while his summons do all of the heavy lifting. Our boy leaps into the air, bringing his foot down like a meteor toward the surprised orcs below. Blue energy trails behind his strike as he finally joins the fray in earnest. Jahyuk smiles as he reflects on John Cossack's advice about staying safe. He knows his life is the team's greatest asset, but he also knows he can't stay a weakling forever. Gripping his weapon tightly, Jahyuk watches the energy surge through the staff. He acknowledges the importance of safety, but he's determined to grow strong enough to protect himself and his team. With his eyes glowing and energy crackling around him, Jahyuk prepares his final strike. He wants to become powerful enough so that everyone who cares for him can finally stop worrying. Bong Jahyuk charges into the orc pack on the 25th floor. He's determined to prove he can handle this challenge without immediately calling for any backup. Our boy knows he can't rely on John Cossack forever. To survive the higher floors, he realizes he needs to level up his own personal combat skills. An orc lunges at him, but Jahyuk doesn't flinch. He's focused on his growth, ready to take this monster head-on and test his newfound strength. He dodges with a quick spin, narrowly avoiding a nasty blade. The training is finally starting to pay off as his movements become much sharper and faster. Jahyuk counters with a powerful kick, sending the beast flying across the room. He's not just a summoner anymore, he's becoming a real fighter in his own right. The monster hits the ground hard, completely overwhelmed by Jahyuk's speed. This is the satisfying result of pushing himself way beyond his normal limits. But there's no time to celebrate as more orcs swarm him from all sides. They're surrounding him, but he's already preparing his next big move. He readies his staff, focusing his energy for a devastating strike. It's time to test out the Chaos Lightning Staff's first form on these unlucky monsters. Boom, Lightning Soul Chaser strikes true, smashing right through the orc's defenses. The sheer power of the electricity is absolutely terrifying to behold. The beast doesn't stand a chance against that kind of impact. Jahyuk is clearing the mobs with ease, but he knows he's just getting started. More enemies rush in, thinking they can overwhelm him with pure numbers. Jahyuk just grits his teeth, ready to show them why that's a huge mistake. Using his Shadow Walker skill, he blurs across the battlefield with insane speed. He's moving so fast the orcs can't even track his position properly. He strikes from above, raining down lightning on another group of monsters. His solo combat performance is reaching a whole new level of badassery. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. He just unlocked the second form of his Chaos Lightning Staff, known as Scattered Lightning. Talk about perfect timing. Jahyuk's eyes light up with pure excitement. A new skill at such a critical moment. This is exactly what he needed to clear this difficult floor. More orcs charge in, but they have no idea what's coming. Jahyuk is eager to see just how much damage this new technique can actually do. He spins his staff, gathering a massive amount of electrical energy. The air literally hums with power as he prepares to unleash the second form. Scattered lightning, he unleashes the energy and strands of electricity shoot out in every direction, automatically seeking out their targets. This is going to be good. The entire room is filled with blinding light and crackling bolts of power. It's a total wipeout, leaving nothing but scorched earth and defeated monsters behind. Multiple orcs are fried instantly by the 5 strands of lightning. This AoE skill is a complete game changer for his solo runs from now on. The system confirms the details. The lightning energy splits perfectly to strike 5 different targets at once. Talk about peak efficiency for clearing out trash mobs. Our boy is absolutely thrilled with the results. He's finally got a reliable way to handle large groups without even breaking a sweat. Look at that grin. Suddenly, John Cossack appears, looking a bit confused by the mess. He's wondering if the orcs somehow learned lightning magic while he wasn't looking. Lightning continues to dance around the room, leaving the enemy assassin completely blindsided. He didn't expect Jahyuk to go this hard, but our boy is finally showing off his true power. John Cossack charges forward, already screaming at Jahyuk for being so reckless. The floor boss is finally spawning, and the elite summon is clearly fuming about the delay in their progress. Cossack lands after his entrance, immediately starting to nag. Our boy Jahyuk just stands there, realizing he might have messed up by showing off his new skills too early. The assassin is absolutely furious, screaming that unlocking a new skill is no excuse for being reckless. He reminds Jahyuk of his promise to clear floors carefully and one by one. Jahyuk immediately folds, stammering an apology while scratching his head. It's pretty hilarious seeing a powerful player acting like a scolded child in front of his own summoned entity. But then a realization hits Jahyuk like a truck. He pauses, his expression shifting from embarrassment to sheer confusion as he processes the dynamic between him and his loyal subordinates. He starts questioning why on earth he's the one apologizing to his own summon. The irony of the situation is finally sinking in, making our boy feel a bit ridiculous. The more he thinks about it, the more pissed off he gets at himself. He vows that inside the tower, he's going to be a total badass instead of a wimp. Cossack just wipes some blood off his face while Jahyuk gets all fired up. He tells the orc chieftain to bring it on, acting way tougher than he actually feels inside. Jahyuk charges forward with his staff, ready to crack some skulls. He's determined to prove he's not just a cowardly summoner, but a warrior who can handle business on his own. But his confidence disappears in an instant when a massive shadow looms over him. He freezes mid-charge, realizing he might have spoken too soon about wanting the boss to show up. Talk about bad timing. The orc chieftain appears right behind him, looking absolutely terrifying with those glowing red eyes and massive tattoos. Jahyuk quickly realizes he's in way over his head. As the massive axe swings down, Jahyuk screams for help at the top of his lungs. He instinctively calls for Cossack, his inner wimp completely taking over the moment things get real. Fortunately, John Cossack dashed in and rescued him from the attack just in time, wearing a loyal smirk. The boss's weapon was ground to a halt against the assassin's blades in a brilliant shower of sparks. Jahyuk is trembling, his face turning purple from the sheer terror of almost being crushed. He admits to himself that he really should have just listened to Cossack from the start. Safely behind his summons, Jahyuk points at the boss and demands they get it out of his sight. Gobang stands ready as the boss prepares to engage the 2 elite summons. The orc chieftain lets out a monstrous growl, looking extremely annoyed that its prey is hiding. This guy is a total beast, and he's clearly not going down without a fight. Cossack and Gobang step up, promising to protect their summoner at all costs. Meanwhile, Jahyuk is literally hiding behind a rock, watching the action from a very safe distance. It's time for the counterattack. Gobang, our literal meat shield, charges forward with Cossack right behind him. They're moving as a perfect unit to take down this massive 25th floor boss. The battlefield turns into a blur of motion as the summons engage the chieftain. While Gobang draws all the aggro, Cossack circles around like the elite assassin he truly is. Gobang focuses his immense strength into his glowing hand, preparing to intercept the boss's next move. This guy doesn't need weapons when his bare fists are basically blocks of solid iron. The chieftain swings its massive axe, but Gobang is faster than he looks. He reaches out with a steady hand, ready to prove why they call him the ultimate meat shield. In an incredible display of strength, Gobang catches the chieftain's giant weapon with his bare hand. The impact creates a shockwave, but the tank doesn't even budge an inch. The orc chieftain is completely stunned, eyes widening in disbelief as its strike is stopped. It never expected a mere summon to possess such overwhelming physical power and absolute tankiness. With the boss's weapon trapped, Gobang prepares to deliver a crushing blow. He jumps high into the air, putting all his massive weight behind a devastating strike from above. Gobang slams into the chieftain like a freight train, pinning the massive boss down. The chieftain can't even move under the raw pressure of the legendary tank summon's weight. This is the perfect opening for John Cossack. He teleports right behind the distracted boss, ready to trigger his despicable ambush skill and deliver the final, crushing blow of the raid. John Cossack finishes the job with a flashy move. Mission accomplished. Jahyok cleared the 25th floor, leveled up, and walked away with a massive pile of mana stones as a reward. Not only did he win, but he secured an S++ rank clear. That legendary performance earned him another platinum badge, finally opening the path to the tower's 26th floor. This achievement triggered a massive bonus. Since he's finally accumulated 25 platinum badges, the system grants him a special perk as a reward for his consistent top-tier performance. Our boy is feeling pretty confident as the notification for the Encore perk appears. He knows this is a rare chance to significantly boost his power for the challenges ahead. He stares at the screen, a bit surprised by the terminology. He's heard of hidden rewards before, but this is the first time he's actually seen an Encore perk in person. The options are incredible: trait enhancement, skill copy, a random item, or even a summon grade up. Jahyok realizes this choice will determine his entire strategy for the higher floors. Without much hesitation, he taps the screen to make his choice. It's a huge windfall, and he knows exactly which option will give him the biggest advantage in the long run. He selects the trait enhancement, and the system immediately confirms the upgrade. Jahyok's eyes light up as he realizes he would have been an absolute idiot to pick anything else. His status window updates, showing he's reached level 26. Best of all, his simultaneous summon limit has officially increased to 3, giving his small army a massive power boost. Now that he can summon 3 entities at once, they've officially become a 4-man party. He's already curious about who his next legendary teammate will be once the cooldown ends. Back home, the mood is much more relaxed. Jahyok turns to his summons, ready to reward them for their hard work on the 25th floor with a nice hot meal. He asks the guys what they're in the mood for, and Gobang's massive stomach lets out a thunderous growl. It's clear the big guy is more than ready to chow down. Surprisingly, John Cossack raises his hand and requests tteokbokki. Jahyok looks skeptical, reminding the assassin that he usually can't handle the heat of spicy Korean food. The assassin insists that as an SSR-grade summon, his Spicewimp days are officially over. Jahyok just sighs, wishing him luck as he prepares for the inevitable spicy disaster. A feast of tteokbokki arrives, looking delicious and incredibly spicy. Jahyok tells the team they did a great job today and encourages them to eat as much as they want. Gobang starts inhaling the food, claiming it actually tastes sweet rather than spicy. John Cossack watches in disbelief, wondering if the giant's taste buds are just as tough as his skin. The assassin takes a hesitant look at his bowl, stealing his nerves. He really wants to prove he's not a wimp, but the bright red sauce is looking pretty menacing. One bite is all it takes for the fire to start. Cossack's face turns bright red as flames practically burst from his ears, completely overwhelmed by the intense Korean spice. The poor guy collapses, begging for help while Gobang just keeps eating. The tank even jokes that they should just ditch the spice wimp and summon someone tougher next time. Jahyuk just sips his water, watching the chaos with a small smile. He realizes it's finally time to let his family know about his success as a high-ranking player. The scene shifts to a quiet residential building as the sun begins to set. It's time for Jahyuk to return home and share some good news with his parents. Our boy bursts through the door with a huge grin, proudly announcing he's brought home some high-quality beef. He's practically glowing with pride as he shows off the expensive gift. His mother is immediately shocked, worried about how much money he wasted. His younger brother Minhyuk is just as stunned, wondering where on earth his brother got that kind of cash. Thankfully, Dad jumps in with a grin, telling Mom to chill out for once. He just wants everyone to relax and enjoy the meal while celebrating Jahyuk's big win. As they dig in, Jahyuk finally feels the pressure melt away. The debts are gone and they're finally set, but our boy still has one massive secret left to share. Jahyuk decides it's finally time to drop the bombshell. He tells his family to stay calm, then proudly announces that he's officially awakened as a tower player. A long, awkward silence follows his grand revelation. His parents and brother just stare at him with blank expressions, not quite sure how to process what they just heard. Minhyuk just tells him to stop joking and eat his fruit, while his parents laugh it off like it's a video game. They clearly don't believe a word he's saying. Seeing that words aren't enough, Jahyuk pulls out his phone to make a call. He contacts AMA team leader, Han Jeol, deciding it's time to show them some real proof. The next morning, the scale of Jahyuk's success becomes undeniable. They arrive at a massive, high-end skyscraper, leaving his family wondering what on earth is going on. A luxury limousine pulls up to greet them, and a professional staff member treats the family like royalty. Jahyuk's parents are stunned as they're told their son is a national asset. To top it all off, Jahyuk uses a high-end black card to unlock the door to their new life. The status of an elite player comes with some incredible perks. Jahyuk reveals their new home, a massive luxury penthouse with a stunning view. His family stands there in absolute shock, finally realizing that their lives have changed forever. The scene opens at the awakened management department. This is where the big shots handle the country's strongest players, and today, it's Bong Jahyuk's turn to step into the big leagues. Jahyuk officially puts pen to paper, signing his name on a document that changes everything. No more debt or running from thugs, this signature secures his future as an elite player. This guy can't believe his luck, staring at the paper with a huge grin. He actually bagged an elite contract, moving up from a bottom-tier nobody to a high-ranking asset. He reflects on how fast his life flipped upside down. Not long ago, he was just struggling to survive, but now he's realizing that reality is way crazier than any fiction. Team leader Han Jeol apologizes for only offering a 2 billion won annual salary. Jahyuk almost chokes. That's a fortune to him, even if the government considers it a standard starting rate. Our boy insists on keeping his S++ record a total secret. He's not looking for fame. He just wants to clear the tower without the world breathing down his neck. He imagines his family getting harassed by cameras and reporters if his identity leaks. To protect their peace, Jahyuk decides it's better if everyone keeps thinking he's just some lucky dude. Han Jeol asks if his family likes the new house they provided. He's being surprisingly nice, making sure the tower's secret weapon is comfortable and well taken care of. Jahyuk checks his phone to find a heartwarming text from his brother, Bong Minhyuk. Their mom actually cried happy tears over the new house, making all his risky climbs totally worth it. The official swipes through a tablet, showing off a fully furnished luxury hostel. Even though they think it's small, this place looks like a literal palace compared to Jahyuk's old dump. This guy is practically glowing as he looks at the photos of his new home. To him, this isn't just an apartment, it's the ultimate penthouse and a dream come true. Meanwhile, in the actual largest penthouse in Seoul, the vibe is way different. This place belongs to the nation's top ranker, and it's dripping with excessive wealth and bad attitudes. A group of women are lounging in a massive indoor pool, living the high life. It's a scene of pure luxury, funded by the rewards of being at the very top. A heavily tattooed man emerges from the water, looking like he owns the world. He's the peak of Korea's power, but he seems more interested in partying than protecting. He pulls one of the girls close, clearly enjoying the perks of his status. Life at the top floor seems to be all about indulgence for this arrogant powerhouse. This is Yu Cheolman, the #1 ranked player in South Korea. He's muscular, covered in tattoos, and acts like a complete jerk despite being the country's supposed hero. His stats are insane, with mastery over every weapon and high-level ultimate skills. He's currently stuck on the 66th floor, but his ego is even higher than his rank. The group cheers, clinking glasses filled with booze that costs 5 million won a pop. They're literally drinking a year's salary for a normal person in a single gulp. While they lounge around, one of the girls gets curious about recent news. She brings up the mysterious player who's been smashing records, not realizing she's about to ruin the mood. Her question about the anonymous S++ record holder on the 25th floor makes Cheolman's eyes go cold. He doesn't like hearing about anyone else stealing his spotlight or the headlines. This guy scoffs, calling the new record holder a measly low-level punk. He's so full of himself that he can't stand the idea of some rookie being mentioned in his presence. The girls keep pushing, mentioning it's a world-first clear and wondering if the guy is Korean. They don't notice Cheolman's temper flaring up as his pride takes a massive hit. Plot twist, he suddenly pours his expensive drink right over the girl's head. The room goes dead silent as his true, ugly personality finally leaks out from behind the hero mask. This creep gets right in her face, demanding she listen to his trash talk. He reminds her that the entire country's safety depends solely on him clearing those high floors. He starts laying out the terrifying stakes of his position. If he stops climbing, the tower will collapse and wipe out a major city, giving him absolute power over everyone. Yu Cheolman declared that South Korea would be utterly destroyed, dropping his drink as a final punctuation mark. The crash of glass echoed his cold indifference toward the nation's looming fate. A girl trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face as he loomed over her. He cruelly asked if she wanted to test whether the tower's collapse was a real threat. Cheolman turned his back on the city view, sighing in deep frustration. Despite his immense wealth and power, he felt like garbage, clearly annoyed by the pressure of being the top player. This guy gritted his teeth, visibly irritated by everyone obsessing over the mysterious S++ player. Even among civilians, the constant buzz about this new rookie was driving him toward a breaking point. He rubbed his forehead, trying to soothe the growing headache caused by the news. No matter where he went, the talk of that anonymous record holder followed him like a persistent shadow. Memories of massive offers from China flashed through his mind, including a staggering annual salary. They promised him a mansion, a private jet, and treatment equivalent to that of a world leader. Japan wasn't far behind, dangling even more money and a top-class mansion with a team of maids. The temptation to abandon his country for pure pleasure was becoming nearly impossible to resist. He grumbled about remaining in Korea for months, struggling to clear the 66th floor. This guy felt insulted that people were yapping about a rookie who only reached the 25th floor. His eyes glowed with an eerie light as he seriously considered naturalizing elsewhere. The burden of the 66th floor was weighing heavily on him, making a fresh start elsewhere seem very tempting. The 60s floors were described as the brutal beginning of the undead section. On the 66th, terrifying ghosts called specters appeared, completely ignoring physical attacks while requiring specific elemental strikes. Demonic energy from these creatures was far more terrifying than any common fiction. Just one attempt against them could leave a player needing 3 days of rest from the intense mental shock. Even with elite accessories, elixirs, and light attribute weapons, Cheolman barely made it out alive. He cursed the undead bastards, knowing the 66th floor would remain a massive roadblock for Korea. Staring at his own reflection in the window, he decided to stop just thinking about leaving. It was time to actually push for naturalization and abandon the country before things got worse. Headlines flashed in his mind, imagining the absolute chaos and shock his departure would cause. The deadline for clearing the 66th floor was already half past, adding to the growing national desperation. In just 3 months, the tower's collapse countdown would activate due to sluggish progress. Red warning screens announced the grim reality that Korea's time was rapidly running out for everyone. A wicked smirk spread across his face as he realized he was the country's only hope. However, he had no intention of being the hero everyone expected him to be. Xiaomin laughed manically, declaring that it was already too late for the ungrateful morons. He planned to be long gone from Korea before the final countdown ever reached its 0 mark. A vision of a destroyed Seoul appeared, with buildings crumbling into massive craters. He wanted the people to regret their words and feel total despair as their city burned to ash. Meanwhile, back at the new office-stall, Bong Jae-hyuk was busy receiving a massive delivery. He sheepishly apologized to the courier for ordering 10 whole fried chickens all for himself and his friends. Our boy looked quite content as he unpacked the food in his new home. Living in a place specifically designed for players made everything feel incredibly comfortable and high-end for him. Resident staff handled every little errand, from building management to picking up laundry. It was a lifestyle of pure convenience, allowing Jae-hyuk to focus entirely on his training and his summons. The building's directory was packed with every facility imaginable, from gyms to karaoke rooms. Jae-hyuk couldn't help but wish he had moved into this luxurious place a whole lot sooner. This dude skipped through his kitchen, happily carrying bags of chicken for his friend Cossack. He reflected on the 26th floor mission, where they had to take down 20 swamp trolls. Jae-hyuk handled the nightmare swamp floor with total ease this time. Thanks to his new shadow step skill, he even managed to hunt down a massive troll all by himself. Our boy headed home with bags of fried chicken, ready for a victory feast. He called out to Meatball and John Cossack, expecting them to come running for the food. The summons are totally distracted, ignoring the food for something on the massive TV. Jae-hyuk watches them with a puzzled expression as they stare ahead in a trance. Our boy tries to announce that the chicken is here, but the duo is completely zoned out. He wonders what could possibly be so captivating to distract them from a feast. Turns out, they're watching a glamorous K-pop girl group perform on a giant 100-inch screen. The summons are absolutely mesmerized by the flashing lights and the upbeat dancing. Jae-hyuk can't help but blush, admitting that the performance is actually pretty dazzling. He's caught in the moment too, acknowledging the group's charms even if nobody is actually listening. Finally snapping back to reality, Gobeng grabs a huge, golden piece of fried chicken. He's ready to feast, and his massive hand makes the drumstick look like a tiny snack. While eating, they talk shop. Jae-hyuk decides they should push through the tower and aim for the 29th floor. The summons listen intently while stuffing their faces with food. Cossack pauses his meal, looking a bit confused by the plan. He wonders why they're stopping at the 29th floor instead of just clearing the entire section right now. Jae-hyuk explains his strategic roadmap. They'll grind experience for 10 days first. Once his random summon cooldown is finished, he'll add a 4th member to finally tackle the 30th floor. Cossack is thrilled about the prospect of a new teammate joining their party. He's already looking forward to meeting whoever the next legendary summon might be to help them climb. Gobeng cheers for the new recruit, but Cossack starts panicking internally. He's worried that if an elite summon appears, his prestigious position as Jae-hyuk's right-hand man might be in jeopardy. Later, an AMA official rings the doorbell with a delivery for Bong Jae-hyuk. He's brought the specialized Volcano Orc leather armor, which is designed to block out extreme cold. Jae-hyuk gratefully accepts the high-quality gear, thanking the man for the constant support. The agency is really going all out to make sure their top record holder stays safe. They finish their business, and the official wishes our boy luck on the next floor. Jae-hyuk is eager to put his new armor to the test in the frozen mountains. The screen transitions as they officially enter the 27th floor of the Black Tower. It's a snowy mountain range notorious for its bitter, bone-chilling cold that freezes everything. Jae-hyuk feels warm and cozy in his new leather gear, realizing that elite equipment is truly the best. He turns to check on his teammates, wondering how they're handling it. This guy asks Gobeng if he's feeling the chill since he's practically bare-skinned. The giant warrior just shrugs it off, claiming that a true fighter never feels the cold. On the other hand, Cossack is literally a shivering block of ice. He tries to act tough, stuttering that he can drive the frost away with his magic power alone. Watching his summons, Jae-hyuk realizes that if Gobeng actually had some brains, he'd be a true top-tier summon. For now, he's just a lovable, freezing tank with zero strategy. Desperate to warm up, Cossack starts stomping his feet and moving as fast as possible. He thinks that constant action is the only way to survive this freezing mountain air. In a total frenzy, the assassin charges forward to start hunting immediately. He's not even looking for monsters anymore. He's just trying to generate heat by moving at high speeds. Cossack becomes a blur of motion, leaving a trail of shattered ice and snow behind him. He's clearing the path so fast that it's almost impossible to keep track of him. Gobang and Jahyuk just stand there, watching the chaos unfold from a distance. They realize that their teammate has gone completely berserk just to escape the biting mountain cold. Meanwhile, our boy is feeling so warm and cozy that it's actually annoying to move. He decides he should probably try to catch at least one monster before Cossack finishes. Jahyuk calls out to Gobang as they both sprint after their teammate. They're trying their best to catch up, but the pace of this raid is getting completely out of hand. Suddenly, a notification screen pops up with some wild news. The mission is already finished, and Jahyuk just leveled up without even getting a chance to swing his sword. Bong Jahyuk is absolutely stunned by the speed of the clear. A shivering John Cossack tells him he finished it quickly, looking completely frozen after his frantic, heat-generating rampage. The rewards start rolling in, including a massive amount of mana stones. Jahyuk also receives an S++ clear rank and a legendary item called the Roland Kingdom Paladin Captain's Holy Sword. Along with the loot, he earns a shiny platinum badge for his incredible performance. Our boy is still processing everything, feeling a bit silly since he hasn't even warmed up yet. Jahyuk is genuinely excited because an equipment item finally dropped for him. He's especially thrilled that it's a weapon type, hopping for a major upgrade to his current tower gear. Upon closer inspection, the holy sword looks incredibly worn out and battered. Jahyuk starts to doubt its quality, wondering if this supposedly legendary weapon is actually just a piece of junk. He tries to lift the massive two-handed sword, struggling with its immense weight. Our boy isn't even sure if it's any better than his current mace, given how heavy it feels. Feeling a bit disappointed, Jahyuk decides to just toss the sword into his inventory for now. He plans to check its disposal price later to see if it's worth selling. But taking a closer look, the weapon's stats reveal that it is highly effective against the undead, providing massive buffs to attack power and sacred fire. With this new gear, Jahyuk is ready for the challenges ahead. Bong Jahyuk offers his worn-out paladin sword to Gobang, hoping the big guy can find some use for it. The blade is shaking in his hands just from the weight. Gobang just clenches his wrapped fist and flatly refuses. He insists that a true warrior only needs their bare hands to get the job done. Jahyuk turns to John Corsack next, but the elegant summon isn't interested in second-hand gear either. He's strictly a high-end guy and sticks to his custom dwarf daggers. Now the MC is stuck with a piece of junk. He thinks about selling it at the player shop, though he's not even sure anyone would buy something this ancient. Before tossing it, Jahyuk decides to at least give the sword a few practice swings. Corsack cheers him on from the sidelines with a grin. He puts everything he has into the movement, his face contorted as he tries to whip the heavy blade through the air. A single upward swing is all he manages, putting his whole body into the motion just to get the tip of the blade up. He follows through with a shaky downward arc, already looking like he's at his physical limit. Just 2 swings in, and the guy is absolutely cooked. He's wheezing over the blade with sweat dripping everywhere as his physical stats hit their real-world ceiling. Corsack gives him some pity claps, calling the effort incredible. Jahyuk isn't buying the blatant flattery for a single second. Corsack explains that everyone's physical abilities are capped outside the tower. Jahyuk asks if there's actually a way to break past that restriction. The summon's expression shifts into something much more serious. He confirms that it's possible, but the implications are dark. The limits only lift when the magical boundary between the tower and reality completely vanishes. Corsack explains that if enough towers collapse, the 2 worlds will merge into one. Once that happens, a player's full power will finally manifest in the real world. He calls it the ultimate sign of the apocalypse. It's not just a power-up for hunters, it's the end of life as they know it. Meanwhile, over at the Japanese embassy in Seoul, something shady is brewing behind closed doors. Counselor Tomo is grinning while on the phone. He mentions that the rabbit is finally leaving its old nest for a new one. He promises to handle the escort personally and tells the person on the other end not to worry about a thing. The trap is already being set. Tomo lets out a dark laugh in the quiet of his office. He can already feel a massive typhoon of chaos heading toward the country. 2 days later, Jahyuk is back at home, still feeling rattled by the talk of the apocalypse. He's checking his current progress while the clock keeps ticking down. He figures the high-level climbing is better left to pros like Yu Cheol-min. He doesn't see himself as a world-saving hero just yet. Still, worrying doesn't get the floors cleared. He resolves to just keep moving at his own pace, one floor at a time. It's time to tackle the 29th floor, and his motto is still safety first. He gets ready to head back into the grind. He looks back at the 28th floor, where giant jungle trolls made every step a nightmare. He knows Korsak couldn't have secured an S++ rank on his own back then. That's where Gobang came in, literally pulling down massive trees with his bare strength to expose the enemies. The trolls didn't stand a chance once they were grounded. Jahyuk thinks that if Meat Shield were just a bit smarter, he'd be a top-tier SSR summon. Korsak handled the cleanup with his usual flashy style, picking off any stragglers with lethal precision. But the 29th floor is a different beast entirely. Jahyuk straps on a gas mask, knowing things are about to get absolutely disgusting. The plague trolls make their entrance, and they are every bit as gross as the name suggests. Even the name makes him want to gag. They're covered in pulsating boils and dripping with yellow pus. These things carry diseases that can actually infect players who aren't careful during the clear. Jahyuk brings out the big guns, summoning both Korsak and Gobang to his side. They report for duty with their usual enthusiasm right in his living room. The mission is simple: take down 20 of those disgusting trolls within a 4-hour time limit. Jahyuk is ready to get this over with. Jahyuk asks if his summons are okay without masks in that toxic air. Gobang claims a warrior's body is too tough for germs, while Korsak complains that masks just ruin his breathing. Without another word, the two of them charge straight into the heart of the 29th floor. The ground shakes as they make their move. They're moving even faster than they did on the floor before, ignoring the plague entirely as they tear through the trolls. Jahyuk just watches from a safe distance. It's a complete slaughter. Jahyuk lands another S++ rank clear, along with a level up and a shiny new platinum badge to add to his collection. The summons are ecstatic, covered in troll blood and asking if they're having another party back at the apartment to celebrate. Jahyuk takes one look at the green slime dripping off them and recoils in horror. Korsak tries to apologize, but the smell is already filling the air. He dismisses them on the spot, his hand out like a barrier. There's no way he's letting that filth anywhere near his brand new furniture. He knows he's being a cruel boss, but his floors are clean, and he intends to keep them that way. He'll deal with the guilt later, once the house is aired out. The next day, things shift to the AMA gym, where Nam Ga-yoon is pushing her limits. She's dripping with sweat, straining under a massive amount of weight on the rack. She lets the barbell drop with a heavy thud, clearly frustrated by her lack of progress despite all the hard work. We're introduced to Nam Ga-yoon, South Korea's #2 player and a dedicated swordsman. She's currently pushing herself to the limit in the gym, preparing for the nightmare that is the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. That floor is home to the dark zombies, monsters that emit a corrupting, dark aura that can consume even the strongest players. Ga-yoon is stuck, unable to find a clear path to victory against such overwhelming odds. Taking a breather on the gym bench, she stares off into space, sweat-soaked and exhausted. She wonders if she's finally hit a wall that she just can't climb over. But an elite player doesn't quit just because things get hard. She grits her teeth and resolves to keep pushing herself until her body literally breaks. To fuel that fire, she downs a massive protein shake in one go. She's determined to find some kind of advantage, even if it's just a boost from a supplement. She flexes her muscles, feeling a sudden surge of gold power as she cheers herself on. She's trying to keep her spirits high despite the looming challenge of the higher floors. Her focus is broken when a crowd of people starts sprinting past the window in a panic. She clenches her fist, sensing that something is seriously wrong. She spots her colleague Minna among the runners and calls out to her. The atmosphere has shifted from intense training to pure chaos in an instant. Minna is too frantic to stop, mentioning she's busy and asking if Ga-yoon has seen the news yet. Ga-yoon is left standing there, completely in the dark about the unfolding crisis. She thinks of Yoo Cheol-min, the country's top player, and a sense of dread washes over her. She can already tell that whatever is happening involves that bastard. The scene cuts to a chaotic press conference, with cameras flashing and microphones shoved into the face of a man in a red suit. The public sentiment is toxic, accusing the government of neglecting the elite teams for political games. Reporters look on with grim expressions, capturing a moment that feels like the end of an era. The general consensus is that the future of the entire country has never looked bleaker. Standing at the podium, Yoo Cheol-min drops a bombshell on the nation. He's officially leaving South Korea today to join the Japanese player roster, effectively abandoning his home country. Back in his living room, Bong Jae-hyuk is watching the broadcast with his jaw on the floor. He's absolutely stunned that the top-ranked hunter would just up and defect like that. Jae-hyuk is called into the Awakening management office for an emergency meeting with manager Jeon. He's still processing the news of Cheol-min's betrayal, while the manager looks ready to collapse from the stress. Without any preamble, manager Jeon looks Jae-hyuk right in the eye and asks the impossible. He wants to know exactly how long it would take him to reach the 60th floors. Jae-hyuk realizes immediately why he was summoned so urgently. With the rank 1 player gone, the government is looking for someone, anyone, to step up and clear the high-level floors. He takes a seat and starts doing the mental math, looking overwhelmed by the scale of the request. At his current pace of 1 floor a day, it would take over a month just to reach the 66th floor. There are only 90 days left until the deadline for the floor clear, or the entire country faces a total collapse. On paper, it seems like there's enough time, but the tower is never that predictable. Jae-hyuk looks down, his expression grim as he realizes the sheer weight of what's being asked. Climbing higher floors isn't just about speed. It's about surviving encounters that are getting deadlier with every step. He tries to set expectations, explaining that a single tough floor can take him 10 days of preparation just to survive. Plus, he points out that his contract specifically says he's the one who decides when to climb. Manager Jeon is practically begging now, his face pale and eyes wide with desperation. He knows it's a lot to ask of a new recruit, but with no other options, they're basically grasping at straws. Jae-hyuk's chibai side comes out as he tries to resist those sad puppy eyes coming from the manager. It's a lot of pressure to put on someone who just signed their contract. He stands his ground, insisting that a no is a no when it comes to his safety. He's not going to make a promise he isn't 100% sure he can keep. Suddenly, the door to the office is kicked open with a loud bam. Nam Ga-yoon bursts into the room, her presence immediately taking over the space. She's still in her workout gear, panting and looking completely out of sorts. She ignores Jae-hyuk for a second to ask the manager if the rumors about light attribute items from the US are true. Manager Jeon can only offer more bad news, admitting they haven't received a final answer and there's a worldwide shortage. Ga-yoon looks like she's about to hit her breaking point from the sheer anxiety of it all. She finally notices Jae-hyuk sitting on the couch and asks if the manager has a guest. Jae-hyuk turns a bright shade of red, completely flustered by the beauty suddenly taking an interest in him. He can barely form a coherent sentence, his face heating up as he tries to maintain some dignity. He's definitely not used to this kind of attention from top-tier hunters. Trying to save face, he claims he's just there to sell some items he picked up. Manager Jeon gives him a silent, nice save, as Jae-hyuk opens his inventory and pulls out the sword he found earlier. He holds out the worn-looking blade, mentioning that someone told him it was a high-end light attribute item. He offers it to Ga-yoon, figuring she might have a use for it since they're so short on gear. Ga-yoon's eyes widen as she gets a closer look at the weapon Jae-hyuk is casually holding out. She asks if she can inspect it, her tone shifting from anxious to intensely curious. Jae-hyuk tells her to take her time, blushing as he hands it over. As soon as she touches the hilt, the blade begins to hum with a faint, ethereal blue light. A system screen pops up, revealing the sword's true identity, the holy sword of the paladin commander of the Holy Kingdom of Roland. Its effects are insane, massive damage against the undead and a high crit rate boost. Ga-yoon is frozen in place, staring at the stats in disbelief. She's never even heard of a weapon with effects this powerful, and it's exactly what she needs for the 62nd floor. In a sudden burst of energy, she lunges forward and grabs Jahyuk by the shoulders. Manager Jiyeon looks on in shock as the rank 2 hunter gets way too close for comfort. She's practically pleading now, her voice low and desperate as she begs to borrow the sword just for a single mission. Her face is flushed, and her eyes are wide with an intensity that borders on madness. She's willing to do literally anything if it means she can get her hands on that holy blade. In a lavish wedding hall, Bong Jahyuk walks down the aisle with Nam Ga-yoon by his side. Everything is perfect, right down to the flower petals falling from the ceiling. The happy couple looks into each other's eyes. Jahyuk is wearing a sharp tuxedo, and Ga-yoon looks stunning in her white gown. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a tropical beach at sunset. The two are running hand in hand through the sand, laughing like they don't have a care in the world. As fireworks burst in the night sky, things take a weird turn. Jahyuk asks about a honeymoon baby, and a blushing Ga-yoon just can't handle the romantic tension. She looks up at him, her face completely red. In this perfect fantasy, she's practically swooning over him. She leans in, telling him to stop joking so she can finally kiss him. It's the climax of the most elaborate daydream Jahyuk's ever had. Back in reality, Jahyuk is actually puckering up his lips in the middle of the AMA office. He looks absolutely ridiculous, caught in his own delusional world. The real Nam Ga-yoon is standing right there, but she's just excited about the sword. She beams at him, asking if he really meant it when he said he'd lend it to her. Jahyuk snaps out of it, realizing he was just being a total creep in his head. He's sweating buckets, hopping nobody saw that. He tries to play it cool, scratching his head and telling her to go ahead and test its performance. Manager Jiyeon watches from the side, probably wondering what's wrong with this kid. Ga-yoon is over the moon, promising she'll do anything if he needs help later. She's finally found a potential solution to her problem on the 62nd floor. She doesn't waste a second, gearing up in her tactical armor and strapping the holy sword to her back. She's focused and ready to clear the floor that's been holding her back. With a final wave, she steps into the portal and vanishes into the tower. Jahyuk stands there watching the portal close, his mind already shifting to the business side of things. He figures if the review is good, he might actually get a decent price for that old sword. The system interface flickers to life as she enters the Black Tower. The mission is simple: defeat 20 dark zombies within 15 hours. Ga-yoon lands in a dark, crumbling city that looks like it's been through an apocalypse. The air is thick with a heavy, oppressive energy. From the shadows, a grotesque mouth filled with jagged teeth lets out a low growl. Something that definitely shouldn't be alive is waiting for her. A massive, purple-skinned undead looms out of the darkness. It's covered in bandages and radiates a terrifying aura. The tension is thick enough to choke on. No matter how many times she enters the tower, Ga-yoon can never get used to the disgusting energy that makes her want to run. She draws the holy sword, and it immediately starts glowing with a pure white radiance. She's a bit worried because the light seems dimmer than her usual gear. She wonders if this humble-looking blade can actually stand up to the darkness ahead. The zombie doesn't wait, lunging forward with a massive purple claw. Ga-yoon steals her resolve, knowing this is a player's destiny. She has to face the enemy head-on without running away. She leaps into action, closing the gap in an instant. Her sword leaves a trail of light as she aims for the creature's head. Their powers collide in a massive burst of energy. The holy sword sparks against the zombie's dark power, lighting up the ruins. The monster's dark aura starts sweeping in from all sides, trying to swallow her whole. Ga-yoon is forced to the ground as the weight of the aura crushes her. She grits her teeth, frustrated that nothing seems to have changed. A giant, spectral claw made of dark energy reaches down, ready to end her mission right then and there. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. The holy sword's unique effect, Steadfast Mind, has activated. The zombie pauses, clearly confused. Its overwhelming aura is being pushed back by a force it doesn't understand. A brilliant golden dome of light erupts around Ga-yoon, completely nullifying the dark aura. She looks up, realizing that the tables have finally turned. With the barrier protecting her, she delivers a devastating blow right through the monster's chest. She doesn't stop there, spinning around for a powerful follow-up strike. A massive chain of critical damage alerts fills the air as the zombie is ripped apart by the holy light. The first zombie is down, and Ga-yoon is absolutely stunned. She can't believe she cleared a monster that used to be impossible so easily. Back at the AMA lounge, manager Jiyeon checks his watch with a worried expression. It's been 2 hours since she entered the 62nd floor. The tension in the room is rising as the minutes tick by. Usually when she fails a clear, she returns around this time. He sighs, wondering how she's faring against that wall of darkness. Suddenly, the portal room lights up with a blue flash. A figure begins to materialize out of the light. The manager's eyes go wide when he sees who it is. He stammers out a greeting, surprised to see her back so soon. Ga-yoon drops her damaged armor to the floor and immediately cracks open a healing potion. She's breathing hard but looks completely unscathed. Jae-hyuk greets her with a smile, glad she made it back in one piece. Meanwhile, the manager is having a minor crisis, convinced that not even a holy sword could have cleared the floor this fast. Jae-hyuk asks Ga-yoon how she liked the holy sword, trying to be humble while secretly hopping for a glowing review. Before he can even finish his sentence, she lunges forward and wraps him in a massive, grateful bear hug. Jae-hyuk's brain completely short-circuits as he stands there frozen, his face turning a bright shade of red while he lets out a strangled squeak. He's so overwhelmed by the sudden physical affection that he feels his soul starting to drift away. This is way more aggressive than anything he's prepared for. Even while being crushed, Jae-hyuk's imagination takes over again. He's already daydreaming about attending their future child's school entrance ceremony. Ga-yoon doesn't notice his internal spiral. She's too busy shouting her thanks at the top of her lungs. She explains that without that blade, she wouldn't have stood a chance against the dark aura. Manager Jiyeon looks on, clearly confused by the weird dynamic between them. She confirms that the 62nd floor is finally cleared, and Jae-hyuk finally snaps back to reality. Manager Jiyeon is absolutely pumped, pumping his fists as he realizes the holy sword could take them all the way to the top floors. He shudders thinking about Yu Cheolman, the former rank one who just ran off to Japan. If that guy had gotten his hands on a weapon like this, the country would be in even deeper trouble. The manager realizes Jae-hyuk is a complete anomaly, clearing floors and finding god-tier items like it's a hobby. Ga-yoon finally lets go, apologizing for getting carried away in her excitement. Jae-hyuk is still dazed, whispering that he's lived a full life already. The manager takes a closer look at the holy sword and notices the blade is covered in deep cracks. Jae-hyuk sighs, thinking the thing is basically trash now, and that he should probably just toss it in the bin. Manager Jiyeon tells him to hold on, promising the AMA has the best craftsmen to fix it up. Ga-yoon looks like a huge weight has been lifted off her shoulders. Jae-hyuk's eyes immediately dart to the business side of things, asking how much a repair job like that is going to cost. He suggests the AMA just buy the sword off him and be done with it. The manager shakes his head, telling him he'd be crazy to sell a treasure like this. Jae-hyuk looks genuinely disappointed, probably already calculating the instant cash he just missed out on. Instead of a sale, the manager proposes a much more lucrative plan, a rental business. He points out that towers are popping up all over the world, and every country is desperate to clear those 60th floors. He drops the bombshell price, 10 billion won for a single use. Jae-hyuk's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. The manager sees his shocked face and starts backpedaling, thinking Jae-hyuk might be offended by such a low offer. Jae-hyuk is anything but offended. He's practically glowing with greed. His eyes literally turn into W symbols as he realizes this is pure, effortless profit. He gives an enthusiastic double thumbs up, telling the manager to handle all the paperwork however he wants. Jae-hyuk even offers the AMA a discount, letting them use it for just 1 billion. The manager is touched, but tells him they'll let him have this first one for free as a gesture of goodwill. Jae-hyuk laughs it off, saying he'll make up the difference from the foreign countries soon enough. Back at his luxury apartment, Jae-hyuk has a big pot of balsam simmering on the stove. He's whistling while he works, still unable to believe his luck with the 10 billion won per use deal. He decides that being a holy sword lord is way cooler than just being a regular landlord. He's officially turned a piece of junk into a literal gold mine. He sets a massive plate of piping hot boiled pork on the table, calling his summons over for a feast. Gobang and John Cossack are moved to actual tears by the gesture. They've never had a summoner treat them with so much respect or feed them so well. Jahyuk flashes a wide, capitalist smile, telling them to eat until they're stuffed. He can afford to be generous now that he's officially filthy rich. He knows that as long as his summons are happy and strong, the money will keep rolling in. That evening, the news in Korea explodes with the report of Nam Ga-yoon's successful clear. She's being hailed as the new hero of the nation, and people are already starting to forget about the guy who betrayed them. Jahyuk's little sword test accidentally saved the country's morale. 10 days pass by, and Jahyuk is at a public bathhouse, taking a break from grinding the tower floors. He's been waiting for this moment. The cooldown for his random summon is finally up. He goes through a whole ritual, scrubbing every inch of his skin and even trimming his nails to ensure good luck. He sits in meditation in his kitchen, having fasted for a full day to purify his spirit. In reality, his stomach is growling like crazy, and he's starting to regret the commitment to the bit. He just wants to get the summon over with so he can eat. For the final touch, he fills a bowl with water from his purifier. It's purified water, so it counts for the ritual in his book. He clasps his hands in prayer, watching the timer tick down the final 30 minutes with bated breath. Jahyuk is on his knees, hands clasped tightly as he begs the universe for an LSSR-grade summon. Gobang sits behind him like a silent, muscular mountain, sharing in the gravity of the moment. John Cossack tries to lighten the mood, telling Jahyuk it'll be fine and that they couldn't possibly get another low-rank meatball like Gobang. Jahyuk immediately shushes him, snapping that there's absolutely nothing wrong with Mr. Meatball. Gobang, hearing the defense, seems to vibrate with emotion. John quickly backtracks, sweating as he explains he was just trying to be supportive since they've already cleared so many floors with top ranks. Behind them, Gobang has a massive, sparkly smile on his face, clearly touched by Jahyuk's kind words. John looks over his shoulder, looking completely done with the big guy's dramatic display. Jahyuk blocks out the bickering and narrows his eyes, focusing every ounce of his will on the task at hand. It's finally time to pull the trigger on his next summon. The final seconds tick down in silence. 3, 2, 1. The air in the room begins to vibrate with a sudden surge of mana. Jahyuk shouts out the command for the random summon, his eyes squeezed shut as he prays for a high-tier grade result. A pillar of brilliant purple light erupts from the center of the floor, casting long shadows across the walls. Jahyuk, Gobang, and John stare into the blinding glow, waiting for a silhouette to form. As the energy starts to coalesce, a figure emerges from the swirling mist, wearing what looks like long, flowing traditional robes. The light gradually dims, revealing a pair of dainty white shoes stepping out onto the floorboards amid the fatting sparks. A gentle voice breaks the silence, thanking Jahyuk for the honor of summoning her into this world. The summon is revealed to be a woman of striking beauty, dressed in a traditional Korean hanbok. She kneels gracefully on the ground, offering a humble greeting to her new master, young Master Bong. Jahyuk's system interface blinks to life, displaying a catalog entry for Jeon dowry, though her grade and type remain a complete mystery for now. Jeondori introduces herself with formal gratitude, her voice soft but steady as she addresses her new master. Clad in an elegant, traditional hanbok, Jeondori kneels on the ground, offering her greetings to the young master who called her forth. A blue system window pops up to confirm the summon's details. Jeondori, an S-triple prime rank shaman. Bong Jahyuk and his other summons stare in silence, clearly caught off guard by the sudden arrival of this regal figure in the middle of the room. John Cossack and Jahyuk exchange looks, completely thrown by the fact that their newest powerhouse is a woman. A ritual sword and a set of shaman bells materialize in a flash of blue energy, hovering in the air before their owner. Jeondori grabs her tools and swears to devote all her strength to Jahyuk, her expression suddenly sharp and determined. Jahyuk stands there blinking, trying to process the fact that he just summoned a literal shaman into his modern apartment. But the polite greeting doesn't last long, as Jeondori's eyes narrow with sudden icy annoyance. She whips out her blade and points it straight ahead, her voice dripping with venom as she demands to know what's with that gaze. She's not playing around, accusing someone of ogling her with lecherous eyes and suggesting a severe flogging is in order. The target of her wrath is none other than John Cossack, who holds up his hands in a panic, trying to explain he was just curious. Jahyuk tries to step in and calm things down, but Jeondeori ignores him, warning the knight that divine punishment is the only thing waiting for those with dark thoughts. She abruptly turns her attention back to Jahyuk, her face completely neutral as if she hadn't just threatened to skin her fellow summon. Her tone shifts to something almost sweet, telling Jahyuk he's free to look as much as he likes, while she offers him a small, polite smile. Jahyuk just sweats, wondering why none of his summons can just be normal for once. Still, he can't stay annoyed for long, realizing he just scored another massive win with a rank that matches even a powered-up Cossack. Jeondeori gives the knight another sharp look, her overwhelming charisma enough to make the seasoned warrior break out in a cold sweat. A more detailed catalog screen appears, describing her as the strict, solemn, and serious head shaman of an imperial shrine. Jahyuk notes that serious seems to be her entire personality, leaving no room for jokes or casual talk. Curious about where she came from, Jahyuk decides to use his ability to dive into her memories and see her past. His consciousness is pulled away, floating through a void of blue light as he enters the life story of the shaman princess. He finds himself standing before a massive, ornate temple gate, the air thick with the smell of incense and the sound of distant bells. The memory focuses on the ritual bells, the core tools of her trade back in the Heavenly Empire. Jeondeori was more than just a shaman. She was the daughter of Emperor Mujang, a princess destined for a life of spiritual service. She spent her childhood fascinated by shamanism, eventually becoming the state's most powerful spiritual leader within the imperial shrine. But tragedy struck when her father died, and her young brother was murdered by their own uncle, who stole the crown for himself. Consumed by grief and rage, Jeondeori vowed a bloody revenge, preparing to use a forbidden death hex ritual to bring the traitor down. Her uncle knew she was coming, though, and he lined the palace with magical arrays and every defense he could muster. He even went as far as preparing a blindfolded scapegoat, hoping someone else would take the hit from her curse while he sat safely on the throne. But Jeondeori wasn't just any shaman. She was the greatest of her generation, serving the empire's chief deity since she was a child. With tears streaming down her face and her eyes wide with fury, she unleashed the final, devastating death hex. No magical array or scapegoat could save her uncle, as the curse tore through his defenses and left him screaming in agony. Revenge came at a price, though casting such a dark ritual for a personal vendetta went directly against the will of heaven. The hex rebounded back onto the caster, and Jeondeori collapsed to the floor, her life ending just as she finally achieved her justice. Seeing her tragic end makes her serious personality and intense charisma finally makes sense to Jahyuk. Jahyuk's eye glows as he pulls himself back to the present, the bitter taste of her past still lingering in his mind. He looks at Jeondeori, who is waiting patiently, and tells her he has something he needs to ask. He asks for the name of the man who founded her empire, trying to piece together where she fits in history. She answers without hesitation, speaking with pride about the great Emperor Jeon H1 who defeated his rivals and expanded their territory. Jahyuk's heart drops as he hears the name, a cold realization washing over him. Jeon H1 is the man who founded later Beach in his own history, meaning Jeondeori comes from a world where his kingdom actually won. Jahyuk is stunned, staring at a visualization of multiple Earths as the truth sinks in. Jeondeori doesn't just come from another time, she's from an entirely different reality. He recalls John Cossack mentioning a similar modern world, but Jeondeori's homeland was different, a world where later Beach unified the peninsula instead of Goryeo. As she continues her story, Jahyuk realizes their histories only diverged during the later Three Kingdoms period. Everything before that matched his own world perfectly. Her royal poise is impressive, but Jahyuk's stomach growls, reminding him he hasn't eaten since yesterday's summoning preparations. To break the tension, he offers to make everyone some ramen, which immediately excites the two male summons. Cossack even puts in a request for a mild spice level. When asked for her preference, Jeondeori maintains her strict decorum, stating that a proper lady shouldn't be picky with her meals. Jahyuk heads to the kitchen to whip up a large pot, but a sudden, heavy pressure fills the room behind him. Jeondeori explodes with rage, her face flushed as she screams at the other two for their lack of respect. She finds it absolutely shameful that they would sit around and let their master cook for them like common servants. Cossack tries to defend himself by pointing out their all-high-ranking summons, but Jeondeori isn't having it. She calls him a fool who's forgotten his place. Her eyes glow with a dangerous light as she threatens to cast a Yongbap curse to hammer some manners into their thick skulls. The mere mention of a curse sends Cossack into a total meltdown, his face pale as he begs for mercy. Both Cossack and Gobeng scramble into the kitchen, desperately taking the cooking utensils out of Jahyuk's hands. Jahyuk can't help but find the scene absurd. Two legendary warriors, a master assassin and a savage barbarian, are absolutely terrified of one shaman. Once everyone is fed, Jahyuk suggests they head to the tower. Jeondeori pledges her absolute loyalty, awaiting only his command. They materialize on the 30th floor of the Korea Black Tower, which is covered in a dense, primeval coniferous forest. Jahyuk realizes that having a strict disciplinarian like Jeondeori around might actually be a huge benefit for team management. She continues scolding Cossack for his lack of manners, while politely encouraging Jahyuk to start the hunt. Feeling confident with his new team, Jahyuk sets a modest goal of taking down 10 monsters for a start. Gobeng and Cossack step forward, both swearing to protect their summoner even at the cost of their own lives. Jeondeori acknowledges their sincerity, though she still can't resist calling them lowly peasants who finally learned some etiquette. Cossack's sweat drops, realizing that the pecking order in this group was established the second she arrived. The mission objective pops up. They need to clear out 80 trolls and one massive twin-headed troll. Already, green-skinned monsters are seen moving through the trees. Jahyuk watches Jeondeori, wondering how a shaman actually fights in a tower. He's expecting some kind of dark hex or spirit magic. Instead, she reaches into her robes and pulls out a sleek, modern-looking blue portable speaker. Jahyuk stares in total confusion, wondering why a legendary princess is carrying around Bluetooth electronics. She explains that her rituals normally require a master drummer, but since she's on her own, this desperate measure will have to do. There's no more time for talk, as the trolls roar and charge from the shadows of the forest. With a quick press of the play button, a heavy, rhythmic beat begins to echo through the trees. The change is instantaneous. A surge of magical power ripples through the party, their eyes glowing with newfound energy. Jeondeori begins her dance, brandishing her ritual sword and bells while calling upon the gods of heaven and earth to bless Jahyuk. A massive pillar of blue light erupts from her position, shaking the very ground of the tower floor. The entire forest is bathed in an ethereal glow as the shamanic ritual reaches its full power. Jahyuk is forced to squint, feeling the sheer weight of the energy radiating from his newest summon. The first effect is visible on Gobeng, whose muscles bulge and expand until he's nearly twice his original size. His skin takes on a metallic sheen, and the troll's weapons simply shatter against his arms as if they were hitting solid steel. He plows into the enemy ranks like a living wrecking ball, sending trolls flying with every casual swing. Cossack is even more terrifying, moving as a blur of purple and black energy that the trolls can't even track with their eyes. The assassin laughs with manic glee, his senses sharpened to the point where every movement around him feels like it's happening in slow motion. Jahyuk is stunned by the efficiency of it all, realizing Jeondeori isn't just a debuffer, she's a top-tier support. The trolls are trapped in a field of spiritual pressure, their movements slow and heavy as if they're wading through thick sludge. The ritual's energy pours into Jahyuk himself, making his blood boil with a sudden, overwhelming desire to join the fray. Jahyuk's eyes light up with a competitive fire as he watches his summons tear through the enemy. "All right," he shouts, stepping forward with his own weapon ready. "The alpha male is making his move." He'd barely taken a single step before his hoodie is yanked violently from behind, nearly cutting off his breath. A startled "Kegh" escapes his throat as he's pulled back with surprising force. Jeondeori is the one holding him back, her expression calm but firm as she stares at his back. She insists that he should remain in safety and leave the lowly task of combat to his subordinates. A cold sweat breaks out on the back of Jahyok's neck as he realizes just how possessive his new summon is. This isn't just loyalty, it's an ironclad wall of protection he can't seem to bypass. He tries to negotiate, pleading with her to let him take down just a few trolls before retreating to the back lines. He can't help but feel a bit pathetic as he tries to pry her fingers off his clothes. In a desperate attempt to appeal to her sense of hierarchy, Jahyok calls himself a lowly beta male who belongs among the rank and file. Jeondori immediately shuts him down, calling the very idea preposterous. The struggle continues in the middle of the woods, with Jahyok practically begging for his freedom while his summons finish the job. He realizes with mounting dread that at this rate, he won't get a single point of experience from manual kills. A sharp chime echoes through the air as a blue system notification appears in front of his eyes. Jahyok's heart sinks. The mission is progressing far too quickly without his input. The final tally pops up. All 80 trolls and the twin-headed boss have been annihilated in record time. Though he's leveled up, the victory feels hollow without having swung his sword once. Jahyok collapses to his knees, wailing in frustration as he realizes he missed out on the entire hunt. He pulls his hoodie over his face, his voice muffled by the fabric as he mourns his lost opportunity for action. He mutters to himself about how he should have just ignored her and charged in anyway, regardless of her scolding. Jeondori stands behind him, her voice trembling slightly as she tries to address her young master. Sensing a strange shift in the atmosphere, Jahyok turns around with a look of pure confusion. He expects more lecturing, but the silence coming from the shaman is far more unnerving. To his absolute shock, Jeondori is weeping, her face flushed as she wipes away fat tears with the sleeve of her hanbok. The sight of the powerful princess crying over his safety leaves Jahyok completely speechless. Jeondori is absolutely bawling her eyes out. For an S-triple prime rank summon, her reaction is unexpectedly intense. Bong Jahyok watches her, stunned by the display. He never expected a legendary princess to react this way after a simple mission. She sobs through her words, admitting she was terrified of losing him. She's overwhelmed by the thought of everyone she cares about disappearing again. Jahyok stands there in a daze. The weight of her words hits him, making him realize how much his safety actually matters to her. They're alone in the woods as she keeps crying. Jahyok feels like a total idiot for being frustrated that she held him back from the fight earlier. A glimpse into her past reveals the trauma of losing her father and brother. Betrayed by the uncle she trusted, she was left with nothing but grief. To get her revenge, she cast a forbidden death curse. She did it knowing full well it would take her own life along with her enemies. Isolation, fear, and despair, those are the only things she had left. Jahyok realizes the literal hell she must have gone through before being summoned. She's just a girl who lost everyone precious to her in the past. Jahyok understands now that these summons aren't just powerful tools, they're people with deep scars. He wonders if her strict, bossy attitude is just a front. Maybe she acts tough to hide how fragile she actually feels on the inside. Jahyok places a hand on her head and promises he won't go anywhere dangerous. Jeondori looks up at him, still teary-eyed but visibly calmed by his words. Suddenly, Gobeng and John Cossack come charging back, announcing they've finished clearing the mission. Gobeng is confused why Jahyok stayed behind and didn't join the hunt. John Cossack sees Jeondori crying and starts sweating. He immediately jumps to the conclusion that Jahyok must have scolded her for being mean to him earlier. Jahyok just gives him a blank look and tells him he's the one who usually deserves a scolding. John Cossack acts like his heart is broken, pretending he's about to start crying too. Jeondori snaps out of it instantly and screams at the knight. She's disgusted that he dared to get near the young master while he's covered in monster blood. She rings her bells to shoo him away as they prepare to leave. John Cossack begs her to stop while they stand in the middle of the clearing. The party officially exits the Korea Black Tower. Jahyok tells everyone they did a great job and to go get some rest. A system notification pops up in front of him. Having collected 30 platinum badges, he's earned another special perk. A glowing blue card appears. It's an item skill cooldown reset ticket. This is an elite jackpot item that could be incredibly useful in a pinch. Jahyuk's eyes light up as he reads the description. It would let him use his random summon skill one more time immediately, and he considers using it right now. He decides to hold off, thinking it's a bit of a waste to use it when they already have plenty of firepower. In the background, Jeondori is lecturing the others on proper tea etiquette. Gobeng just tosses his head back and chugs his tea in one go. Jeondori is visibly annoyed by the lack of manners, while John Cossack just watches, looking uneasy. Jahyuk smiles to himself, feeling confident in his current squad. He figures he might not even need to use the ticket anytime soon. The scene shifts to a news report about the tower's progress. After clearing the 62nd floor, Nam Ga-yoon has already successfully cleared the 63rd. Director Park Kyung-soo presents the footage of her victory. Jahyuk watches from his couch as the news broadcast plays. The report highlights the Holy Sword as the key to her success. By neutralizing the dark aura of the undead, they became no more difficult than any other monster. People are still on edge after Yu Chialman defected to Japan. The news anchor asks the director if there are any plans to handle the current situation. Director Park looks right at the camera and makes a firm promise to the public. He declares they will clear the 66th floor within a single month. He also drops a bombshell, stating they won't lease the Holy Sword to any country where Yu Chialman is affiliated. It's a direct jab at the traitor. Yu Chialman is watching the broadcast from Japan, and he is losing his mind. He screams at the screen, calling the officials bastards. He starts ranting about how he could have cleared everything if they had just given him an item like that from the start. He's absolutely fixated on the sword he lost out on. The doorbell rings, and a voice calls out to Yusan from outside. Chialman stops his tantrum and looks toward the door, sweating. An official walks into the room and notices the shattered TV on the floor. Chialman acts like nothing happened, asking what brings him there so suddenly. The man asks when he plans to clear the 57th floor. Chialman reminds him that he was told he could take his time and rest for a bit. The official explains that things have changed because Japan can't get their hands on the Holy Sword. The situation is getting tense. The higher-ups are getting impatient and want him to clear the floor as soon as possible. He tries to be polite, but the pressure is obvious. Chialman gives in, promising to clear the floor by tomorrow. The official's face lights up, mentioning that Prime Minister Kawaguchi will be very pleased. He then suggests that Chialman appear on a live TV broadcast to help calm the public's nerves. Chialman reluctantly agrees to the plan. The man leaves, promising to have the broken TV replaced with a brand new one. The door shuts behind him with a heavy thud. Chialman is left alone, his face twisted as he fumes in silence. He's obsessed with finding the person who discovered the Holy Sword and making them pay. He pulls out his phone and starts scrolling through the headlines about Nam Ga-yoon. Every article is praising her success with the new weapon. He stares at a video of her freely wielding the massive greatsword. His jaw clenches as he watches, clearly resenting the success of those back in Korea. The internet is blowing up with news about the world's first holy attribute item. Media outlets are going crazy trying to figure out who the mysterious owner of the Holy Sword is. The management department is keeping their mouths shut, refusing to reveal anything about the weapon's origin. Speculation is at an all-time high as players wonder which high-ranker managed to snag such a game-changer. The comment sections are a battlefield of national pride and petty jabs at Yu Chialman. People are celebrating the new S++ clear rank for the 30th floor, mocking the traitor for leaving just before Korea found its greatest treasure. Bong Jae-hyuk kicks back in his penthouse, scrolling through the buzz with a smug grin. He's the only one who knows the truth, and he's loving every second of the chaos he's caused. His doorbell rings, snapping him out of his phone scrolling session. It's finally here, the massive order he's been waiting for. A delivery man stands at the door with two heavy-looking coolers. He offers to help carry the 10 tubs of ice cream inside, but Jae-hyuk insists he can handle it himself. Jae-hyuk lines up his haul on the counter, tubs and tubs of premium, sweet crown ice cream in every flavor. It's a literal mountain of sugar, and he's ready to celebrate in style. He flashes back to his broke days, when he could only stare at the mart freezers and drool. Now that he's rolling in billions, he's making up for every missed treat. Jae-hyuk cracks open a tub and takes a big, satisfying bite. He thinks to himself that with 1 billion coming his way soon, spending a little on snacks is basically nothing. He realizes that things have shifted since Jeondori arrived. His summons won't even touch the food until he, their young master, takes the first bite. Gobeng is chugging his ice cream like a madman, his eyes literally glowing with joy. John Cossack is more reserved, but even he has to admit it's the best thing he's ever tasted. Jeondori watches the guys with a look of pure disgust, tusking at their frivolous and unreserved behavior. To her, these commoners have no sense of measurement or decorum. She daintily scoops a small spoonful of strawberry ice cream, demonstrating what she considers proper etiquette. Even in the middle of a sugar rush, she's determined to maintain her royal persona. The princess lectures the room, insisting that one must restrain their emotions no matter how excited their heart may be. She makes it clear she won't be descending to their level of gluttony. John Cossack just coughs awkwardly and suggests they all just eat comfortably. He's clearly more worried about getting indigestion from all the lecturing than the ice cream. Jeondori finally takes a bite, and her entire face lights up with sparkles. The sheer sweetness is so overwhelming that her composure starts to crumble in real time. She lets out a muffled shout of "so good" as she loses herself in the flavor. It's a complete 180 from her humble girl act just seconds ago. John Cossack immediately calls her out, pointing a finger and asking what happened to her frivolous rule. She quickly covers her mouth and clears her throat, trying to play it cool. She claims her mouth is truly being pampered and that she's never tasted anything this sweet, even back in the royal palace. The knight isn't buying it, but he knows better than to push his luck. Jeondori bows deeply, telling young Master Bong how moved she is by his generosity. Jahyuk gives her a thumbs up and promises to buy even more tubs next time. Before she gets unsummoned, Jeondori offers to perform a ritual to bring Jahyuk good fortune. She asks if there's anything specifically troubling his mind lately. John Cossack interrupts with a look of realization. He tells her there actually is one thing, a certain scoundrel that's been causing their master a lot of stress. The knight explains that a man named Yu Chialman betrayed the country and left everyone in the lurch. Jahyuk just watches as his summons start gossiping about the traitor. Hearing the story of the betrayal, Jeondori explodes into a pillar of righteous fire. She's absolutely fuming at the thought of such a despicable wretch turning his back on his homeland. She rants about how someone with great power should devote themselves to their nation, not pledge loyalty to the Japanese. Her eyes burn with a literal magical fury. Jeondori declares this whole thing absurd and vows that she won't let such a knave go unpunished. John Cossack just stands back and claps, fully agreeing with her intense stance. She turns to Jahyuk and asks if he can get her a personal item that belonged to Chialman. She's ready to go to work on some magical retribution. Jahyuk tries to play it cool, saying they should just leave the guy alone now that he's a Japanese citizen. Jeondori isn't having it, insisting that injustice can't be allowed to run rampant. He voices his concern, reminding her that casting a death curse has a dangerous backlash for the user. Jahyuk doesn't want her getting hurt just to take down a guy like Chialman. John Cossack is practically swooning over Jahyuk's compassion, praising him as wise and simply the best. Jahyuk just looks at him like he's a weirdo. Jeondori thanks him for his consideration but clarifies her plan. She's not going to cast a lethal death curse. Her magic is a bit more subtle than that. Her eyes glow with a cold, divine light as she explains her true intent. She's going to send karma his way instead. Jahyuk is confused, repeating the word karma back to her. He's not quite sure what that entails in terms of tower magic. She explains that karma will speed up the consequences of Chialman's actions. Depending on his past deeds, he'll either receive incredible good fortune or a lethal dose of misery. She reassures him that since this ritual follows the principles of the heavens, she won't suffer any magical backlash at all. Jahyuk starts to realize this is a perfect set-it-and-forget-it punishment. Jahyuk strokes his chin, thinking there's really no reason not to go through with it. If the heavens want to punish Chialman, who is he to stand in the way? Jeondori stands ready, surrounded by a swirling aura of spiritual energy. The room starts to hum with the power of the impending ritual. John Cossack teleports back into the room with a flash of blue light, announcing his return with a proud salute. Jahyuk looks up from his seat, eager to see what the knight managed to find. With a smug grin, the knight holds up a black TV remote. He calls it the tool that traitorous punk used, having snatched it from Chealman's old house. Jahyuk asks if he got caught, but Cossack just brags about being an SSR-grade summon. Sneaking into an abandoned house was child's play for someone of his rank. The remote sits on a small wooden table, framed by a magical geometric seal. John Cossack explains that finding Chealman's old address was easy thanks to team leader Jian. Jeondalri unsheathes a small ritual blade, prepare to draw the blood needed for the medium. She declares that the karma ritual is finally ready to begin. Jeondalri draws her ritual blade with a focused expression. She prepares to offer a drop of blood as a catalyst for the divine judgment she is about to invoke. A single drop of blood falls from her fingertip, carrying her intent into the magical circle. She calls upon the gods of heaven and earth to witness the trial of a traitor. She points her fingers toward the TV remote, channeling her spiritual energy into the mundane object. The air crackles as the ritual begins to take hold, binding Yu Chealman's past actions to his present. The remote floats in a swirling vortex of energy as Jeondalri chants her prayer. She asks the heavens to crumble the mountains of his karma and let the rivers of his deeds overflow. Red sigils flare to life on the surface of the remote, marking it as the anchor for the spell. The item pulses with a light that feels both ancient and judging. A pillar of red light erupts from the remote, signifying the weighing of the man's burden. The ritual is now in full swing, searching for the target across the sea. The energy shifts to a brilliant teal as the connection is finalized. A shockwave of magical pressure ripples through the room, signaling the end of the invocation. The remote falls silent, now shrouded in a dark, static-like aura. Bong Jae-hyuk watches the aftermath, wondering just how much trouble he's actually caused for his rival. Jeondalri bows deeply to Jae-hyuk, her duty finally complete. She explains that they can only wait now, as the outcome is entirely in the hands of fate and the heavens. Miles away in Japan, a massive crowd erupts in cheers as a special guest takes the stage. Yu Chealman walks out under the bright spotlights, basked in the adoration of his new fans. Yu Chealman smirks at the camera, completely unaware of the spiritual tether now bound to his soul. The ritual's warning echoes. If his sins are heavy, a truly great misfortune is coming for him. Yu Chealman walks onto the stage as the announcer welcomes the crowd, who have been waiting for this exact moment. He's the star of the show, and the spotlight follows his every move as he heads toward the interview desk. He turns back with a cocky smirk, soaking in the cheers and the flashing cameras. He's being introduced as Japan's greatest player, and he's clearly relishing every bit of the massive attention. The entire studio is packed, and the energy is through the roof as the interview gets underway. Everyone's eyes are glued to the man who's supposed to be invincible in the face of the tower's greatest threats. The host kicks things off by thanking him for the exclusive sit-down, while an interpreter stands by to bridge the gap. Yu Chealman just sits there looking cool, giving off that effortless pro vibe that the cameras absolutely love. The host mentions his plan to clear the 57th floor today and points out that he still has plenty of time before the deadline. Chealman just laughs it off, acting like the whole challenge is barely worth his attention. He leans in, saying he wanted to show some support for the citizens who have been feeling down lately. It's a classic hero move, and the crowd absolutely eats it up, showering him with even more applause. The host gets a bit more serious, reminding him that safety should come first above all else. After all, Japan is still reeling from the loss of their previous top player, and they can't afford another national disaster. But Yu Chealman tells them not to worry, pointing out that he cleared this floor in 8 hours back when he was only level 57. He's practically oozing confidence as he talks about how much he's leveled up since then. He holds up his hand, signaling the number 5 with a determined look on his face. He's not just planning to clear the floor, he's planning to set a record that'll leave everyone's jaws on the floor. 5 hours, he repeats, promising to slash his previous record down significantly. He's making a massive gamble on his own skills in front of the whole country, and the pressure in the studio is palpable. He stands up and declares that as long as he's around, Japan is safe. He's ready to head into the tower and prove his words right then and there, leaving the audience buzzing with excitement. With a final word, he prepares to depart. A bright pillar of light signals his teleportation as he heads straight for the challenge, leaving the TV studio behind. He touches down on the 57th floor of the Black Tower, and the system immediately starts feeding him data. His physical abilities are boosted, and all his combat traits are officially online and ready for action. He takes a look around the rocky, desolate landscape, noting that it's been a while since he stood on this floor. He looks calm and focused, like he's just arrived at the office for a regular shift. The mission screen pops up. He has to hunt 15 fire wyverns within a 14-hour deadline. Failure means death or giving up, but those outcomes aren't even on his radar yet. Above him, a massive fire wyvern lets out a piercing shriek as it circles the rocky peaks. These beasts are known as the kings of the sky, famous for preying on creatures as large as ogres. Chialman isn't breaking a sweat, though. He's mastered the patterns of this floor through countless raids. To him, failure isn't even a possibility. It would be weirder if he actually managed to lose. He starts to move forward, ready to get the show on the road. He's planning to take things slowly at first, sticking to the strategy that's always worked for him in the past. But suddenly, he pauses and glances back with a confused look. He feels like something is off, almost like there's a presence nearby that he can't quite see. A sudden chill washes over him, and he breaks out in a cold sweat as he wonders if he's just not in top condition today. There's a weird tension in the air that he definitely wasn't expecting. He shakes it off and readies his weapon, deciding he just needs to finish this fast and go get some rest. The glowing blue crossbow hums with magical energy as he prepares for the first encounter. He knows the golden rule of tower raids: stay solo and force a one-on-one situation whenever possible. Even with his high level, getting ganged up on by multiple giant monsters is a recipe for a quick trip back to the lobby. He releases a powerful bolt that streaks through the air with a violent trail of purple energy. The sheer force of the shot kicks up a cloud of dust around his feet as it flies toward the target. The bolt slams into the leg of a wyvern, causing a massive explosion of light and making the beast shriek in pain. He's sticking to his plan, picking them off one by one while they're isolated. Another one dives straight at him, its shadow looming large as it lets out a terrifying roar. A normal archer would be scrambling to find some breathing room right about now, but Chialman doesn't budge. Since he's an all-weapon specialist, he doesn't need to run. He knows he can just switch to a melee weapon the second the distance closes. For the time being, he keeps the pressure on, firing off arrows as fast as the system will allow. He's pushing his limits, trying to thin out the pack before they can swarm him. Suddenly, one of his arrows just bounces off the wyvern's scales, doing absolutely zero damage. He stares in disbelief, wondering why the arrow would bounce off like that after all his preparation. He quickly swaps to a glowing blue sword and a crystalline shield, his face tightening with frustration. He knows his calculations were perfect, so he can't figure out where he went wrong. Two more wyverns dive out of the sky, their shrieks echoing through the canyon. He grits his teeth, realizing it's going to be tough, but he's convinced he can handle two of them at once. After a hell of a scrap, the two beasts slammed into the dirt. He was gassed, but he still had the situation on lock. He stands over one of the fallen beasts, gasping for air as he swears under his breath. He's taken down too, but he's frustrated that he hasn't managed to land a single critical hit yet. He pulls his crossbow back out, eyes darting around as he realizes he can't afford to let his guard down again. The pressure is starting to mount, and he knows the whole country is watching his every move. He grits his teeth and prepares to fire again, determined to get back on track. He's focusing everything he's got on this next shot, refusing to let another opening slip by. But then his face starts to contort as an uncontrollable urge suddenly takes over. He can feel it building up in his nose, and there's absolutely nothing he can do to stop it in time. He lets out a massive sneeze right as he pulls the trigger, sending the bolt flying completely off target. It's a ridiculous amateur mistake that he never would have made on a normal day. The shot goes wide, missing the diving wyverns entirely as they let out a series of shrieks. He's left wide open, and the momentum he worked so hard to build is completely gone. Now three of them are bearing down on him at once, and it's driving him absolutely insane. The situation has officially spiraled out of his control, and the cocky smirk from the studio is long gone. He looks up in horror as he realizes how bad this is going to look on camera. If he fails and has to retreat now, the live broadcast is going to turn his big hero moment into a public humiliation. The wyverns open their maws, and a massive wall of fire erupts toward him. He barely has time to react as the intense heat begins to swallow the entire area. He's blasted backward, screaming as the fire sears through his armor. These monsters rarely use their breath skill, but 3 of them are firing it at him at the exact same time. He's trapped in a sea of flames, his face twisted in a mix of pain and pure desperation. He hasn't even had time to calculate his cooldowns, and he's already fighting just to stay alive. Almond shouts that he's going to use every ultimate skill and finishing move in his arsenal. He's pushing his magic to the limit, sending out waves of purple energy as he tries to regain control of the fight. He stands among the fallen wyverns, panting heavily as he tries to catch his breath. Despite the chaos, he's managed to take down 5 of them in less than an hour, which is still an impressive feat for someone at his level. He tells himself he just got a bit unlucky at first, but things are actually starting to turn around. He's covered in sweat and grime, but the thought of setting a record is the only thing keeping him going right now. He looks over at the next target, a massive wyvern that's already bleeding from a previous encounter. In his mind, it's just one more hit away from being finished for good, and he can already see the finish line. A cocky grin spreads across his face as he imagines the headlines if he manages to set a record in the 4-hour range. He knows it would make an even bigger splash than his last feat and solidify his status as a god-tier player. The wyvern lets out a massive roar, charging up its own final struggle in a desperate attempt to stay alive. Almond just scoffs, confident that an attack with no power left behind it won't even graze his armor. He prepares to step back and finish the beast with a perfectly timed counterattack. It's a textbook situation for him, and he's absolutely certain it's impossible to make a mistake when everything is going exactly as planned. But then a sickening crunch echoes through the air right under his boot. His eyes go wide as he realizes he just stepped on something he definitely shouldn't have, and the sound alone makes his blood run cold. He looks down in horror to find he's stomped right into a nest hidden in the brush. 3 wyvern hatchlings are popping out of their shells, shrieking at the top of their lungs and alerting everything in the vicinity. He stares in utter disbelief, cursing his terrible luck as the situation takes a sharp turn for the worse. The realization of what those cries will attract starts to sink in, and the cocky smirk is replaced by pure panic. The hatchlings continue to scream, their high-pitched cries echoing across the canyon. It's the absolute worst sound a hunter could hear when they're already exhausted and deep in enemy territory. He panics, knowing that wyverns are supposed to lay their eggs in high, unreachable places. Finding a nest on the ground like this is a statistical anomaly that's just cost him his record and potentially his life. High above, a massive flock of adult wyverns hears the cries and starts circling down toward the ground. The probability of a roaming flock being this close is practically 0, yet here they are, drawn in by the hatchling's distress. He lets out a string of curses, his face twisted in rage as he realizes he hasn't landed a single critical hit in an hour. Now he's facing a whole swarm of adults, and his luck has officially run out at the worst possible moment. He turns tail and runs for his life as the first of the adult wyverns dives toward him with a terrifying screech. The hunter has officially become the hunted, and he's forced to abandon his pride to survive. He activates a protective barrier just as a massive claw slams into the ground right behind him. He knows that being humiliated is a lot better than dying in the tower, so he makes the hardest choice of his career. A system notification appears, confirming that he has chosen to give up on the mission. The screen flashes with a mission failed, warning as he's forcibly ejected from the Japanese Black Tower. Back in the TV studio, a group of idols is mid-performance, singing and dancing for the live audience. They're still cheering for their hero, completely unaware of the disaster that just unfolded inside the tower. Suddenly, a bright pillar of light erupts right in the middle of the stage, sending the idols scrambling in shock. The audience lets out a collective gasp as a figure begins to materialize in the sudden, blinding flash. Almond collapses onto the floor, looking absolutely pathetic as he frantically chugs a potion to stay conscious. He's covered in soot and blood, appearing like a broken man in front of a live audience of millions. The host tries to salvage the situation, stuttering as he asks the audience for a round of applause for their returned hero. The crowd claps tentatively, but the shock and confusion in the room are thick. Chialman just sits there with his head down, refusing to look at the cameras as he wipes his mouth. The host hesitantly asks for the result of the raid, even though the answer is clearly written all over the hunter's face. He grits his teeth, his expression darkening as he realizes his reputation is in absolute shambles. He lets out a quiet curse, the humiliation of the moment burning far worse than any of the wyvern fire he just escaped. Within minutes, the breaking news starts rolling in, and it's not the headline he ever wanted. Every major network is reporting on his total failure, with some even questioning if he was a fraud all along. He sits alone on a bench in a dimly lit hallway, his head in his hands as he lets out one final, desperate scream. The weight of the failure is crushing him, and he knows there's no way for him to spin this. Social media is already having a field day, with users from Korea mocking him for jumping ship only to fail so spectacularly. The comments are brutal, and his public approval is dropping faster than he ever thought possible. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the news is reporting a staggering 31st consecutive S++ clear of the Black Tower. Bong Jae-hyuk stands calmly among the defeated Minotaurs, while Jeondolri and Meat Shield stand by his side. At the AMA headquarters, Nam Ga-yoon is getting medical attention after clearing the 64th floor in record time. She looks exhausted but satisfied, a stark contrast to the absolute disaster happening over in Japan. Thousands of miles away at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the American flag flies high over their massive headquarters. Inside, high-ranking officials are watching the global tower crisis unfold with cold calculation. In a private office, two men discuss the latest developments over a quiet meeting. They're talking about the Holy Sword, the only holy attribute item found so far, and how they can use it to their advantage. Macmillan, the Secretary of Homeland Security, leans back in his expensive chair with a sigh. He decides it's time to officially put the item up for rent, but only through the proper diplomatic channels. Antonio, the Tower Raid Director, mentions that they've already received a contact from the Japanese Prime Minister's office. The vultures are circling, and Japan is clearly getting desperate for any kind of help. Macmillan listens intently, his expression unreadable as Antonio explains the unofficial nature of the inquiry. It's a situation they've been waiting for, and they're ready to make the most of it. They discuss how the naturalized player, Yu Chialman, has failed to live up to the massive expectations placed on him. It's clear that Japan's situation is becoming critical, and they're looking for a way out. Antonio asks under what conditions they should agree to the request for aid. He knows Macmillan isn't the type to give anything away for free, especially when they have so much leverage. A sinister smirk creeps onto Macmillan's face as he realizes just how much power he holds. He's not looking to help a neighbor, he's looking for a profit, and the opportunity is finally here. He tells Antonio that they need to wring out as much as possible from this situation. He's already planning to extract a massive rental fee for the Holy Sword, knowing Japan has no other choice. He plans to drag out the negotiations until the very last second, right when Japan is on the brink of total collapse. When people are that desperate, they'll pay any price, and he's more than happy to collect. Breaking news hits the screens about the rank 1 hunter's massive public humiliation, and the world can't stop talking about it. Bong Jae-hyuk watches the fallout from his couch, satisfied that the karma ritual hit exactly as intended. Jeondolri explains that while the effect is powerful, it's not a permanent curse. Things will normalize once the scales of karma balance out. Jae-hyuk doesn't mind, figuring that the guy is just reaping what he sowed after all that media manipulation and item hoarding. With that settled, it's time to get back to work. Floor 32 is next on the list for today. The summons are ready to roll, with John Cossack and Gobeng promising to clear the path as always. Before they head out, Jae-hyuk pulls Jeondolri aside to have a quick word with her. He surprises her with a tub of sweet crown ice cream, and she's practically speechless as she takes the first bite. John Cossack's eyes bug out when he sees the premium brand. He knows exactly how expensive that monthly top 5 flavor is. Jae-hyuk tells the guys to wait in their rooms for a second, making them think he's eating the good stuff without them. Gobeng and John Cossack are genuinely heartbroken, wondering if their loyalty has failed them somehow. Jahyok clears it up immediately, promising to buy them a high-end beef dinner later to make up for the ice cream. Jeondolri is deeply touched by his consideration, her respect for her master growing by the second. But nothing's ever free. Before she can snag that tub, Jahyok cuts her off and lays down the terms. It's a pathetic look for a master to let his summons do all the heavy lifting. He's got to bag at least 5 bodies himself. Jeondolri starts haggling like a seasoned pro, trying to talk Jahyok down to just a single hit. They compromise on 3, and Jahyok locks in the deal, ready to prove he's not just a bystander. They enter the 32nd floor of the Black Tower, where the mission is to hunt down 20 Phase 2 Minotaurs. The scale here is insane. The Minotaur King towers at 6 meters, making even the 3-meter-tall Gobeng look small. Even the regular mobs on this floor are bigger than his summons, and the pressure in the zone is heavy. Jahyok stands before a 4-meter-tall beast, his knees practically knocking as he faces the intimidation head-on. He reminds himself that he finally won over the princess and made a deal to step up. He knows it would look incredibly pathetic if he backed out of his own bargain now. Jeondolri gets to work immediately, weaving her shamanistic magic to lay down massive buffs and debuffs. With her powers active, the battlefield shifts in their favor before the first blow even lands. Gobeng lives up to his meat shield name, absolutely demolishing a Minotaur with a single, earth-shaking punch. Meanwhile, John Cossack stays on the perimeter, ready to jump in the moment anyone needs backup. Jahyok watches his team work and cracks a small smile. He figures he'd have to be a total loser to fail with this kind of legendary support backing him up. A Minotaur lets out a deafening roar, charging forward with primal fury. Jahyok doesn't flinch, dashing into the fray with his movements perfected by repeated floor clears. He readies the Chaos Lightning Staff, shifting it into its final 3rd form. He unleashes Flash Lightning, a strike so fast it turns him into a blur as he cuts right through the beast. He sticks the landing, though the feedback from the powerful attack leaves him a bit winded and his cooldown is huge. He managed to take down his 3 targets without a hitch, while his summons handled the rest of the herd. The system chimes in with another perfect S++ rank clear, awarding him a shiny new platinum badge. The next day, the scene shifts to the Awakening Management Bureau headquarters. Nam Ga-yoon teleports back into the training facility, looking like she just went through hell. She downs a mana potion, admitting that the 65th floor was actually a bit of a challenge this time. Her teammate is worried she failed, but Ga-yoon just gives a peace sign. She cleared it in a record 6 hours. They're already planning their next move, aiming to proceed with the 66th floor clear in just 3 days. Back in the public eye, the mood in Korea has improved slightly since Cheolman's failure, but people are still anxious about the tower's progression. The National Assembly meets to discuss the situation, ultimately deciding to push for an early clear of the 66th floor to secure a buffer for the country. Back at the Awakening Management Administration, Manager Jeon is riding high on optimism, predicting Jahyok will hit the 60th floor within 6 months. Lee Mina isn't so sure, worrying that the Holy Sword might not hold up under that kind of intense pressure until then. Manager Jeon brushes it off, nodding that even without the sword, top players have cleared high floors, but Jahyok is a different beast entirely. He asks her if she honestly thinks Jahyok's talent is any less than the world's best, and her answer is a flat, absolutely not. To him, Jahyok is the ultimate outlier, a man who doesn't just clear floors, but holds an unprecedented record of 32 consecutive S++ ranks. Lee Mina looks at her tablet and realizes the data just changed, prompting a quick correction of the boss's figures. A fresh notification pops up. Jahyok just cleared the 33rd floor of the South Korean Black Tower with another perfect S++ rank. She can barely believe it as she updates the record. It's now a staggering 33 clear streak for the mysterious irregular. For Manager Jeon, this just confirms that they're dealing with someone who is truly in a league of his own. Meanwhile, Jahyok is at home holding a perception distortion amulet, curious about how the ancient magic actually works. Jeondolri explains that while he'll still look human, The amulet prevents anyone from recognizing his true identity or his summons forms. She mentions that even former emperors used these to move through crowds as ordinary passers-by without causing a scene. Jahyuk is excited at the prospect of finally taking his summons outside, instead of just living between his house and the tower. Right on cue, his phone pings with a notification. Another 1 billion won deposit for the Holy Sword rental fee has just cleared. He thinks back to how he gave the bureau a break on the lower floors, but now he's seeing the real profits roll in. With 3 billion won in the bank, he's already imagining a life of luxury where he can just kick back and flex on his success. But for today, the plan is much simpler. It's time for a proper victory meal out on the town with his team. They hit the city streets, and thanks to the amulets, even the massive meat shield blends into the evening crowd. Jahyuk notices people staring at his giant companion and starts to get a little nervous about the disguise holding up. A passerby stops and giggles, calling the 3-meter-tall warrior cute, which completely catches Jahyuk off guard. He looks back and sees that to everyone else, Meat Shield appears as a round, waddling bull mascot instead of a terrifying monster. The fact that no one is screaming at the sight of a giant confirms that the amulet's effect is the real deal. Jahyuk calls out to the group, deciding it's time to go destroy some high-quality beef to celebrate their hard work. The summons are practically vibrating with excitement, ready to dive into the reward their master promised. They find a fancy spot, and while Jahyuk tells them to order whatever they want, he's secretly sweating over the final bill. The next day, the scene shifts back to the tower entrance, though the memory of that expensive dinner is still fresh in their minds. The summons are overflowing with power and gratitude, with John Cossack and Meat Shield practically glowing as they report for duty. Jahyuk tells them to stop asking about the 12 million won bill and focus on the work ahead so they can earn their next meal. They arrive at the 34th floor of the South Korean Black Tower, where the mission is to defeat 20 Stage 4 Minotaurs. The ground shakes as the first beast appears, a massive wall of muscle and fur that dwarfs everything in its path. These Phase 4 monsters are nearly 6 meters tall, making them some of the most intimidating foes Jahyuk has faced yet. He stares up at the creature, realizing just how massive the jump in power is between floors. He wonders if focusing his attacks on the lower body is his best bet to bring the giant down. John Cossack notices his master reaching his limit and offers to handle the heavy lifting if Jahyuk just takes down one. Jahyuk quickly agrees to the deal, and Cossack praises his quick decision-making before getting into position. John Cossack has a plan and tells Meat Shield to interlock his fingers, much to the big guy's confusion. Meat Shield settles into a deep crouch, looking like a human launch pad while Jahyuk watches, impressed by the idea. Jahyuk takes a running start, signaling that he's ready for the boost to reach the Minotaur's head. He steps firmly into Meat Shield's massive palms, feeling the raw power behind the warrior's stance. With an explosive shove, Meat Shield launches the summoner into the air, sending him soaring toward the target. Jahyuk realizes a split second too late that Meat Shield might have overdone it, as the ground rapidly disappears below him. He screams in terror as he continues to skyrocket upward, wondering why his ascent isn't stopping. Jahyuk hangs suspended in the dark sky for a heartbeat, looking down as he wonders exactly how high Meat Shield just threw him. Suddenly, gravity takes hold, and he begins to plummet through the clouds, his white energy trail arching behind him like a falling star. Far below, the arena looks like a miniature set, with the tiny figures of his summons and the Minotaur watching his rapid descent. Jahyuk grit his teeth as the wind roars past, trying to convince himself that his high level and stats will keep him alive through the impact. In the middle of the freefall, a specific name flashes through his mind, a skill he remembers from his strategy guide. Energy surges through his limbs as he enters a trance-like state, his body glowing with a brilliant violet light that pushes back the darkness of the floor. He focuses all his willpower on the soles of his feet, imagining a solid surface where there is only empty air. Blue flames erupt around his boots as he channels his magic power, creating a shimmering platform of pure energy under each step. With the Shadow Walker skill successfully activated, Jahyuk laughs out loud, now sprinting across the sky as if it were solid ground. Lightning crackles through the air as the young summoner navigates the battlefield from above. Down below, his team watches as he positions himself for a decisive strike against a massive Minotaur boss. Giondolri and the dull barbarian track his movements with wide eyes, stunned by the display of aerial mobility. Even the veteran John Cossack admits he's seeing something rare, a summoner literally walking through the sky. He recognizes the technique as a peak form of shadow step, a skill that shouldn't even be possible for someone at Jahyok's level. It's a testament to just how fast the kid is growing into his power. A quick look back shows that Jahyok's talent was always there, even if he didn't realize it himself. John Cossack recalls a conversation where the idea of skywalking was treated as a joke, yet here they are witnessing it. He laughs at the absurdity of it all, finally acknowledging that his master's potential is absolutely immense. The kid is pulling off high-level feats like they're second nature now. But Jahyok isn't exactly feeling like a pro right now. He's moving so fast his head is spinning. He tries to steady his aim, praying he doesn't miss the mark at this breakneck speed. He grips his primal lightning staff, shifting it into its third form as energy surges through the wood. There's no room for hesitation. It's time to see what this weapon can really do at full power. The Minotaur prepares a heavy counter, its massive, glowing fist ready to crush anything in its path. It roars as the small figure drops from the clouds like a bolt of concentrated lightning. Jahyok unleashes his falling thunder flash, a blinding pillar of electricity that tears through the monster's defense. The impact is so violent it shakes the very foundations of the floor. Using the recoil from the explosion to stabilize his fall, Jahyok manages to land on his feet with surprisingly good form. He looks cool for a second, but his internal state is a different story. The pressure was so intense he genuinely worries if he wet himself right there in the middle of the boss room. High-stakes combat is great for leveling, but it's definitely taking a toll on his dignity. His summons aren't worried about his laundry, though. They're absolutely floored by his performance. The barbarian declares that his master finally deserves the title of a true warrior. Giondolri is equally impressed, though she's more concerned with his safety than his glory. She begs him to be more careful, her eyes showing just how much she respects his growth. Jahyok just scratches his head, trying to play it cool while his hair literally stands on end from the adrenaline. He admits he was a bit flustered, but he's glad he pulled it off in one piece. With the boss down, the summons quickly mop up the remaining monsters to clear the area. They move with newfound efficiency, inspired by the display of power they just witnessed. The system notifications start rolling in. Mission cleared, level up, and a hefty mana stone reward to top it off. It's a solid haul, but the real prize is still hidden in the loot pool. Then a rare item drops that makes everyone's jaws hit the floor, a summon grade-up rune. This is the kind of treasure that can completely change the power balance of Jahyok's entire team. Jahyok stares at the screen in disbelief, realizing he just hit the ultimate jackpot. It wasn't even a guaranteed perk. The tower just handed him a game-changing reward for his performance. On top of the rune, he secures an S++ rank, a platinum badge, and the right to challenge the 35th floor. He's officially leaving his wimp status in the dust as they exit the tower for the day. Back at his penthouse, Jahyok and his summons regroup after the intense battle. The energy of the tower fades, replaced by the quiet hum of a multi-million-dollar luxury apartment. He asks if the rune can push an SSR rank summon even higher, but John Cossack shuts that dream down. Upgrading only goes as far as SSR. The mythical LSSR rank is an entirely different beast. The dull barbarian, affectionately known as Meatball, doesn't care much for ranks. He just wants to know if they're going out for Korean beef again. His eyes sparkle at the thought of more high-end meat. John Cossack immediately shuts him down, lecturing him on the massive bill Jahyok had to pay last time. No master wants a servant with a stomach that can bankrupt a small nation. Giondolri joins in on the light bullying, playfully hitting Meatball's back as a reminder to learn some self-restraint. They treat him like a big, dumb younger brother despite his massive size. Watching them joke around, Jahyok can't help but feel a little bad for the guy. Meatball looks like he's in more pain from the scolding than he ever was during the actual tower clear. But Jahyok has a better way to reward his loyal tank than just another dinner. He pulls out the grade-up rune and tells Meatball to take it, much to the big guy's confusion. The barbarian freezes, his eyes going wide as he realizes what's happening. He was just expecting a lecture, not the rarest item they've ever found in the tower. Jahyok gives him a warm smile, telling him he's earned it and it's time for him to rank up. It's a massive gesture of trust for the summon that's been taking hits for him since the beginning. The gravity of the moment hits Meatball immediately, and heavy tears start splashing onto the floor. He's completely overwhelmed by his master's benevolence and generosity. He starts wailing in gratitude, his massive form shaking with emotion as he tries to process the gift. Jahyok is caught off guard, wondering why the big guy is taking it so hard. Before he can react, Meatball lunges forward for a massive bear hug that nearly crushes Jahyok's ribs. The poor guy starts gagging as he gets a face full of sweaty barbarian chest hair. The scene shifts away from the penthouse to the sterile, imposing offices of the Chinese Special Information Department. High-level political gears are starting to turn against the rookie players. Inside, a high-ranking official demands to know why there's been no progress on clearing the 59th floor. Their efforts to conquer the tower have hit a massive wall, and leadership's patience is running thin. His subordinate delivers some grim news. Over half of the players they forcibly naturalized have gone missing inside the tower. It's a total disaster for their national strategy and resources. Disgusted by the incompetence, the official slams a folder onto his desk. It contains a detailed list of South Korea's most promising elite players, all potential targets for their next move. Meet Zio-jun, the deputy director who's tired of playing by the rules. He looks over the player data with a cold, calculating gaze, already forming a ruthless plan to secure China's dominance. The subordinate is stunned that they have such sensitive information, but Zio-jun doesn't waste time explaining his sources. He tells the man to stop asking questions and start following orders. The order is simple: find suitable rookies from the South Korean list and bring them to China by force. They're going to steal the talent they can't produce themselves to clear the high floors. He warns his man to leave absolutely no evidence behind, emphasizing that they need to pick targets who aren't famous yet to avoid trouble. He crushes his cigarette, showing he has zero regard for human life. The subordinate salutes with a sharp cry for the great nation, fully prepared to carry out the state-sanctioned kidnapping. The shadow of an international conflict is looming over the tower players. Zio-jun scoffs at Japan's public attempts at naturalization, which only led to national humiliation. He's going to do things the dark way, ensuring China reaches the top by any means necessary. Zio-jun isn't worried about the missing players. He has a simpler, more ruthless solution in mind. He grins as he decides they can just kidnap a new player from the elite list whenever they need one. 2 days have passed since the raid, and the city seems peaceful enough on the surface. But inside Bong Jahyok's temporary housing, the atmosphere is a lot more tense. The summons are insisting on a budget diet, serving up a pot of plain ramen with just a single egg for extra flavor. They claim that eating like this for 5 days is the only way to keep their minds sharp and disciplined while they wait. Jahyok isn't exactly thrilled about having ramen 3 days in a row, but he has bigger things on his mind. He stares at his system window, his face pale and eyes wide with concern for his missing tank. The catalog shows that the dull barbarian, affectionately known as Meatball, is still marked as unable to be summoned. Jahyok checks the status again, wondering if something went wrong during the upgrade process. John Cossack doesn't exactly help the situation by pointing out how dangerous rank-ups can be for the soul. He casually mentions that if the upgrade fails, there's a real chance of permanent deletion, sending Jahyok into a total panic. Jeondori immediately snaps at the assassin, scolding him for scaring their master with such dark possibilities. John Cossack tries to backtrack as Jahyok literally starts wailing in the background about losing his favorite meat shield. She turns back to Jahyok with a gentle smile, offering a much more logical explanation for the delay. The fact that the barbarian's name hasn't vanished from the list entirely means he's still very much alive and evolving. She explains that if the jump in power is massive enough, the system takes longer to process the transformation. There are rare cases where a summon can even leap 2 or more ranks at once if their foundation is strong enough. In such cases, the summon remains in a state of flux for several days, unable to manifest until the evolution is complete. Jahyok listens intently, finally starting to calm down as he processes the information. John Cossack laughs it off, agreeing that the barbarian's soul is as pure as a field of flowers, which practically guarantees a successful upgrade. He's back to his cheerful self, acting like he didn't just cause a minor heart attack for his master. Jahyuk shoots him an annoyed look, still feeling the lingering terror of the deletion talk. He mutters about how the assassin shouldn't say such things when he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. But then, a sudden bolt of realization hits John Cossack. If Meatball just skipped 2 ranks, he's now an SSR just like him. The arrogant assassin freezes mid-breath, clearly losing his mind over the fact that he's no longer the top dog in the crew. Jahyuk catches the change in mood and bursts out laughing, enjoying the sight of the assassin's sudden long face. He declares the ramen feast over and suggests they head to a cafe for some much-needed dessert. As they relax later that day, Jahyuk starts thinking about the practical side of a massive evolution. He wonders just how big the barbarian is going to be when he finally comes back to the team. With Jeondori already taking up space and Meatball potentially growing even larger, the current apartment is starting to feel small. He realizes he might have to start looking for an even bigger place much sooner than he expected. The trio heads out to a local cafe, where the atmosphere is lively and full of gossip about the tower's latest developments. Customers are glued to the news, discussing the next big move for the nation's top hunters. 2 patrons talk about the upcoming floor raid, confident that the clearance will be easy this time around. They credit the success to the holy sword that was recently acquired, blissfully unaware of Jahyuk's connection to it. One particularly emotional fan sighs about wanting to hold the new hero Nam Ga-yoon's hand, earning himself a sharp reprimand from a bystander. The public's obsession with the new rank 1 hero is reaching a fever pitch. John Cossack plays the part of the perfect attendant, bringing over a tray loaded with fancy drinks and an assortment of colorful cakes. Jahyuk thanks him while Jeondori stares at the desserts like they're alien artifacts. Jahyuk is just about to enjoy his iced coffee when his phone starts buzzing on the table. He looks down, curious to see who's calling him in the middle of their afternoon break. It's team leader Jian from the management department, calling to offer a late congratulations on Jahyuk's record-breaking 34th consecutive S++ clear. Jahyuk stays humble, giving all the credit to the support he's received so far. The conversation takes a sudden turn when the team leader mentions the luxury penthouse that formerly belonged to the fallen, rank 1 hunter. Jahyuk's eyes widen at the mention of such a high-profile piece of real estate. He immediately starts overthinking, wondering if the government found out that John Cossack had already paid a visit to that very building. His survival instincts are screaming that this might be a trap designed to bind him. But the team leader assures him there's no pressure. The department wants to give him the house for free as a token of their appreciation. They're even ready to transfer the title immediately if he wants it. He explains that Jahyuk's willingness to rent out the holy sword saved them a fortune, and this is their way of paying him back. Jahyuk is stunned, barely able to process the idea of getting a mansion for absolutely nothing. Jahyuk tells the team leader he'll think about it and hangs up, his mind spinning with the implications of the offer. John Cossack leans in, curious about who was on the other end of the line. He turns to his summons, asking John Cossack if he remembers the place since he was the one who scouted it out. Jeondori leans in as well, sensing that a major decision is about to be made. John Cossack recalls the magnificent sight of the skyscraper, admitting that it was one of the most impressive buildings he'd ever seen. It's the kind of place that screams status and power to the entire city. He specifically mentions the rooftop garden, imagining a life where they could grow their own lettuce to eat with premium beef. Jeondori agrees that it sounds like a home truly worthy of Jahyuk's current standing. Jahyuk asks them what they really think about the government just handing it over for free. He's torn between the incredible opportunity and his deep-seated distrust of free gifts under capitalism. John Cossack gives a firm X with his arms, warning his master that there's no such thing as a free lunch in a cold-blooded world. He's convinced that taking it for free will only lead to a massive debt later on. Jeondori takes the opposite side, giving a big O and encouraging him to accept the reward. She argues that compared to the incredible things Jahyuk has done for the country, a house is actually a trivial prize. Jahyuk weighs both arguments, But his inner survivalist starts to win out as he imagines the management department coming back with a desperate request later. He knows he's not the type of person who can easily say no to someone he's indebted to. He worries that accepting such a massive favor would make it impossible to refuse any future missions, no matter how suicidal they might be. His priority is always safety and autonomy, and this gift feels like it would take away both. After a long moment of intense deliberation, Jae-hyuk slams his hand onto the table, startling the customers around them. He's finally made up his mind on how to handle the government's offer. He declares that he's going to buy the penthouse with his own money instead of taking it for free. He'd rather deal with the financial hit now than face the indigestion of a social debt later. The summons applaud his wise decision as Jae-hyuk breaks into a fit of maniacal, chibai-style laughter. He feels invincible, imagining himself as a big spender who doesn't need anyone's charity to live well. He pulls out his phone to search for the market value, guessing it might be around 2 billion won. With the billion won reward coming in, he figures he'll still have plenty of cash to spare for luxury. The search results pop up and Jae-hyuk starts counting the zeros on the screen, 1, 10, 100,000. He stops when he reaches the final number, 20 billion won. That's a staggering $15 million. His jaw drops and his eyes go blank as the sheer scale of the price tag sinks into his brain. His soul literally starts to drift out of his body in a cloud of shock and immediate regret. John Cossack notices his master's sudden change in health and asks if he's feeling all right. Jae-hyuk barely manages to squeak out a response, quickly suggesting they just go home before his heart gives out completely. Still reeling from the massive sticker shock, Bong Jae-hyuk starts questioning if they even need such a large apartment in the first place. John Cossack stays supportive, assuring his summoner that any place is fine as long as they're together. Jae-hyuk mutters to himself as they walk, listing off every possible downside from maintenance fees to potential bug infestations in the garden. He's so preoccupied with his financial spiral that he barely notices the group of men passing them on the sidewalk. John Cossack opens the door for his master with a cheerful smile, seemingly amused by Jae-hyuk's sudden, insightful reasons for wanting a smaller home. But as he steps outside, his focus shifts toward the strangers lingering nearby. In an instant, the assassin's playful expression vanishes, replaced by a sharp, focused gaze as he senses a shift in the air. An exclamation mark appears above him as he realizes these aren't just ordinary pedestrians. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he analyzes the group of men walking past them. He realizes that something about their presence is fundamentally different from the civilian crowd around them. John Cossack focuses on one man's hand, noticing the distinct scars and the way he tightly grips a concealed device. He can practically smell the thick scent of blood lingering on them, a telltale sign of those who live by the sword. As the men move away, the faint but unmistakable smell of gunpowder reaches his nose, confirming his suspicion that they are armed. He watches their retreating figures, his instincts screaming that this isn't a random encounter. A cold smirk spreads across the assassin's face as he recognizes the aura of professional killers, the same kind of people as himself. He knows exactly what to look for in someone who takes lives for a living. He calculates that these men have killed at least dozens of people, making their presence near Jae-hyuk's studio apartment highly suspicious. He refuses to believe it's a mere coincidence that such dangerous individuals are hanging around his master. Without a moment's hesitation, John Cossack activates his mark of tracking skill, calling upon threads of blue energy to descend from the sky. He needs to know exactly where these potential threats are going. Two bright bolts of light strike down, invisibly marking the heads of the two suspicious men as they continue down the street. The hunters have now become the hunted, with the assassin keeping a watchful eye on their every move. Bong Jae-hyuk notices his summon lingering behind and calls out to him, wondering what's taking him so long. From Jae-hyuk's perspective, they're just standing in front of a regular building full of shops and restaurants. John Cossack snaps out of his professional mode and jogs to catch up with his master, hiding his grim discovery with a light-hearted laugh. He decides to keep the presence of the killers a secret for now, not wanting to add more stress to Jae-hyuk's already frazzled mind. The Awaken a Management Administration building is looking pretty imposing under that sunset. Inside, Nam Ga-yoon is dead silent in meditation, probably focusing her energy for what's coming next. She's thinking about that holy sword. It's perfect for neutralizing the undead's dark aura, but she knows better than to rely on just a weapon. Her eyes stay shut as she tells herself she needs more than just a powerful blade to survive. Suddenly, we're inside her head. She's in a mental training gauntlet, facing a literal tide of monsters. She's absolutely shredding through mummies and zombies, moving like a blur in the simulation. Skeletons and ghouls are getting dismantled left and right as she pushes herself to the limit. She's already cut down hundreds of them, fueled by the memory of how far she's had to come to get here. Her eyes snap open. Image training is officially complete, and she looks ready for the real deal. She stands up, tells everyone she's headed out, and leaves the room with a sense of purpose. Moments later, she's teleporting straight into the fray with a sudden flash of blue light. The destination is the 66th floor of the Korea Black Tower, and a massive shadowy entity is already waiting for her. This purple boss monster looks like something straight out of a nightmare, towering over her with glowing eyes. Ga-yoon doesn't miss a beat, swinging that glowing holy sword with a fierce shout as she goes for the kill. Fast forward 10 hours, and a huge beam of light signals that the fight is finally over. She's completely wiped, gasping for air on the floor, but she still finds the energy to give a thumbs up. The system notification pops up. She successfully cleared the 66th floor, securing the country's safety for now. Back at HQ, the staff is going wild, already shouting to get the press release out to the public immediately. It hits the news instantly, with breaking news banners flashing across every TV screen in Korea. The internet is flooded with people finally feeling like they can sleep in peace after 6 months of tension. Headlines everywhere are calling it a legendary drama, celebrating the 6 months of security she just earned them. Comments are praising her as the real hero who held the line while the other, rank 1, ran off to Japan. Out in the city, the atmosphere is festive, with billboards already flashing her name in celebration. Ga-yoon stays humble during her interview, making sure to thank the mysterious owner who lent her the sword. Watching the whole thing from his couch, Bong Jae-hyuk can't help but feel a little proud of how things turned out. He figures since she bought them 6 months of time, he can finally relax and take his time climbing. He's even laughing over the phone, telling the team leader to keep up the good work while he takes it easy. But as he sits there, the itch for action starts creeping back in. Sitting around is starting to get boring. He wants to jump into the 35th floor, but he checks his screen and remembers his tank is still out of commission. The status for his Savage Meat Shield still shows that cannot summon warning, which is a real buzzkill. Then just like that, the sign disappears, and Jae-hyuk's face lights up with pure excitement. He doesn't hesitate. He slams the summon button for his Savage Meat Shield right then and there. A pillar of light practically blinds him, as he wonders if the guy finally reached SR rank or maybe even higher. The system confirms that the designated summon for the Savage Meat Shield is locked in. As the glow fades, Jae-hyuk starts to welcome him back, but the greeting dies in his throat when he sees who's standing there. Instead of a giant monster, it's this tall, muscular man with tribal tattoos and a very calm vibe. The guy looks right at him and politely thanks him for the summon, which just confuses Jae-hyuk even more. He pulls up the catalog and sees it. His meat shield has evolved into an SSR rank warrior. Jeondeolri gets summoned next, and she's just as confused, looking around the room for the familiar barbarian. John Cossack pops in right after, but his salute turns into a choked-up sound when he sees the stranger. He immediately panics, asking Jae-hyuk if he's finally lost it and invited some random guy into their secret circle. Jae-hyuk can only stare in silence, while Cossack freaks out about the mysterious man who's been watching them get summoned. Jae-hyuk introduces the handsome newcomer as Mr. Gobang, leaving everyone in the room stunned. He points to the muscular warrior, while Cossack stares with a mix of confusion and horror at the sudden transformation. Jae-hyuk explains that jumping 2 whole ranks at once caused this massive physical change, while Cossack just continues to lose his mind in the background. To prove it's really him, Jae-hyuk asks the warrior to show they still have the same core identity and trust. He puts him to the test, asking if he can still recite the 3 laws every summoned creature must follow. Gobang doesn't miss a beat, reciting the first law about prioritizing the protection of the summoner's life with total seriousness. He fumbles a bit with the second law, which is actually enough to convince Jahyuk that it really is his old meat shield in a new body. With the team back together, Jahyuk decides it's time for a farming mission in the tower, and everyone else is immediately on board. A flash of blue light later, they're standing on the 34th floor of the Korea Black Tower, surrounded by massive minotaurs. Gobang immediately takes the lead, telling the others to hang back and stay close to Jahyuk while he handles the front line. Jahyuk is still a bit skeptical. The guy used to be 3 meters tall, and now he's shrunk down to a puny 190 centimeters. He suggests that Gobang should team up with Cossack and grab a buff from Princess Jeondori first, just to be safe. But the warrior turns it down, determined to test his newly evolved strength without any outside help. Jeondori is ready with her bells, but Gobang insists on going solo to see what this new body can really do. He drops to one knee, asking his summoner to put his absolute trust in the new SSR rank Gobang. Jahyuk can't really say no to that level of conviction, so he gives him the green light to proceed alone. Still, he leans over and whispers to Cossack to stay alert and jump in the second things look like they're going south. Gobang starts walking toward the massive beasts, looking completely unfazed by their intimidating size. Suddenly, he lets out a thunderous roar, a massive pillar of golden light erupting from his body and lighting up the ruins. The minotaurs actually flinch at the sound, clearly taken aback by the sudden surge of power coming from the small human. Jahyuk is wide-eyed, wondering why his tank is going out of his way to draw every single monster's aggro at once. That's when the real show starts. Gobang's muscles begin to bulge and glow as he starts growing right before their eyes. Within seconds, he's transformed into a literal giant, towering over the battlefield once more. Cossack is absolutely floored, realizing that he didn't just go back to his old size. He's actually much bigger than before. Jahyuk estimates he's at least 5 meters tall now, finally looking like a match for the massive minotaurs. And he isn't just bigger, he's faster and way sturdier, sending a minotaur flying with a single brutal kick. He follows up with a punch that carries enough force to shatter bone, moving with a grace he never had in his old form. Another heavy strike lands, slamming one of the beasts into the ground with a bone-crunching thud. A minotaur tries to catch him off guard with a punch of its own, but it's far too slow for the evolved warrior. Gobang meets it head-on, burying his fist into the monster's face and sending it reeling back into the shadows. Cossack admits he's impressed. The guy's fighting style is actually smart now, which Jahyuk finds totally awesome. Jahyuk's having a blast watching the show, joking that he should have brought popcorn for such a one-sided beatdown. But then we see Cossack gritting his teeth, looking like he's having a minor crisis over being completely outclassed. He starts grumbling about how unfair it is that Gobang's reinforcement rune had such a broken effect compared to his own. Jeondori isn't having any of it, immediately scolding him for letting such petty thoughts out in front of Jahyuk. She tells him to reflect on his behavior, and Cossack immediately folds, bowing his head in a silent apology. Jahyuk has to step in, asking Jeondori to go a little easier on the guy since he usually treats her with respect. He puts a hand on Cossack's back, pointing out that calling him a cur all the time is a bit problematic for their team dynamic. The princess turns bright red, apologizing and admitting she just gets startled whenever Cossack starts shouting. Jahyuk tells her that if she wants respect, she should try giving some back to Cossack, who looks genuinely surprised. They end up calling a truce and shaking hands, with Jeondori promising to be more careful about her temper in the future. Jahyuk watches them with a tired smile, though he admits his heart sinks every time his team starts bickering. Gobang grapples with a massive minotaur, his heavily tattooed arms locking with the beast's horns as a second monster charges in from the side. With a heavy grunt, the warrior delivers a bone-shattering punch that sends a spray of dark blood into the air, leaving Jahyuk wide-eyed at the display of raw, unrestrained power. Gobang throws his head back and lets out a thunderous roar that shakes the dungeon walls, his entire body radiating an intense golden aura. The battlefield becomes a blur of golden light and impact as the SSR rank warrior decimates the Minotaur herd, landing heavy blows that send the monsters crashing into the earth. Jahyok marvels at the sheer performance of his summon, noting that this level of durability and destructive force is worlds apart from the old R-rank style. One final, explosive strike sends the remaining beasts tumbling through the air, their massive frames finally yielding to Gobang's relentless assault. A system notification appears to confirm the successful clear of the 34th floor mission, just as Gobang begins to shrink back into his more compact, muscular human form. The warrior looks toward his summoner with a stoic expression, stating that the current floor was far too easy and that he desires even stronger challenges. Jahyok responds with a confident smile, realizing that with a powerhouse like Gobang leading the way, achieving S++ rank clears won't be a problem anymore. Fueled by the effortless victory, Jahyok sets his sights on the higher floors, eager to climb toward the tower's peak at a much faster pace.